Chapter 751. The moment the edifying light appeared, Nebula Kid's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Although he didn't know what that light was, the power and light intent that it represented was real. He knew that the light wasn't as simple as it looked. After the edifying light entered the brilliant mirror that wasn't as resistant as before stopped resisting. It became completely quiet. It was an unprecedented silence. The golden light became even more radiant. Such a situation gave Nebula Kid an intuition that the brilliant mirror had found the true holy object that represented the light, and it had to obey it completely. In fact, that was the case. The dragon transformation art had already made the brilliant mirror no longer repelled. Jiang Chen's edifying light was the supreme existence of light, the supreme holy object of Buddha sect. It instantly resonated with the brilliant mirror. In addition to the divine sense and soul power that Jiang Chen had infused into the edifying light, the brilliant mirror had completely accepted Jiang Chen's divine sense and soul power. It had imprinted Jiang Chen's soul imprint on the brilliant mirror. Rise! Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. With a slight sound, the huge brilliant mirror flew up from the altar. The mirror that was 3 meters in size gradually shrunk. In a few minutes, the brilliant mirror had shrunk to the size of a palm and was held in Jiang Chen's hand. It's really a good treasure. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise it. He could feel the power of the brilliant mirror. Although it was just a small mirror, if it wasn't recognized by Jiang Chen, even if he was a 9th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to pick it up. But now, the brilliant mirror was nothing in his hand. Good, Jiang Chen. You are worthy of being the reincarnation of the greatest saint. You have extraordinary luck. This brilliant mirror has been passed down for many years. No one has ever been able to pick it up. Today, you have finally subdued it. However, your current cultivation is still too weak. You can't unleash the true power of the brilliant mirror. It will be difficult for you to use it. Even so, the brilliant mirror is still a rare trump card. Nebula Kid was incomparably excited. Although the brilliant mirror had fallen into someone else's hand, his wish had been fulfilled. He could see the brilliant mirror's power in his lifetime. In his heart, he had already treated Jiang Chen as one of his own. Ever since he knew Jiang Chen's true identity, he had made up his mind to follow Jiang Chen. He was a man with foresight. Following the greatest saint would bring him endless benefits in the future. The brilliant mirror is indeed not bad. With this mirror, I will be more confident in dealing with the upcoming chaos in Xuanyu. Jiang Chen walked down from the altar with a sway of his body and approached Nebula Kid. His chi was unparalleled. Every move he made was filled with a domineering aura that could make people admire him. I, Nebula Kid, am happy to be able to see the brilliant mirror's power in my lifetime. Nebula Kid nodded. I will leave Nebula Kid and head to the Western Domain. During my absence, you have to work hard to break through to the 5th-grade minor saint and find a way to ally with the Mayin cult. Let's not talk about Xiaoyao Palace. The Tan family and Sky Hill School are our enemies. However, if they don't ally with us and go near Xiaoyao Palace, they will become the food of the northern and southern dynasties sooner or later. The Nebula sect and Mayin cult must ally with each other. Jiang Chen told Nebula Kid. Currently, the situation in Xuanyu was very clear. Because of the northern and southern dynasties, Xiaoyao Palace wanted to dominate the entire Xuanyu. Sky Hill School and Tan family were enemies of Jiang Chen, but their relationship with Xiaoyao Palace wasn't very good either. Their situation was the most dangerous. The Nebula sect and Mayin cult must ally with each other to increase their strength and defense. All right. Just go. With Wu Emo and Zai here, there won't be any big problem in Xuanyu. Nebula Kid said. He was, after all, a powerful minor saint. With him and Wu Emo here, it wouldn't be easy for Xiaoyao Palace to eliminate them. After that, Jiang Chen left the spatial zone where the bright mirror was stored. This time, he didn't disturb anyone. He left the Nebula sect alone and headed towards the Western Domain. This time, Jiang Chen was truly going alone. He didn't even bring De Huang dog with him. When Jiang Chen left, it was night time. In the dark of the night, he disappeared into the night sky like a stream of light. However, Jiang Chen didn't notice that in the depths of a mountain 100 miles away from the Nebula sect, a dark shadow was lurking there like a ghost. It was unknown how long this dark shadow had been lurking there. After seeing Jiang Chen leave, a talisman appeared in the dark shadow's hand. Under the control of the dark shadow, the talisman turned into a green smoke and disappeared. The divine continent had a total of 8 big domains. Heaven domain, Earth domain, Xuanyu domain, Yellow domain, Gon domain, Kuan domain, Horizontal domain, and Horizontal domain were named according to the Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, and Qian Kuan. Horizontal domain was also known as the Western domain due to its special geographical location. It was the holy land of Buddhism. Jiang Chen's journey from Xuanyu to the Western domain was the farthest. Even with his current cultivation, it would take him 2 or 3 days to reach there. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He had a solid foundation now, so he needed some time to digest it. On the way to the Western domain, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to comprehend the dragon transformation skill. Ever since he started cultivating it, it had always brought him different miracles. In the beginning, he thought that the dragon transformation skill was just a simple skill, but when he started cultivating it, he found that it was completely different. Every time the dragon transformation skill transformed, it would bring great benefits to Jiang Chen. Especially the last time, a drop of dragon blood had appeared. Last time, when he was fighting against the brilliant mirror, an ancient dragon roar had appeared in the depths of his soul, which had shattered the brilliant mirror. In addition, when he had comprehended the dragon transformation skill the last time, Jiang Chen knew that the dragon transformation skill was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It must be related to a very important secret. When he was in the Eastern Continent's purgatory, there was a blood charm in Inferno City. Jiang Chen still remembered it very clearly. It was that blood charm that helped him deal with the Earth Devil. That blood charm gave Jiang Chen a feeling of blood connection. He understood that he didn't have a direct relationship with the blood charm, but it was related to the dragon transformation skill and the blood charm. Regarding the blood charm in the Eastern Continent's purgatory, Jiang Chen had never forgotten it. One day, he would go back to purgatory to find out what the blood charm was used for, and what kind of relationship it had with the dragon transformation skill. Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the dragon transformation skill. Time passed unknowingly as he hurried along the road. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's whole body quivered, and he was instantly awakened from his cultivation state. Swoosh, swoosh. Jiang Chen's divine sense moved. Ada and Air immediately rushed out from the spatial ring and stood in front of Jiang Chen to protect him. Jiang Chen had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, so his senses were much sharper than an ordinary person's, especially when it came to danger. Just now, he felt a dangerous qi. The vast void was filled with darkness, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, there was no difference between darkness and light. Jiang Chen's eyes were like a poisonous snake in the dark, scanning the surroundings. Come out! Jiang Chen shouted coldly at the void in front of him. What a sharp sense. You really aren't an ordinary person. It's a pity that such a genius will fall today. An old voice was heard. In the next moment, a ghost-like figure appeared out of nowhere. It was an old man who seemed to be in his 70s or 80s. He had a stooped body and looked very skinny, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, if anyone treated this old man as a weak ordinary person, the consequences would be very serious. Second-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. A powerful second-grade minor saint was lying in ambush for him. It couldn't be that he was here to have a chat. The old man raised his eyes. His eyes were very bright. He first looked at Jiang Chen, then at Ada and Air who were standing beside Jiang Chen. His mouth revealed a disdainful smile. As a powerful second-grade minor saint, he wouldn't put 2 first-grade minor saints in his eyes, let alone 2 dead objects. Who are you? Jiang Chen's tone was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Good composure. You are still able to maintain your composure after seeing your father. This is really rare. What a pity. I am from the Tan family. I think you should know what I am here for. The old man revealed his identity, but Jiang Chen didn't feel surprised at all. It was normal for the people of the Tan family to find him. Moreover, since he was from the Tan family and was waiting for him here, his purpose was self-evident. You have killed so many geniuses of the Tan family. This is an unforgivable crime. The reason why I am here today is to kill you and get rid of a disaster for the Tan family. I have been lying in ambush, waiting for you to walk in front of me. Then, I will attack you secretly and crush you into pieces. I didn't expect you to have such sharp senses to be able to sense my presence. It's a pity, but it's not a big deal. I can kill you with my bare hands. The elder said faintly. A dignified second-grade minor saint needed to set up an ambush to kill a 7th-grade combat emperor.
It was a very shameful thing to do, but when it came out from the elder's mouth, there wasn't a hint of discomfort, as if it was a very normal thing to do.
Many people want to kill me, but I am still alive. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you leave now, you might still be able to make it. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to kill me, you will be killed by me. If a second-grade minor saint of the Tan family dies, it will be a great loss to the Tan family. Jiang Chen said coldly. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the elder was stunned for a moment. He thought that his ears were playing tricks on him. A 7th-grade minor saint wanted to kill him even though he had 2 first-grade minor saints as his helpers. This was an incomparably funny matter. Chapter 752.
Haha. The old man laughed out loud, causing the sky to tremble. It was unknown how far his laughter traveled in the dark night, causing the demonic beasts in the mountain range below to flee in disarray. The old man felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Brat, I have to say that you are the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. Unfortunately, arrogance requires strength. It seems like you don't know the power of a minor saint. Let me tell you, no matter how strong a combat emperor is, he will never be a match for a minor saint. You are only relying on these 2 dead things beside you, but in my hands, these 2 dead things are as good as non-existent. The elder was amused by Jiang Chen. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a prey that couldn't escape. It would be effortless for him to kill Jiang Chen with his bare hands. By the way, I heard that you brought these 2 big guys out from the Death Mountain. Even the 5 sect masters were deceived by you. You are really a cunning fellow. However, I am very curious about how you made these 2 big guys listen to you. If you tell me, I will give you a quick death today. I will absolutely not torture you. The elder looked at Ada and Air, then said to Jiang Chen. A combat emperor could subdue 2 minor saint dark souls. Not everyone had such an ability. At least, he couldn't do it. Therefore, he really wanted to know how Jiang Chen did it. You talk a lot. Jiang Chen shook his head. He really didn't want to waste any more time talking to this old man. The heavenly saint's sword instantly appeared in his hand. With a forceful swing, the frightening heavenly saint's sword split the void in half and arrived in front of the old man in the blink of an eye. Feeling the terror of Jiang Chen's sword, the elder's facial expression changed. Immediately, he struck his palm upwards. A bright palm print collided with the heavenly saint's sword and bounced it away. Deng deng deng. Jiang Chen felt a strong counterforce. He couldn't help but take 3 steps back before he regained his balance. However, he was very satisfied with this situation. With his current combat strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight a 2nd-grade minor saint, but after the collision, he had a deeper understanding of his combat strength. Although he couldn't defeat a 2nd-grade minor saint, he still had the power to fight an ordinary 1st-grade minor saint. What a good kid. This is really surprising. A mere 7th-grade combat emperor is able to unleash a combat strength that is beyond that of a combat emperor. His combat strength is comparable to an ordinary 1st-grade minor saint. This is simply a miracle. Such a monstrous existence, if we don't kill him as soon as possible, he will become a big problem in the future. The elder was moved. There was no way he wouldn't be moved. This was his first time meeting an abnormal being like Jiang Chen. Although the elder didn't put the attack in his heart and could easily deal with it, the combat strength that Jiang Chen had unleashed shocked him. The Tan family was considered as one of the top forces in Xuanyu. There were countless geniuses in the family, but none of them was as monstrous as Jiang Chen. The elder couldn't help but compare the geniuses in the family with Jiang Chen. He suddenly felt that those geniuses were trash in front of Jiang Chen. Kid, go to hell. The elder's murderous intent had been ignited. He stopped playing around with Jiang Chen. Immediately, he struck out another palm. The giant palm print was more than 30 meters in size. It was as bright as the sun, illuminating the entire night sky. The void was shattered by the impact. The giant palm print let out a rumbling sound and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Ada and Air attack. Jiang Chen shouted at Ada and Air. The 2 Dark Soul Kings let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed towards the giant palm print. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He used the Heavenly Saint Sword again. All the Yuan force in his Qi was channeled into the Heavenly Saint Sword. He joined hands with Ada and Air to attack together. Hung Long. The violent rumbling sound and the powerful shockwave almost burned the void.
The battlefield within 100 miles radius was turned into chaos. A second-grade minor saint was too powerful. Even if Jiang Chen, Ada and Air joined hands to attack, they still weren't a match for the elder. They were sent flying away by a single strike. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had suffered a great shock. Immediately, he circulated his wood spiritual qi and combined it with the dragon transformation art. The injury caused by the shock was instantly healed. Such a powerful recovery ability was truly terrifying. However, Ada and Air didn't have such a terrifying recovery ability. Visible cracks could be seen on the bodies of the two Dark Soul Kings. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Ada and Air were dead creatures. No matter how powerful his wood spiritual qi was, he couldn't heal them. If this is the case, Ada and Air will die in today's battle. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He knew very well that although Ada and Air had the combat strength of a first-grade minor saint, they didn't have much of an advantage. They weren't a match for a second-grade minor saint. If this battle continued, Ada and Air would be completely killed in a few rounds. Given the current situation, running away was certainly not an option. The elder had already used a powerful domain to seal the entire void. There was no way for them to run away. They could only fight against the elder, but Jiang Chen didn't care. He still had a more powerful technique. As for Ada and Air, it didn't matter if they died. When he arrived at the devil world, he could use the edifying light to edify even more powerful devils. These devils were much stronger than the Dark Souls. The Dark Souls themselves didn't have any Yuan Qi and they didn't know any combat techniques. They could only rely on their sturdy bodies to fight. He has actually recovered? The elder looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but be stunned. His attack just now had clearly injured Jiang Chen. His qi was in a mess, but Jiang Chen had completely recovered in an instant. He wouldn't dare to believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. This brat is truly an anomaly. I absolutely can't let him live. It seems like I have to use my strongest attack. I can't give him the chance to breathe. The elder's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. I will kill these two Dark Souls first, then I will get rid of Jiang Chen. The old man moved again. He suddenly shouted, "Prison capturing technique." Both of the elder's hands reached into the void, conjuring two terrifying golden cages. With the addition of the powerful domain, Ada and Air were directly restrained by the cages. Furthermore, this elder was very cunning. He conjured a third prison to trap Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen used the spatial shift to escape. Rumble. Under the elder's great strength, the golden cages released a terrifying power, crushing Ada and Air on the spot. The two Dark Soul Kings had died miserably. However, Jiang Chen had brought them out and had made great contributions to Jiang Chen. Now that they had died miserably in front of Jiang Chen was extremely angry. However, he was waiting for the elder to unleash his strongest attack so that he could use the brilliant mirror to deal with it. The edifying light definitely couldn't be used on the elder. This elder wasn't an evil spirit, so the edifying light wouldn't have any effect on him. Jiang Chen, surrender. Even if you have 3 pairs of wings, you won't be able to survive today. The elder's aura became incomparably sharp. He didn't look like a hunchbacked elder at all. His divine might was unparalleled, like a king. Kill me first if you have the ability. Jiang Chen's silhouette flickered as he executed the 9 phantom wolves. Combined with the spatial shift, the entire void was filled with Jiang Chen's silhouettes. Even the elder was somewhat dazzled. This brat is too mystical. It's better to kill him directly to avoid any accidents. The elder's thoughts turned solemn. His purpose for coming here this time was to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had displayed too many abilities. This was a mystical fellow, an existence that had attracted a heavenly tribulation. In order to avoid any accidents, the elder was prepared to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. The elder's aura rose once again, sweeping through the void like a huge wave. He raised his palms and gathered all the energy in his body into a single point, condensing into an incomparably resplendent beam of light. This beam of light was like a heavenly pillar. It was many times more terrifying than Jiang Chen's 9 solar dazzling fingers. Here's my chance. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He was waiting for the elder to use his strongest attack. This was the perfect time to test the power of the brilliant mirror. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use the brilliant mirror to deflect the attack of a second-grade minor saint. If the opponent was a third-grade minor saint, he would be in danger. Jiang Chen's cultivation grade was limited, so the power of the brilliant mirror was limited.
Jiang Chen, accept your death.
The elder bellowed. The powerful beam of light emitted a deafening sound, crushing the void as it lunged at Jiang Chen. Brilliant mirror, come out. Jiang Chen swung his arm and the brilliant mirror emerged. Jiang Chen channeled his yuan force into the mirror. The palm-sized mirror suddenly grew to 100 meters in size. However, what happened next made Jiang Chen have the urge to curse. The brilliant mirror was like a bottomless pit. In a blink of an eye, all the yuan force in Jiang Chen's qi was sucked away. Such a situation was extremely rare for a freak like Jiang Chen who was never afraid of exhaustion. Jiang Chen's body couldn't help but tremble. He quickly refined some heaven elixir to stabilize himself. He couldn't let the elder see through his trick. Wang, after the brilliant mirror received Jiang Chen's yuan force, it emitted a dazzling light. It was like a scorching sun in the dark.
The mirror aimed at the golden beam of light that the elder had unleashed.
The beam of light directly collided with the radiant mirror. However, the expected violent explosion did not appear. The powerful attack seemed to be directly absorbed by the radiant mirror. In the next instant, a deafening sound rang out. Hung Long. Chapter 753.
What?
The elder's facial expression changed dramatically. Everything that happened in front of him made him fall into a state of great shock. It was like a dream. He was too familiar with the golden light beam. It was the attack that he had launched just now. Jiang Chen didn't have much time to think. The powerful attack had already arrived in front of him. The elder had to block it, but even though he was a powerful second-grade minor saint, he was still in a state of panic. He had never thought that such a scene would happen. So he just stood there, waiting for Jiang Chen to be destroyed by his own attack. The powerful attack suddenly bounced back. The elder wasn't prepared at all. This was his strongest attack, the strongest attack of a second-grade minor saint. Even if he was at his peak condition, he would need to exert all of his strength to block it. Hung Long. The elder had no choice but to raise both of his hands again to block the attack. Unfortunately, he didn't have a treasure like the brilliant mirror. He couldn't deflect the attack back. All the force of the attack landed on his body. The powerful force of the attack sent the elder flying. It seemed that the elder had to be at least a dozen miles away before he could stabilize his body.
Wah! An arrow of blood spurted out from the old man's mouth.
The old man's complexion turned pale. Normally, the old man shouldn't be so weak. Even if he encountered such a powerful attack, he should be able to deal with it easily. However, it was too sudden and too strange. Who would have thought that the attack he sent out would actually return to attack him? He was completely caught off guard. He didn't even have time to prepare to defend himself. That's why the old man was seriously injured by his own attack. It could be said to be a joke. Kid, what kind of treasure is that? The elder Lung Leng asked. His eyes were fixed on the brilliant mirror in Jiang Chen's hand.
He could naturally see that everything that happened just now was because of this powerful mirror.
Without this mirror, Jiang Chen would have died for sure.
Brilliant mirror.
Jiang Chen said indifferently.
What?
The brilliant mirror of Nebula sect has such a miraculous power? The elder exclaimed. The Nebula sect had a miraculous mirror called the brilliant mirror. This wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it, but no one knew the true use and power of the mirror. After a long period of time, people had forgotten about this mirror. No one would have thought that the brilliant mirror would have such great power. Old man, I have the brilliant mirror in my hand. You can't kill me. You will only get yourself killed here. Jiang Chen took a step forward with the brilliant mirror in his hand. The brilliant mirror emitted a buzzing sound and dazzled with golden light. It looked extremely miraculous. The elder's expression changed. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Jiang Chen. He saw that Jiang Chen's face was flushed red and his aura was extraordinary. He didn't seem to be dispirited at all. Jiang Chen was also extremely nervous. However, he had to maintain his calm and put on a strong appearance. Once the elder realized that he was an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't activate the brilliant mirror a second time, the elder would disregard everything and kill him. Brat, consider yourself lucky today. I will take your life in the future. The elder left a ruthless remark and vanished. He didn't choose to continue his attack because he was severely injured and couldn't exert his full power. Moreover, if his attack was reflected by the brilliant mirror again, he would be caught off guard. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen, he might even lose his life. For the sake of safety, the elder decided to let Jiang Chen go today. He had seen clearly that Jiang Chen's brilliant mirror could only reflect the attack of a second-grade minor saint. It wouldn't work if he encountered a third-grade minor saint. Although he had failed to kill Jiang Chen this time, at least he knew Jiang Chen's trump card, so it wasn't a fruitless trip. After the elder left, Jiang Chen slowly kept the brilliant mirror. He didn't choose to continue his journey but descended to the desolate mountain. The current Jiang Chen had changed from his previous state. He had become incomparably weak. Motherfucker! This brilliant mirror is really a vampire.
Luckily that old man was scared and left, or else I would be dead.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. Although the brilliant mirror was very powerful, the price of using it was too high. Even Jiang Chen, who had a profound foundation, had to pay for it. If it was any other combat emperor, it would be impossible for them to use the brilliant mirror at the cost of their lives. Without any delay, Jiang Chen sat down cross-legged and crazily circulated the dragon transformation skill. A large amount of heaven elixir in his qi si began to be absorbed by him. At the same time, the heaven and earth yuan qi within a radius of a few hundred miles was absorbed by him in a blink of an eye. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen had recovered half of his strength. He stood up and left, continuing his journey towards the western domain. As for the remaining half of his strength, he would slowly recover along the way. The dragon transformation skill that he was cultivating was incomparably terrifying. His recovery speed was also incomparably fast. In a faraway part of the void, the elder of the Tan family was also recovering. However, he suddenly thought of something. There's something wrong with that brat. That brilliant mirror is obviously a minor saint weapon. Moreover, it's a peak minor saint weapon. It's already incredible that a combat emperor can use such a combat weapon. Using such a combat weapon would consume a lot of energy. It's impossible for that brat to be completely fine. When the elder thought of this, his body disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, he returned to the place where he fought with Jiang Chen. When he realized that the heaven and earth yuan qi in this place had almost been sucked dry, he immediately knew that he had been tricked. What a cunning brat! Damn it! The elder roared in anger. How could he not know that Jiang Chen was merely holding on? If he had attacked again, Jiang Chen, who was already like an arrow at the end of its flight, wouldn't be able to use the brilliant mirror again. He would have died for sure. However, because of his mistake, his opponent had escaped. Now, he wanted to look for Jiang Chen again, but he couldn't find his shadow. The reason why he was lying in ambush here was because of the signaling talisman released by the people of the Chen family outside the Nebula sect. Now, Jiang Chen had disappeared without leaving even a trace of his aura. He couldn't even chase after him. The elder was filled with regret. The cooked duck had flown away, and he was in such a sorry state. This was an incomparably shameful thing. He would be despised by the other elders when he returned to the Chen family. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already appeared tens of thousands of miles away. His consumed yuan qi had been fully recovered. Through the battle with the second-grade minor saint, Jiang Chen understood that even though the brilliant mirror was very powerful and could be used as a powerful trump card, he shouldn't place all his hopes on it. The consumption of this mirror was too great. To the current Jiang Chen, it was equivalent to a one-time use item because his opponent wouldn't give him the chance to recover his yuan qi during a battle. A few days later, Jiang Chen arrived at the Western Domain. This place was filled with a holy qi, just like a kingdom of Buddha sect. However, even in such a place, he could still smell the stench of blood and slaughter. The Western Domain wasn't a big place. There weren't only Buddha sect in this place. There were also many powers of different sizes. When Jiang Chen arrived at the Western Domain, he couldn't help but think of the Tianyi Gate. In the past, he and the Tianyi Gate had become mortal enemies. Later on, even the Dark Shadow Assassin organization was involved. However, Jiang Chen didn't come to the Western Domain to become the enemy of the Tianyi Gate. With his current ability, he couldn't afford to become the enemy of the Tianyi Gate. His purpose this time was the Devil World. He wanted to undergo a peak training in the Devil World, reap endless benefits, and advance his cultivation to the next levels. Since I'm already in the Western Domain, I must pay a visit to the Green Lotus Mountain. I can also take this opportunity to see how Tyrant is doing. Jiang Chen smiled. Before going to the Devil World, he planned to pay a visit to the Green Lotus Mountain.
This time, Tyrant had come back to receive the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. He would definitely receive endless benefits and be reborn. It just so happened that it had been a long time since Jiang Chen last parted with Great Master Ran Feng. The Green Lotus Mountain was as peaceful as ever. This was the most famous place in the Western Domain. No one dared to disturb this place. Even though Great Master Ran Feng had joined the Great Lei Temple, the people of the temple wouldn't disturb his peaceful cultivation for no reason. As soon as Jiang Chen set foot on the Green Lotus Mountain, a silhouette appeared beside him. It was Great Master Ran Feng. Jiang Chen put his palms together and greeted, "Great Master. Welcome, little friend Jiang Chen. This old monk is very happy to have you here." Great Master Ran Feng behaved very kindly. He had already witnessed Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities. He didn't dare to slight this peerless genius. Moreover, he had once received help from Jiang Chen and obtained a 9 suns less rond pill. Under the nourishment of the 9 suns less rond pill, his cultivation was progressing day by day. Great Master has an imposing appearance and vigorous aura. You're already half a step into the Great Saint realm. It seems like it won't take long for you to break through to the Great Saint realm, Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's all thanks to little friend's 9 suns less rond pill, Great Master Ran Feng said gratefully. His gaze moved back and forth on Jiang Chen's body. When he sensed Jiang Chen's current cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh again. Little friend, you're really a peerless genius. It's a miracle that you've reached such a realm in such a short period of time. I came to the Western Domain this time to train in the Devil Realm. I happened to drop by the Green Lotus Mountain to have a look. I wonder how Tyrant is doing now? Jiang Chen asked. He's doing well. He's doing better than I expected. I've already passed the inheritance left behind by the patriarch to him. He's now in secluded cultivation. How much he can grow depends on his own luck. Chapter 754. Jiang Chen had no doubt about this. Tyrant was indeed a peerless genius in the Buddhist sect, and he had an unparalleled root of wisdom. His future achievements would definitely not be any weaker than Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen had no doubts about this. By the way, Great Master, Tyrant brought back a stone tablet this time. Do you know the origin of that tablet? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of that terrifying tablet. Back in the Death Mountain, if it wasn't for that tablet, many of them would have died. That tablet was so mystical that even Jiang Chen hadn't seen it before. Logically speaking, if Jiang Chen hadn't seen it before, Great Master Ran Feng wouldn't know about it. However, this tablet was different. The fact that it could acknowledge Tyrant indicated that it had a certain relationship with the Buddha sect. Perhaps, Great Master Ran Feng knew something about it. The first thing Tyrant did when he returned was to show me the stone tablet. However, even I have never seen that stone tablet before. What's even more ridiculous is that this old monk can't even lift that stone tablet. Only Tyrant can lift it. This stone tablet is fated with Tyrant, which is also his fortune. Great Master Ran Feng smiled. What? Jiang Chen was stunned. Back then, he couldn't lift the tablet as well. He thought that it was because of his lack of strength. He didn't expect that even a 9th grade minor saint like Great Master Ran Feng couldn't lift it. If that was the case, then the origin of the tablet must be extraordinary. However, there is an illusion in our Buddha sect. Many years ago, Gautama Buddha had a divine tablet beside him. Later on, both Gautama Buddha and the divine tablet disappeared, but Gautama Buddha didn't vanish. He probably went to a higher world, such as the immortal world. If the tablet in Tyrant's hand is related to the divine tablet of Gautama Buddha, it means that this illusion is real. Great Master Ran Feng guessed, but this illusion was too long ago. There was no way to verify it. In any case, Tyrant obtaining the tablet was a real fortune. After listening to this illusion, Jiang Chen couldn't help but knit his brows. Gautama Buddha had disappeared many years ago, and the Death Mountain had existed for a long time. Jiang Chen guessed that Gautama Buddha had gone to the Death Mountain, to that super sect. Perhaps, the destruction of that super sect was related to Gautama Buddha. Of course, all of this was only Jiang Chen's guess, and there was no way to verify it. Forget it. I don't want to think too much about it. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of your Buddhist sect. Tyrant is my brother, so I'm naturally happy that he managed to obtain such a great opportunity. Jiang Chen said with a smile. There was no way to verify things that happened too long ago. Jiang Chen also didn't want to verify it. The Death Mountain, that superpower, wouldn't return to the past anyway. It was just like after his rebirth. No matter how glorious his previous life was, it had nothing to do with him. Jiang Chen chatted with Great Master Ran Feng for a while before he left, flying towards the Devil World. He wanted to see Tyrant, but Tyrant was at a critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, so he didn't want to disturb him. After all, his main purpose for coming here was the Devil World. Great Master Ran Feng didn't ask why Jiang Chen wanted to go to the Devil World. In his opinion, although Jiang Chen was young, he was very mature. Jiang Chen always had a purpose in everything he did. If he wanted to say something, Jiang Chen would naturally say it. If he didn't want to say something, Great Master Ran Feng wouldn't ask. The area of several thousand miles outside the Devil World was desolate and uninhabited. Normally, very few people would come here. However, the eminent monks of the Great Lain Temple and the disciples of some big powers in the Western Domain would often come to the Devil World to train. The place where Jiang Chen landed was the place where he came with the Tianyi Gate. This place was the weakest part of the Devil World, and it was very easy to enter. With Jiang Chen's current strength, entering the Devil World was a piece of cake. Buzz! A deafening buzzing sound came from the weak spatial boundary. Even standing outside, one could see the gloomy devil Qi. Every once in a while, there would be devils coming out of the spatial boundary. However, their numbers were very small. Most of the devils that came out of the spatial boundary didn't have a high cultivation base. Once they came out, they wouldn't be able to cause any big waves and would be quickly eliminated by human cultivators. If there was a powerful devil that came out, it would attract the attention of the Great Lain Temple. The Great Lain Temple would immediately send experts to eliminate or suppress them. Roar! A loud roar suddenly sounded out from the Devil Realm. A sharp black claw stretched out from the Devil Realm. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. It looked like he had arrived just in time, and an evil devil was just about to come out from the Devil Realm. However, since this evil devil had met Jiang Chen, it was really unfortunate. The sharp claw was trying its best to pierce through the spatial boundary so that its whole body could come out. Don't waste your effort. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the devil's sharp claw. He pulled it out from the spatial boundary. The terrifying devil felt the breath of a human. It immediately opened its huge mouth and bit at Jiang Chen. Too bad. This devil was just too weak. It was just a devil king, and Jiang Chen could easily kill it with a single breath. Facing the devil's attack, Jiang Chen casually raised his palm and slapped it into pieces. A devil's soul floated out and was kept by Jiang Chen. Even if he refined the devil's soul of a devil king, it wouldn't have any effect on Jiang Chen. Now, he must refine the devil's soul of an advanced devil emperor, or even a minor devil saint to have any effect. However, this devil's soul was useless to him. It was useful to others. He planned to absorb a large number of devil's souls and bring them to the Moyin cult. For the Moyin cult, these devil's souls were real treasures. After easily killing a devil, Jiang Chen's body flickered and directly entered the Devil World. The chilly wind whistled. Devil Qi was everywhere, blotting out the sky. There was no scorching sun in the Devil World. There was no distinction between day and night. It was the same color all year round. Jiang Chen's current location was the first layer of the Devil World. He had come here before when he was training with the Tianyi Gate. The strongest devil in the first layer was only a 9th grade devil king. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 devil emperors. For Jiang Chen, this first layer wasn't a challenge at all. Jiang Chen stepped on the spatial shift and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the depths of the Devil World. He was now going to the second layer. There would be a large number of devil emperors in the second layer. There might even be minor devil saints. This was the place Jiang Chen really wanted to go. If he could improve his cultivation, he would even dare to go to the third layer of the Devil World. Jiang Chen knew that after the battle in the Death Mountain, the northern and southern dynasties would certainly use his immortal physique to improve their strength. He didn't know to what extent they had improved. Naturally, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He predicted that the chaos in Xuanyu was not far away. This time, he came to the Devil World to train and improve his cultivation. Jiang Chen's current foundation was very strong. Even if he used the dragon transformation skill to devour those devil souls to break through to a higher realm, it wouldn't affect his foundation. Roar! A powerful devil king let out a loud roar and rushed out from the void. It stood in front of Jiang Chen, blocking Jiang Chen's path. This devil king was very strong. It had already reached the 9th grade.
This Devil King originally wanted to devour Jiang Chen in one bite. Unfortunately, it had met Jiang Chen. It was destined to be a tragedy. Bang! Jiang Chen's attack was incomparably barbaric. He punched the Devil King's head, smashing it into pieces. The devil's soul jumped out from the skull and was caught by Jiang Chen, keeping it in his spatial ring. The gap between the two of them was too big. They weren't even on the same level. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the deepest part of the first level. There were some other cultivators in the first level. Some of them couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw Jiang Chen turning into a beam of light and rushing into the second level. Who was that just now? How could he enter the dangerous second layer? But that person's chi is very strong. I'm afraid that he is a terrifying high-grade combat emperor. Such an existence won't be a challenge in the first layer. But the second layer is too dangerous. I heard that there are minor devil saints in the deepest part of the second layer. If one is unlucky enough to meet them, even a 9th-grade combat emperor would be lost in there. Who cares? There are dangers everywhere in this place. We can lose our lives at any time. We just need to take care of ourselves. Due to the fact that the market for demonic spirits was relatively large, many cultivators would come to the demon realm for training. They would kill demonic spirits and use them to exchange for cultivation resources. Due to that, human cultivators would often appear in the demon realm. Bang! When Jiang Chen entered the second layer of the devil realm, it was as if he had broken through a layer of barrier. The devil chi in the second layer was much colder and scarier. There was also a trace of corrosive force. The devil chi here was much denser than the first layer, but it didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. He had many treasures that could restrain the devils. The dragon transformation art was the natural enemy of these devils. Jiang Chen had a unique advantage in dealing with the devils. He could suppress them completely. With Jiang Chen's current 7th-grade combat emperor strength, he wouldn't be a match for a 1st-grade minor saint human cultivator even if he could fight against them. However, if he were to encounter a 1st-grade minor devil saint, Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill them. Under the absolute suppression, the devils couldn't unleash their full strength in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flew for about 10 minutes in the second layer of the devil realm. A black castle appeared in front of him. It was a devil city, a tribe of the devil race. Alright, I found a tribe. It doesn't look small. There must be a lot of powerful devils in it. I will start with this tribe and start a massacre in the devil realm. I will reap boundless benefits. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a cold smile. Immediately, his chi fluctuated, and he flew into the castle. Outside the castle, there was a group of Devil King grade devils guarding it. When they saw a human, they roared and charged at Jiang Chen. Die! Chapter 755. Jiang Chen was too ferocious. He was like a mighty sun true god descending to the world. His whole body was filled with steaming flames. These flames were the natural nemesis of devils. All the devil chi was burned into nothingness. More than a dozen Devil King-level existences were smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen's punch. Devil souls floated out and were collected by Jiang Chen. Each devil soul was a fortune. Every time Jiang Chen attacked, he was accumulating wealth. The powerful combat waves had alarmed the entire castle. Jiang Chen didn't bother to conceal himself. There was nothing to say. He was going to use the most barbaric way to destroy this castle. Roar, roar. The roars of devils began to spread out from the castle. Shadows of devils were everywhere. Devil chi soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. A lot of powerful devil chi was released. Those were powerful devil emperor-level existences. Each of them roared again and again. This was their trump card. They were incomparably infuriated that someone dared to attack their castle. Jiang Chen saw a devil that was dozens of meters tall laughing towards the sky. This devil's cultivation base was extremely powerful. It had already reached the level of 9th-grade Devil Emperor. Obviously, this 9th-grade Devil Emperor was the master of this castle. He was the strongest powerhouse in this tribe. Jiang Chen casually swept across with his divine sense and sensed everything in this tribe. There were at least tens of thousands of devils here. Jiang Chen wasn't interested in ordinary devils. He was only interested in the devils above the 7th-grade Devil Emperor. This tribe wasn't too strong, but it wasn't too weak either. There were 2 9th-grade Devil Emperors, 6 8th-grade Devil Emperors, and nearly 27th-grade Devil Emperors. All of these devils were Jiang Chen's prey. Frah, frah. The devils roared. Under the command of the devil chief, thousands of devils swarmed towards Jiang Chen. For a moment, the sky within a few thousand miles turned dark. Devil wolves soared into the sky. Fire dragon burns the heavens. Jiang Chen roared all of a sudden. With a wave of his hand, a dozens of meters long fire dragon was shot out. The fire dragon was incomparably valiant. It let out a deafening roar. The flames that were casually emitted from its body scorched the void. The mighty fire dragon rushed into the devil camp. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, a sea of flames filled the air, and the roars and screams of demons could be heard everywhere. The overwhelming number of demons couldn't stop Jiang Chen's fire dragon for even a moment. They were all incinerated on the spot. Some of the weaker demons even had their demon spirits incinerated into nothingness. The gap between the strength of both parties was too big. They weren't on the same level at all. In addition, Jiang Chen's flames were the greatest nemesis of these devils. Large numbers of devils were burned to death. Demon spirits flew out from the dead devils' bodies like meteors, flying towards Jiang Chen. All of them were stored away by Jiang Chen. These were all resources. In less than a minute, the number of devils that had died under Jiang Chen's fire dragon was at least 1,000. The whole scene was like cutting grass. The ferocious devils couldn't withstand a single blow, and the remaining devils were still dying in large numbers. This situation stunned the devil chief. He could see clearly that this human in front of him was only a 7th-grade combat emperor, but the power of the fire dragon was so strong. The devil chief roared again. Countless devils began to stop their attacks. All the 8th-grade and 7th-grade devil emperors rushed forward, surrounding Jiang Chen tightly. The devils that had reached this level were incomparably valiant. If a human cultivator of the same level fought with a devil, there was almost no chance of winning. However, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change even after being besieged by so many high-grade devil emperors. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the fire dragon returned to his side. Jiang Chen grabbed the tail of the fire dragon and began to sweep the surrounding devil emperors. Frah! Those devil emperors roared. They didn't dodge or evade, but launched their attacks at the same time, ready to tear this arrogant human into pieces. Although the fire dragon had the effect of suppressing their origin, they were very confident in their own strength. They believed that in the face of absolute power, even if it was a little restrained, it wouldn't be a problem. Pung pung pung. However, the result was extremely cruel. Although 6 8th-grade devil emperors and 27th-grade devil emperors had displayed their strongest attacks, none of them could stop the attack of Jiang Chen's fire dragon. Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. After a round of sweeping, half of the devil emperors died tragically. If the rest of them didn't escape fast enough, they would also die in Jiang Chen's hands. Hualala! Powerful devil souls entered Jiang Chen's body. This time, Jiang Chen didn't store the devil souls, but began to refine them. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the devil chi contained in the devil souls was instantly purified, turning into the purest energy and was absorbed by Jiang Chen. The energy transformed by so many high-grade devil souls was undoubtedly very powerful. In Jiang Chen's Qi, dragon marks began to condense one after another. Previously, when Jiang Chen was refining the essence of the mulberry divine tree in Danqing County, his body had already accumulated 53,000 dragon marks. He was only 1,000 dragon marks away from the 8th-grade combat emperor. Now that he had arrived in the devil world, it was very easy for him to break through to the 8th-grade combat emperor. However, the dragon transformation art was also difficult to advance in the later stages. The energy required for each advancement of Jiang Chen's Qi was extremely huge. After refining so many devil souls, there weren't many dragon marks condensed. Haha! All of you die. Let's have a feast. Jiang Chen laughed madly. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. He suddenly rushed forward and attacked with the fire dragon seal. Combined with the true dragon palm, the remaining 8th and 7th grade devil emperors couldn't even escape from Jiang Chen's attack. All of them died tragically in the blink of an eye. All of their devil souls were plundered by Jiang Chen. What? Upon seeing what happened, the devil chief exclaimed. What he said was actually human language. His face was filled with astonishment. The strength of this human was far beyond his imagination. He was too ferocious. Such a battle was completely one-sided. The devils didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. As long as they were touched by this human's attack, they would die immediately. Even the powerful 8th grade combat emperor was no exception. Damn it! Let's attack together and eliminate him. The devil chief roared. He and the other 9th grade devil emperor attacked at the same time. A black devil weapon appeared in their hands at the same time. This devil weapon was emitting an incomparably gloomy chi. It looked incomparably terrifying. Such a devil weapon wasn't a low-level weapon. The devil weapons in the devil's hands were undoubtedly rare treasures. If these devil weapons were used in the hands of the Moyin cult, it would increase the overall strength of the Moyin cult to a new level. The two 9th grade devil emperors came. Compared to the previous devil emperors, they were many times stronger. They believed that a puny 7th grade combat emperor wouldn't be their opponent even if he had the flame that could suppress them. Unfortunately, the two devil emperors made a grave mistake again. Those who hadn't witnessed the terror of Jiang Chen would never know what it was like to fight him. It was the same as walking towards death. Jiang Chen kept the fire dragon.
With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the two 9th grade devil emperors and struck out 2 punches.
The 2 punches were simple and fast. Each punch landed on the devil weapon of the devil emperor. Clang! The 2 devil emperors were sent flying away by Jiang Chen's punches.
The devil weapons in their hands also fell out of their hands.
They exclaimed in shock. Only now did they know how powerful their opponent was. Bang! Jiang Chen didn't give the 2 devil emperors any chance. He took a step forward and appeared above one of the devil emperors with lightning speed.
He stomped on the giant head of the devil emperor.
The head of the devil emperor was smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out like a fountain. A demon soul was grabbed by Jiang Chen. At the next moment, Jiang Chen appeared above the other devil emperor like a ghost and stomped on it. The devil emperor was stomped to death on the spot. To Jiang Chen, who had cultivated the Azure Dragon 5 steps, the power of each stomp was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. To these devils, a stomp from Jiang Chen meant death. Only 5 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. All the devils above the 7th grade devil emperor were killed by Jiang Chen. The number of devils that died in Jiang Chen's hands was uncountable.
Now that the two 9th grade devil emperors were killed by him, the rest of the devils revealed fear in their eyes. They didn't dare to have the slightest intention to fight anymore.
They immediately fled in all directions.
Voila!
Jiang Chen moved again. He came to the sky above the castle. Countless flames surged out from his body. In an instant, the space within 100 miles was plunged into a sea of fire. Arg! The devils screamed continuously. All the devils that were engulfed by the flames died without exception. Devil souls flew towards Jiang Chen along the sea of fire and were kept by Jiang Chen. However, there were just too many devils here. Now that they were fleeing in all directions, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he couldn't kill all of them. However, the number of devils that died in Jiang Chen's hands was at least 5,000 to 6,000, which was at least half of the total number of devils. Such a terrifying massacre was undoubtedly shocking. A powerful devil tribe was annihilated so cleanly. Even a human minor saint wouldn't be able to do what Jiang Chen did. The whole process was as easy as breaking a stump. All the devils were like ants to Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he could pinch them to death with just a thought. Then, an incomparably powerful force shot out from Jiang Chen's body and fell on the castle below. The sturdy castle was destroyed in an instant. All the buildings were destroyed completely. A complete castle had turned into ruins. Chapter 756. Just as he entered the second level of the devil world, Jiang Chen had annihilated a tribe and killed thousands of devils. However, the devils' reproduction ability was very strong and they had a tenacious survival ability. The number of devils that Jiang Chen had killed was like a drop in the ocean compared to the entire devil world. Jiang Chen was flying forward while refining the devil souls that he had obtained. There were 27th grade devil emperor devil souls, 6 8th grade devil emperor devil souls, and 2 9th grade devil emperor devil souls. Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation art to refine and absorb all of them. As for the devil souls that were below the 7th grade devil emperor, he didn't refine them. To him, these devil souls weren't very useful. It would be better to keep them for other purposes in the future. The devil souls that he needed now were at least 8th grade devil emperors and above. A 7th grade devil emperor wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. The dragon transformation art was getting more and more terrifying. The speed of refining the devil souls was also very fast. In just a short 10 minutes, Jiang Chen had refined all of the devil souls. However, This amount of devil souls only allowed Jiang Chen to condense 500 dragon marks. He still needed another 500 dragon marks to reach the 8th grade combat emperor. Although he had already predicted this, Jiang Chen still couldn't help but shake his head. Such a huge consumption was too ridiculous. He was only a 7th grade combat emperor. When he reached the minor saint, great saint, or even the higher grade of the immortal world, he didn't know how much more he would need. This was simply an enormous project. However, Jiang Chen wasn't worried. The more difficult it was to advance the dragon transformation art, the more profound the foundation that it would bring to Jiang Chen, and the stronger his combat strength would be. Putting aside other things, Jiang Chen's current 7th grade combat emperor could already deal with a 1st grade minor saint, an invincible existence below the minor saint realm. This was all the credit of the dragon transformation art. Although Jiang Chen had reached the level of the greatest saint in his previous life, he wasn't as monstrous as he was now. The gap between them was just too big. There's no time to think too much. I need to continue killing devils and advance to the 8th grade combat emperor first. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. His arrival in the devil world was like a nightmare to the entire 2nd level. No one knew how many devils were going to suffer. The area of the 2nd level of the devil realm was huge. It was like a huge domain. Scattered devils could be seen everywhere. It was rare to see a tribe with castles like the one he had seen before. Jiang Chen was going to search for a large number of devils. Killing these scattered devils was simply a waste of time, and the benefits he could reap would be very limited. He had to find a stronger tribe and obtain more high-grade devil souls to break through to the 8th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen was flying at full speed. He didn't even spare a glance at those scattered devils. He was too lazy to deal with them. His requirement for advancement was too great. He had to find a stronger tribe. During these few hours, he encountered some powerful devils along the way, but they were all killed by Jiang Chen. They weren't a match for him at all. 100 miles ahead, the devil Qi had reached its peak. It was denser than any place that Jiang Chen had ever been to. Jiang Chen could sense it with his divine sense. There was a huge devil tribe in front of him. This tribe was much stronger than the one he had killed before. It was highly possible that it was the hinterland of a powerful devil in the 2nd level. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. 100 miles of distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, a devil city appeared in front of him. This city was at least 10 times bigger than the previous one. Dozens of huge devil clouds were floating above the city. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, giving people an extremely oppressive feeling. The devil Qi here was extremely dense. It was mixed with coldness and a strong corrosive force. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. If an ordinary person came to this place, the environment here alone wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even a powerful human cultivator would be affected by the environment here, and wouldn't be able to exert his full combat strength. It was the same principle as Jiang Chen's flames suppressing the devils, preventing them from exerting their full strength. However, this kind of situation didn't exist for Jiang Chen. He was born to be the nemesis of devils. Clang! Jiang Chen drew out the heavenly saint's sword with a clang. Without saying a word, he flew to the sky above the devil city and slashed a devil cloud into half. A powerful sword light fell from the sky like a waterfall, directly slashing a magnificent building below into pieces and igniting a sky-high flame. Rah! Rah! Devils were dancing wildly. Boundless devil roars filled every corner of the devil city. Devil waves soared to the sky, forming an ocean of devil Qi in the sky. Jiang Chen was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean, but he was as steady as Mount Tai. His body was emitting steaming flames, like a scorching sun in the dark, unaffected by the devil Qi. An intruder dared to attack the hinterland of the devil race. This was simply courting death. All the ferocious devils locked onto Jiang Chen. This place was indeed much stronger than the previous castle. There were more than 10 9th-grade devil emperors. Facing such a situation, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. The more high-grade devil emperors there were, the happier he was. What he needed the most now was the devil soul of a 9th-grade devil emperor. If he could kill all the 9th-grade devil emperors here, Jiang Chen would be able to advance to the 8th-grade combat emperor. A few 9th-grade devil emperors rushed out. They saw Jiang Chen, but before they could do anything, Jiang Chen had already made his move. The heavenly saint's sword emitted a bright sword light, reaching one of the 9th-grade devil emperors in the blink of an eye. The devil emperor's face changed when he felt the power of the sword. However, Jiang Chen's sword was too fast. There was no time for him to dodge it. Arg! The Devil Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. He was slashed into two halves by Jiang Chen on the spot. The sword light flicked and a devil's soul flew out, falling into Jiang Chen's hand. Frog, frog. This scene was witnessed by many devils. Each and every one of them revealed a look of fear. Even the other 9th-grade Devil Emperors roared. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. That's right, it was fear. This human in front of them was too terrifying. He killed their powerful 9th-grade Devil Emperor with a single strike. This stunned the rest of the 9th-grade Devil Emperors who were about to make their move. You're right. Hung Long. At this moment, an intense rumble suddenly rang out. An incomparably tyrannical great demon appeared. It was a black-robed old man. This old man looked no different from a human. He had already reached the stage of taking human form. However, the chi of the devil origin that was emitted from his body was enough to prove that he was a devil. The elder's eyes were as cold as a knife. It fell on Jiang Chen in a swoosh. This was a powerful first-grade minor devil saint, which was equivalent to a first-grade minor saint human cultivator. Those devil emperors couldn't be compared to him. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid when he saw the first-grade minor devil saint. Instead, he felt even happier. It seemed like this place was indeed the hinterland of the devils. There was actually such a powerful minor devil saint here. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. Although he had lost Ada and Air, his current cultivation grade was more than enough to deal with a first-grade minor devil saint. What a good human! How dare you come to the hinterland of the devil race? You must be courting death. The old man opened his mouth and spoke in human language. Just by looking at his appearance, the old man was no different from a human. No one would guess that he was a powerful demon. Cut the crap. Today, both of us will raze this place to the ground. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated and shouted at the elder. Haha, what an arrogant human brat. In that case, I will send you to heaven first. The elder laughed. He felt that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Putting aside the fact that this human wasn't a match for him, there were at least 100,000 devils in this hinterland. It was simply a fantasy for a human to kill all of them alone. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint's sword carried a sky-high fire wave and appeared in front of the elder in a blink. He could have used the edifying light to edify this minor devil saint so that he would listen to his command. However, a first-grade minor devil saint was no longer a threat to Jiang Chen. He didn't want to waste the quota of the edifying light. Hung Long. Wherever the heavenly saint's sword passed, the void would be torn apart. Endless rumbling sounds could be heard, as if it was going to cut a hole in the sky. The expression of the old man who didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes changed dramatically, because he could actually sense a dangerous chi from the sword. That chi was truly frightening. Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. Jiang Chen had condensed another 500 dragon marks. His combat strength had increased a lot compared to before. In addition to the innate suppression of the flames on the heavenly saint's sword, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with a first-grade minor devil saint. The elder didn't dare to be careless. He immediately launched a powerful attack to block. However, he couldn't block the powerful heavenly saint's sword. His attack was shattered by the heavenly saint's sword. Dang dang dang. The elder retreated a dozen steps before regaining his balance. However, his chi was already in a mess. With just one move, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. He wasn't a match for Jiang Chen at all. This scene was witnessed by all the devils. Each and every one of them opened their mouths wide in shock. The shock brought to them this time was much more shocking than when they killed a 9th-grade Devil Emperor. The gap between a 9th-grade Devil Emperor and a 1st-grade Minor Devil Saint was unimaginable. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. Now, even a 1st-grade Minor Devil Saint wasn't a match for his opponent. What kind of monster was this young human? How could he be so powerful? This kid is hard to deal with. Even I am not a match for him. It seems like I have to ask that person for help. Chapter 757. Boom. Jiang Chen didn't give the old man any chance. With a shake of his feet, he appeared above the old man's head like a bolt of lightning. The heavenly saint's sword was enveloped by raging flames, turning into a sword of fire. The terrifying flames made all the devils tremble from the bottom of their hearts, as if they had met their natural enemy. When the sword was unleashed, Not even ghosts were left behind. Just the sword energy alone was enough to kill hundreds of devils. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's sword once again appeared above the old man's head. Presumptuous! Right at this time, a loud shout suddenly came from the depths of the second layer of the devil world. A black devil wave soared into the sky with extreme speed, appearing above the devil city in the blink of an eye. The devil wave rolled and rolled, turning into a middle-aged man clad in black armor. However, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to the great devil's shout. He continued to slash down with his sword. The old man cried out in alarm. He summoned all the energy in his body and condensed a black shield, trying to block Jiang Chen's sword. Chila! However, Jiang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination.
Even though the old man had the cultivation of a first-grade minor devil saint, he was still suppressed by the true dragon fire and true thunder fire.
The old man had already suffered some injuries, so how could he be a match for Jiang Chen? Under the attack of the heavenly saint's sword, the originally sturdy black shield was smashed into pieces on the spot. The long sword's momentum didn't diminish at all. It forcefully chopped off one of the old man's arms, causing black devil blood to spurt out like a fountain. The old man bellowed in rage, but his eyes were filled with fear. Bastard! The middle-aged giant devil who had just appeared bellowed. His huge black palm slapped down at Jiang Chen. He had already arrived, but Jiang Chen still dared to hurt him. This was a blatant act of not putting him in his eyes. How could this be? Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head. He flipped the heavenly saint's sword and slashed at the huge black palm. Bang! When the heavenly saint's sword slashed at the huge palm, it was as if it was slashing at a piece of black iron. A clanging sound was produced, and a large number of sparks were produced. One could see how strong the opponent's physique was. Furthermore, the huge force from the huge black palm sent Jiang Chen flying several dozen li away. Jiang Chen felt his arm go numb, and his blood and qi were in turmoil. It was an indescribable pain. However, he immediately circulated the dragon transformation art and wood spiritual qi, recovering from the shock in an instant. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at his opponent.
He saw that the devil was wearing a black armor. On the surface of the armor, there was a ferocious devil pattern. There was a long black horn on the top of the devil's head. There were black scales on both sides of his cheeks, making him look extremely ferocious. What caught Jiang Chen's attention wasn't the devil's appearance, but his qi. This was a powerful second-grade minor devil saint, much stronger than the previous first-grade minor devil saint. Jiang Chen hadn't advanced to the 8th-grade combat emperor yet. Even with the suppression of the flames, he could only deal with a first-grade minor devil saint. He was no match for a second-grade minor devil saint. However, Jiang Chen wasn't worried about the appearance of this second-grade minor devil saint. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. With the brilliant mirror in his hand and the edifying light, he had 100% certainty that he could edify this devil.
All the devils revealed an excited look when they saw the second-grade minor devil saint. This human was too scary. Even a first-grade minor devil saint wasn't a match for him. Only a powerful second-grade minor devil saint could take him down. This second-grade minor devil saint was a powerful existence in the center of the second level of the devil world. His name was Yi Sha. He was extremely ferocious. If any devil offended him, he would eat them on the spot, not even spitting out their bones. Even if Yi Sha appeared, this human in front of them would certainly die. No second-grade minor devil saint was Yi Sha's match. Despicable brat. How dare you come to the heart of the devil world to kill? You really don't know what's good for you. I can see that your qi and blood are vigorous, so I will eat you. It will bring me great benefits. Yi Sha said to Jiang Chen. Haha, I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. His provocative words showed that he didn't put his opponent in his eyes. Courting death. Yi Sha was infuriated. He immediately stretched out his giant devil hand and pounced towards Jiang Chen. The giant black palm was covered with silvery black scales. It was incomparably ferocious, as if a mountain was pressing down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. He was afraid that the brilliant mirror wouldn't be able to reflect such an attack. The mirror could only reflect energy attacks. Yi Sha's attack was equivalent to a physical attack. Space shift. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He didn't want to be entangled with Yi Sha anymore. He executed the space shift and dodged the attack, causing the giant black palm to miss its target. What a fast speed, but it's useless. Seal it for me. Isha was surprised, but he didn't care. He immediately stretched out his palm again. This time, the giant black devil palm directly sealed the void, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to escape. Hong! A monstrous wave burst out from Jiang Chen's body. A giant fire dragon rushed out. The fire dragon seal was powerful and ferocious. It was many times stronger than ordinary combat skills. Jiang Chen wasn't weak now. It wouldn't be easy for a second-grade minor devil saint to kill him. The fire dragon collided with the evil demon's palm, blocking its attack. After that, Jiang Chen once again unleashed the dimensional shift skill and rushed out of the evil demon's attack range. The dimensional shift skill was an extremely powerful movement skill. In his past life, Jiang Chen had relied on this movement skill to travel across the world, and rarely met anyone who could match him. The so-called space shift meant that once one mastered it, even the shackles of space would not be able to bind him. He could directly escape. Roar! Isha was infuriated when he saw Jiang Chen dodging his attack again. This bastard had a bad temper. How could he allow a combat emperor human brat to escape from him again and again? This was a challenge to him. Jiang Chen's attack was a challenge to him. Berserk Devil Dragon die! Isha was infuriated. He struck out a huge wave of devil waves, pouncing at Jiang Chen. The devil waves blotted out the sky and earth, forming a 300 meters long devil dragon that looked extremely ferocious. This was a powerful technique of the devil race that could destroy the heavens and earth. Seeing such an attack, Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. He had been waiting for Isha to execute a powerful energy attack. Even if this attack wasn't Isha's full strength, it was enough for Jiang Chen. If it was the Isha's most powerful attack, it wouldn't be good. Jiang Chen's brilliant mirror could reflect this kind of demonic attack. That was double the energy. If it was reflected, even if the Isha wasn't killed, it would be crippled. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to see. He didn't want to cripple the Isha. If he could subdue such a big guy, not to mention how useful it would be in the future, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the devil world. Roar! The devil dragon roared and crazily rushed towards Jiang Chen. Voila! At this time, Jiang Chen took out the brilliant mirror. The huge mirror faced the devil dragon, and a huge amount of energy was poured into the brilliant mirror by Jiang Chen. This mirror was like a vampire, sucking away all the energy in Jiang Chen's body. Even if Jiang Chen was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but curse. The price he had to pay to use the brilliant mirror was too high. The devil dragon directly rushed into the brilliant mirror. Without a sound, it was completely absorbed by the brilliant mirror. Rumble! In the next moment, something strange happened. A gigantic demonic dragon that was twice the size of the previous demonic dragon rushed out of the mirror of light and attacked the Isha. The power that this demonic dragon carried was twice as much as before. Not only was its energy increased, but its attack speed had also doubled. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the Isha. What? Isha exclaimed. The scene in front of him made him feel like he was in a dream. The shock in his heart was many times stronger than when he fought against the Tan family village elder. When he fought against the Tan family village elder, it was just a single-time rebound of energy. Now it was double the strength. However, Isha's reaction was also very fast. In his hand, a huge and gloomy devil weapon appeared, and he slashed at the devil dragon in front of him. Rumble! Boundless waves of battle overflowed in all directions. 1/10 of the buildings in the Devil City below were directly destroyed. Countless demons were caught in the crossfire and died on the spot. Just this attack alone crushed at least thousands of demons. Wah! Isha spat out a mouthful of blood and his whole body was sent flying. An attack with double the strength. Even if it was not his strongest attack, the rebound was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was not a full-force attack. If it was his strongest full-force attack, the current him might not even be able to block it. Even so, the injuries that Isha suffered at the moment were extremely serious. His body was cracked. He roared with boundless anger. However, before he could stabilize his body, a snake-like light appeared in front of him and drilled into the depths of his mind. Ah! Isha immediately tore his head with both hands. His face was ferocious as if he had suffered endless pain. However, this situation only lasted for a few minutes before Isha stopped. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen opposite him. There was no longer the fierceness in his eyes. Isha dragged his seriously injured body and flew in front of Jiang Chen. With a thud, he knelt down. Master. Isha's greeting of master was extremely sincere. He had been completely edified by the edifying light and was now Jiang Chen's slave. As long as Jiang Chen said a word, he would not hesitate even if he was asked to die immediately. Isha, you bastard. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling to the human clan? Chapter 758. It wasn't just the old man, all the demons. Thousands of eyes were looking at the performance of the evil demon with incomparable shock. This scene made them feel as if they had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. The evil demon that countless people feared was actually kneeling in front of a human boy. What was going on? Isha, don't forget your identity. This kid is a human, our enemy. The old man shouted again. One of his arms had been chopped off by Jiang Chen. It could be said that he hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Initially, he was counting on Isha to kill Jiang Chen to avenge him. But now, not only did he fail to kill his opponent, but the dignified second-grade minor devil saint of the devil race actually knelt down in front of his opponent. Bastard, don't be rude to master. Isha suddenly turned his head and shouted at the old man. Although he had suffered a certain degree of injury, his foundation was strong. His cultivation was a second-grade minor devil saint. Even if he was injured, the other devils couldn't be compared to him. After being edified by the edifying light, Isha subconsciously obeyed only Jiang Chen. He completely regarded Jiang Chen as his master. He would not allow anyone to disrespect his master. Now, he only had one identity, and that was Jiang Chen's slave, not a giant devil of the devil race. Isha, I will help you recover from your injury now. Jiang Chen waved his hand. A green light flashed and enveloped Isha. Powerful wood spiritual qi entered Isha's body. Isha's injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, master. Isha kowtowed to Jiang Chen with sincerity. Damn kid, what did you do to Isha to make him listen to you? Isha, don't forget your identity. You are the little devil saint of the devil race. The old man was heartbroken. He had an impulse to go crazy. He had no idea what Jiang Chen did to Isha to make him listen to him. Isha, go kill him and bring me the demon spirit. Jiang Chen gave the order to Lang Leng. At the same time, he put away the brilliant mirror and secretly refined a large amount of heaven elixir. He began to recover his consumed origin power. Yes, master. Isha didn't take Jiang Chen's words lightly. He stood up and appeared in front of the one-armed old man the next moment. Feeling the ice-cold killing intent from Isha, the old man couldn't help but shiver in fear. At this moment, he felt that the fierce Isha had returned once again. The aura exuding from his body was that of a giant devil of the devil race. However, Isha's purpose was to kill him. Isha, what are you doing? The old man panicked. Gotcha. Without saying anything else, the evil spirit grabbed the old man's head and crushed it. Then, it took out the demon spirit and brought it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and kept the demon spirit. The demon spirit of a first-grade minor devil saint was a rare treasure to him. Isha, kill all the 9th-grade devil emperors in this devil city and give me the demon spirit. Jiang Chen gave the order again. Yes, master. Isha moved again. All he could do was to obey Jiang Chen's order without any doubt, even if Jiang Chen asked him to die immediately. The whole devil city was in chaos, especially those 9th-grade devil emperor devil leaders. Each of them was scared out of their wits and began to flee in all directions. They could see that Isha had been completely subdued by the human in front of them. Even a first-grade minor devil saint could be easily killed, let alone them. In their hearts, Isha was the legendary giant devil of the devil race. With their cultivation base, it was impossible for them to fight against him. All of you die. Isha stretched out his arm. Black light beams shot out from his body, chasing after each of the 9th-grade devil emperors that were trying to escape. Arg. For a moment, the whole sky above the devil city was filled with endless screams. Those powerful devil emperors were smashed into pieces. Their demon spirits floated up and fell into Isha's hands. Isha only took a few breaths' time to kill all the 9th-grade devil emperors here. A second-grade minor devil saint was too powerful. It was imaginable that if Jiang Chen gave the order to kill all the devils here, none of the 100,000 devils in the city would be able to escape. Under the control of a second-grade minor devil saint's domain, escaping was just an extravagant hope. At this moment, all the devils were terrified. Even though there were countless devils in this devil city, none of them dared to make a move. Let alone Jiang Chen. Yi Sha alone was enough to suppress all of them. This was their powerful devil saint. Normally, they didn't even have the qualification to kneel before Yi Sha. Swoosh! Yi Sha returned to Jiang Chen's side. A total of 11 ninth-grade Devil Emperor Devil Souls were handed to Jiang Chen personally. Jiang Chen kept all the Devil Souls and said to Yi Sha Lang Lang, "Yi Sha, you have done well. I want to meditate now. Find me a place."
"Yes, master."
After Yi Sha finished speaking, he brought Jiang Chen and flew towards the deepest part of the second level of the Devil World. Jiang Chen followed behind Yi Sha. He wasn't interested in the 100,000 devils here and had no interest in killing them. Including the 9th-grade Devil Emperor that he had killed before, he had a total of 12 9th-grade Devil Emperor Devil Souls and a 1st-grade Minor Devil Saint Devil Soul. These 9th-grade Devil Emperor Devil Souls were enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the 8th-grade Combat Emperor. It was easy to break through to the 8th-grade Combat Emperor, but Jiang Chen needed a certain amount of time to stabilize his foundation before breaking through to the 9th-grade Combat Emperor. Therefore, what he needed the most now was to find a place to meditate. This kind of place wasn't easy to find, but Yi Sha was easy to find. Very quickly, under Yi Sha's lead, Jiang Chen arrived at an ancient Black Devil Palace. "Master, this is the place where I cultivate. There isn't a single devil in 1,000 miles radius," Yi Sha said. If one wanted to find a quiet place in the second level of the Devil Realm, this place was undoubtedly the best choice. Wherever Yi Sha was, no one would dare to move around. No one would dare to offend Yi Sha's holy might. This place was Yi Sha's trump card. Whoever dared to step into this place was simply courting death. "All right, Yi Sha, I want to break through to the 8th-grade Combat Emperor here. You are responsible for guarding me. Don't let anyone disturb me," Jiang Chen ordered.
"Yes, master."
Yi Sha bowed at Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and strode into the Devil Palace.
With the protection of Yi Sha, Jiang Chen could cultivate in peace without worrying about being disturbed. Jiang Chen casually found a place in the Devil Palace and sat cross-legged. Without any delay, Jiang Chen refined all the Devil Souls of the 9th-grade Devil Emperors. New dragon marks began to condense. In just an hour, all the Devil Souls were completely refined and absorbed by the Dragon Transformation skill. The powerful energy contained in the Devil Souls was all absorbed by Jiang Chen. 500 new dragon marks were condensed. Jiang Chen's chi surged, directly advancing to the 8th-grade Combat Emperor. The powerful energy hadn't been used up yet. It helped Jiang Chen condense another 100 new dragon marks. At this point, Jiang Chen stopped. As for the Devil Soul of the 1st-grade Minor Devil Saint, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to refine it. The advancement from the 8th grade to the 9th-grade Combat Emperor was a very difficult process.
The amount of energy required was many times greater than the advancement from the 7th grade to the 8th grade.
Furthermore, Jiang Chen had relied on this barbaric method to break through to the 8th-grade Combat Emperor. He was ready to take a break.
In order to advance to the 9th-grade Combat Emperor, his foundation must be very solid.
In the following period of time, Jiang Chen used the Dragon Transformation skill to stabilize his foundation.
Once his foundation was solid enough, he could start the second round of plundering to advance to the 9th-grade Combat Emperor.
Yi Sha was guarding outside the Devil Palace. He was a loyal guard. He had suffered serious injuries, but after the recovery of the wood spiritual chi, he had recovered a lot. Now, he could use the time when Jiang Chen was meditating to fully recover his injuries. The Immortal Depository Mountain was located in the 8 major domains. It was a forbidden land like the Death Mountain. No one dared to enter it during normal times. However, at the deepest part of the mountain, there was a transparent altar floating in the air. The golden light of the altar was dazzling. It was incomparably mystical. Incomprehensible runes were appearing on the surface of the altar. At this moment, a man wearing a golden robe was squatting on the altar. His eyes were closed tightly. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His whole body was carrying the chi of an emperor that made people revere him. Beside him was an incomparably majestic white tiger. The white tiger had its eyes closed just like him. Hoo-hoo! The golden wind was whistling. Golden runes fell from the sky unceasingly, wrapping the entire altar. These runes carried a trace of immortal chi, as if they didn't belong to this world.
There seemed to be a passageway on the altar that could connect a man and a tiger to the upper world. This golden-haired man was none other than the Northern and Southern dynasties. Currently, the Northern and Southern dynasties had reached the terrifying 9th-grade combat emperor, Dian Feng. He was only a step away from the minor saint realm. Even the white tiger beside him had reached the peak of the 4th-grade minor demon saint, and was only a step away from the 5th-grade minor demon saint. White Tiger possessed a powerful divine beast bloodline. Once he advanced to the 5th-grade minor demon saint, even a 6th-grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. Eternal immortal wind. Descend. Nan Bei Chao suddenly let out a roar. A golden gust of wind suddenly poured down from the sky. Each gust of wind was like an immortal dragon, incomparably mystical. When this terrifying immortal wind blew down, the mountains around the altar were directly blown into powder. All living beings were destroyed. At the same time, a gust of immortal qi appeared on top of the white tiger's head and was channeled into his body.
Chapter 759. Roar.
An earth-shattering roar of a tiger was heard from the altar. The entire immortal vault mountain was trembling. Mountains were destroyed one after another.
White Tiger leaped up to the sky.
Currently, White Tiger's body was glowing with golden light. The word king on his forehead looked incomparably valiant. He had followed the Northern and Southern dynasties and obtained the resources of the immortal world. He had advanced to the 5th-grade minor demon saint realm and was much stronger than before. With his current condition, he could even suppress a 6th-grade minor saint. Eternal immortal wind, enter my body. At the same time, the Northern and Southern dynasties let out a loud shout. The endless eternal immortal wind turned into immortal dragons and entered his body. This eternal immortal wind had an incomparably strong destructive force. To all living beings, the eternal immortal wind itself represented destruction. However, not only was the Northern and Southern dynasties not affected by the eternal immortal wind, they could even absorb the eternal immortal wind and turn it into their own powerful resource. This was the power of the immortal physique.
Ka-cha!
The moment the eternal immortal wind entered the bodies of the Northern and Southern dynasties, the qi of the Northern and Southern dynasties rose to a new height. Immediately, they advanced to the peak of the 1st-grade minor saint realm, only a step away from the 2nd-grade minor saint realm. Voila! The light and the runes on the altar vanished in an instant. Then, the crystal-like altar vanished as well. The immortal depository mountain returned to its usual tranquility, giving off an incomparably gloomy feeling. After advancing to the minor saint realm, Nan Bei Chao's qi of monarch became even denser. He stood there like a true emperor. Coupled with the divine beast following him, he gave off a majestic feeling that no one could profane him.
Haha!
Now that I have advanced to the peak of the 1st-grade minor saint, not even a 3rd-grade minor saint is a match for me. Plus, I have the help of the eternal immortal wind. With its help, I can advance to the 3rd-grade minor saint in a short period of time. At that time, I can even kill a 5th-grade minor saint. Zhang Chen, I don't believe that I can't kill you with my current strength. Nan Bei Chao's eyes lit up. Being defeated by Jiang Chen twice in a row was the biggest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. He had to kill Jiang Chen with his own hands. Only then would he be able to erase this humiliation and dispel the hatred in his heart. Currently, he was a 1st-grade minor saint in the Northern and Southern dynasties. With the eternal immortal wind, he could deal with a 5th-grade minor saint. Plus, he had the immortal physique. The Northern and Southern dynasties didn't believe that Chen could defeat him. Come, Chen, complete your heaven.
White Tiger spoke.
His voice was so loud that it could make one's soul tremble.
Don't worry.
I still need time to stabilize my cultivation. The next time I come out of seclusion will be the time when the world is in chaos. This is a domain. Let's start from here and conquer the entire domain. Heaven, earth, profound and yellow. These 4 domains will all be under my rule. Once I have done that, my monarch heaven art will undergo a true transformation. This time, no one will be able to stop me. Nan Bei Chao's whole body was filled with confidence. His ambition was huge. It wasn't just limited to the mysterious domain. He wanted to rule the 4 neighboring domains, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Once he finished ruling the 4 domains, he would obtain endless benefits. His monarch technique would also undergo a complete transformation. The Northern and Southern dynasties and White Tiger didn't leave the immortal depository mountain immediately. They stayed behind to stabilize their cultivation. In the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, the four domains would be there sooner or later.
As for Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties didn't put him in their eyes. The last time he fought with Jiang Chen was only a second-grade combat emperor. Now that he had obtained the help of the immortal depository mountain and reached the minor saint realm, the distance between him and Jiang Chen would surely increase. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to catch up with him. In his point of view, killing Jiang Chen now was as easy as killing an ant. While the northern and southern dynasties were meditating, Jiang Chen was also meditating. Half a month had passed in the Devil Palace before Jiang Chen woke up from his seclusion. The current him had completely stabilized his foundation. His 8th grade combat emperor's foundation was incomparably solid. With my current foundation, I can break through to the 9th grade combat emperor. But the energy required to do so is much greater than that of an 8th grade combat emperor. I only have the devil soul of a 1st grade minor devil saint, which isn't enough. It seems like I need to go to the 3rd level of the devil world, but first, I need to refine the devil soul of the 1st grade minor devil saint to increase my strength. Jiang Chen turned his palm and the devil soul of the 1st grade minor devil saint appeared. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation art to refine it on the spot. One had to admit that the devil soul of a 1st grade minor devil saint contained an enormous amount of energy. One devil soul had helped Jiang Chen condense 500 dragon marks. Adding the 100 dragon marks that he had before, he only needed to condense another 1,400 dragon marks to break through to the 9th grade combat emperor. Under such circumstances, he could only hunt for more minor devil saints. The devil soul of a devil emperor wouldn't be of much use to him anymore. Jiang Chen sent out his divine sense and Yi Sha appeared in front of him in an instant. Master. Yi Sha bowed at Jiang Chen and called out respectfully, Master. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Yi Sha. He was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. Good, Yi Sha. I didn't expect you to advance to the 3rd grade minor devil saint. Not bad. Yi Sha's cultivation grade was already at the peak of 2nd grade minor devil saint, only a step away from the 3rd grade. The attack from the bright mirror and the help from the wood spiritual chi could be considered as a blessing in disguise. In this half a month's time, not only had Yi Sha's injuries fully recovered, he had also advanced to the 3rd grade minor devil saint. This could be considered as his good fortune. To Jiang Chen, the stronger Yi Sha was, the more help he could provide. It's all because of Master's help that Yi Sha could advance so much. Yi Sha said. All right, Yi Sha, let me ask you. How many minor devil saints are there in the 2nd level of the devil world? Jiang Chen asked. Reporting to Master, I'm not too sure about this. The devil realm is too vast, and there are too many devils here. Normally, I would stay in this devil hall and not go out. However, in the 2nd layer of the devil realm, there aren't many minor devil saints. I'm afraid that I'm the only 2nd level minor devil saint. The main reason is because the resources and devil chi in the 3rd layer are much denser. The majority of minor devil saints are in the 3rd layer. Yi Sha said. Alright, let's go to the 3rd level of the devil world now. I want to kill some minor devil saints to help me advance. Jiang Chen said. With his current cultivation grade, he could kill a 2nd grade minor devil saint even without using Yi Sha. However, he naturally wanted to make use of Yi Sha. After all, the 3rd level of the devil world was incomparable to the first 2 levels. There were incomparably powerful experts of the devil race in there. There were even minor devil saints and great devil saints. If a human like Jiang Chen were to enter the 3rd level, once he released his chi, it would be no different than courting death. But if it was Yi Sha, there wouldn't be a problem. There were too many devils, so naturally there were too many forces. Just like the human race, although they were all humans, they weren't very united. Fights between forces were too common. If Yi Sha attacked, it would only be regarded as an internal conflict of the devil race and wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups. Yes, Master. Yi Sha was completely obedient to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen asked him to kill someone, he would definitely rush out at the first moment. When Jiang Chen entered the 3rd level of the devil world under Yi Sha's lead, the northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger had also left the immortal depository mountain. A storm was coming to the Earth Domain. Earth Domain's Huang family. The Huang family was one of the 4 major powers of the Earth Domain. Their overall strength wasn't any weaker than Xuanyu's Tan family. Huang Shangwen, who was killed by Jiang Chen in Danyuan City, was the supreme genius of the Huang family. The patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Yilu,
was a 4th-grade minor saint. He was a well-deserved overlord of the Earth domain. There were 4 burly guards standing in front of the gates of the Huang clan. Each of them had an incomparably arrogant air about them. In this region, being a member of the Huang clan, even if it was just a small guard, was an incomparably glorious matter, worthy of pride. The guards were talking and laughing. No one knew what they were discussing. At this time, 2 silhouettes suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of the gate of the Huang family. It was a man and a tiger. They gave off a very powerful feeling.
Who are you? Do you know what this place is? Is this a place that you can come to?
A guard pointed at the northern and southern dynasties and shouted. Nan Bei Chao didn't even cast a glance at the guard. He waved his hand and a gust of wind blew out, followed by 3 shrill screams. The 3 guards were crushed into powder by the gust of wind, leaving nothing behind. The remaining guard was dumbfounded on the spot. Looking at the golden-robed, golden-haired young man in front of him, he was frightened out of his wits.
Ask your patriarch and all the higher-ups to come out and see me. I'm going to the martial arena of your family. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly.
Then with a sway, they flew into the Huang family with White Tiger and stopped at the martial arena of the Huang family. The northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger had entered the martial arena of the Huang family in such an imposing manner. That was to say, the guard didn't need to report to his superiors. In other words, it was fortunate that the guard could keep his life.
Who is it? Who dares to trespass the Huang family? Does he want to die?
Who has the guts to kill someone in front of the Huang family?
Presumptuous. This is outrageous.
No matter who he is, he must die for trespassing the Huang family.
Chapter 760.
The martial arena of the Huang family was very big. It became crowded in an instant. Other than the higher-ups, there were more and more people coming. In this area, the Huang family was the absolute overlord, a benchmark that couldn't be ignored. The Huang family had existed for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. Someone dared to kill the guards of the Huang family and came to the martial arena to show off. At this moment, all the people of the Huang family were filled with righteous indignation. There were 7 to 8 minor saint experts who appeared because the qi released by the northern and southern dynasties and the White Tiger was too strong.
They had no choice but to come out.
To a major power like the Huang family, a minor saint was an antique-level existence. It was very rare for them to show themselves. The experts of the Huang family looked at the northern and southern dynasties and the White Tiger who were standing on the battle platform. Their eyes were filled with anger, but at the same time, they were shocked. The young man in front of them carried the qi of a superior, like an emperor. One look and they could tell that he was a dragon among men, a favored son of heaven. They had never heard of such a genius before, let alone seen him. What really shocked them was the White Tiger. The White Tiger was too divine, but divine beasts were too rare. Even if they could sense the divine aura of the White Tiger, they wouldn't be able to guess that the White Tiger in front of them was one of the legendary 5 divine beasts.
Brat, who are you?
Why are you behaving atrociously in my Huang family?
An elder shouted.
The northern and southern dynasties glanced at him and didn't give him a second glance. Although this elder was a powerful 3rd-grade minor saint, he wasn't someone that the northern and southern dynasties would put in their eyes. The one he was looking for was Huang Yilu.
Ask your patriarch to come out. I will count to 3.
If Huang Yilu doesn't come out, I will start a massacre. Today, the blood of the Huang family will flow like a river. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant and domineering.
Presumptuous. Who do you think you are?
How dare you disrespect our patriarch? Courting death. A young disciple of the Huang family shouted at the northern and southern dynasties. Although he was only an 8th-grade combat emperor, this was the Huang family. No outsider was allowed to behave atrociously. You dare to blaspheme my dignity? Dang. The northern and southern dynasties glanced at the young disciple and suddenly flicked their fingers. A golden ray of light shot out. This ray of light was like a sharp sword. It was extremely fast and rushed towards the young disciple. This was the northern and southern dynasties. They had always been self-centered. In front of them, a single word could lead to a fatal disaster. A single disrespectful gaze could cause the northern and southern dynasties to die a tragic death.
Impudent.
A 1st-grade minor saint elder tried to stop it. He reached out his hand and grabbed the golden light.
Puff. Ah. Accompanied by a scream, the old man's palm not only failed to grab hold of the golden light from the northern and southern dynasties, but was pierced by the golden light instead. Then, the golden light disappeared and pierced through the young disciple's head. He died on the spot in a pool of blood. What? This scene made countless members of the Huang family panic. Each of them looked at the northern and southern dynasties angrily. This young man who came out of nowhere was too overbearing. The Huang family had never offended such a person before, but he killed the young disciple as soon as he arrived. First it was the guards and now it was the young disciple of the Huang family. He was too arrogant. Looking at his arrogant look, he didn't put the Huang family in his eyes at all. The lives of the Huang family were nothing but grass in his hands. This man is too arrogant. Great elder, let's attack together and kill him. An elder of the little saint realm shouted. Roar, however, before they could do anything, the white tiger raised its proud head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying roar of the tiger turned into sound waves and spread across the sky above the Huang family. Hung long. Under the vibration of the sound waves, most of the houses in the Huang family began to collapse. Some of the weaker disciples on the training field had blood spurting out from their mouths and noses. They couldn't even stand properly. The weaker ones had already fainted on the spot. Even those minor saint elders felt their ears buzzing and their chests were stuffy. They couldn't describe the discomfort they felt. This was because the white tiger was roaring at the sky. If it was directed at them, they were afraid that many of them would die. When the white tiger unleashed its chi, it allowed the elders of the Huang family to see the true strength of the white tiger. It was a powerful 5th-grade minor demon saint. Let alone a divine beast, even an ordinary demonic beast was enough to annihilate the entire Huang family. Those few elders who were thinking of joining forces to attack the northern and southern dynasties were now pale. None of them dared to make a move. At this time, a powerful chi rose from the depths of the Huang family. In a blink, it arrived at the training field. The person who came seemed to be in his 40s. He had a strong physique and was a peak 4th-grade minor saint. Without a doubt, he was the patriarch of the Huang family, the #1 expert of the Huang family, Huang Yi. Huang Yi landed in front of the camp of the Huang family. His face was incomparably gloomy. Even though he didn't appear just now, he had already known everything that had happened in the training field. Patriarch, this man, the great elder said in a low voice. Huang Yi waved his hand and interrupted him. I already know. After that, Huang Yi took a step forward and clasped his fists at the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger. May I know how to address this young master? Why did you come to my Huang family to cause trouble? If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be any enmity between us, right? I am the reincarnation of an immortal from the northern and southern dynasties. I have inherited the will of an immortal and want to rule the entire continent. This is the white tiger of the 5 divine beasts. I believe you have seen the power of the white tiger just now. Now, I want to rule the entire region, followed by the Heaven region, Huang region and Xuanyu region. The 4 great regions will become one great power. In the future, all of you will have to obey the spirits of the northern and southern dynasties. If your Huang clan follows me, you will definitely have a lot of benefits in the future. If you don't obey me, today, I will kill every single one of you. The tone of the northern and southern dynasties was calm, but his ferociousness was not in his words. Hearing this, all the people of the Huang family were shocked. Nanbei Chao's words had shocked them. The 8 domains of the divine continent had existed for a very long time, and each of them lived on their own. They had never thought of ruling each other and breaking the balance. But this young man in front of them actually wanted to be a powerful ruler. What was even more shocking was that this young man claimed to be the reincarnation of an immortal, and inherited the will of an immortal. What was an immortal? They only existed in the high and mighty immortal world. Every one of them was a big shot. However, they could see that the northern and southern dynasties were not lying. This young man looked extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he have a 5th-grade minor demon Saint White Tiger follow him? That was a white tiger. Patriarch, our Huang family is considered a big family. We have never been controlled by others. We can't just listen to him and obey him. The great elder said unwillingly. Humph. My power isn't something you can imagine. Huang Yi, I will give you a chance now. You and I will fight. If you lose, Huang family will obey me. Otherwise, all of you will die today. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly and said loudly to Huang Yi. Upon hearing this, Huang Yilu's eyes sparkled. The other members of the Huang family also revealed a happy expression. In their point of view, the northern and southern dynasties were too arrogant. A mere first-grade minor saint dared to fight their patriarch? Wasn't that courting death? Is this true? Huang Yilu asked. The Huang family was such a big foundation. They couldn't afford to give it up just like that. However, that white tiger was too powerful. He could eliminate the Huang family by himself. Now, the northern and southern dynasties were going to fight him. This was a great opportunity. Although Huang Yilu wasn't a powerful man, it was still a piece of cake for him to deal with a first-grade minor saint with his fourth-grade minor saint cultivation. Come on. Don't waste my time. I will go to the other major powers after I settle your family. The northern and southern dynasties flew to the sky with a sway. Huang Yilu turned into a ray of light and chased after them. Eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties didn't want to waste any more time. They unleashed their eternal immortal wind. Under the stimulation of the wind, their chi began to skyrocket. In just a blink, they had advanced to the third-grade minor saint. What? Huang Yilu exclaimed. How could he not be shocked when the northern and southern dynasties increased their cultivation by 2 grades? Fortunately, they were only third-grade minor saints. Huang Yilu could still deal with them easily. Voila! With a loud sound, the northern and southern dynasties controlled the eternal immortal wind and turned it into a powerful storm, engulfing Huang Yilu. Chila, every single one of the powerful eternal immortal wind was akin to an unstoppable blade, directly slicing through Huang Yilu's domain, leaving behind one wound after another on his body. Thereafter, Huang Yilu discovered that his entire body had already been surrounded by a storm. These storms seemed to be formed from tens of thousands of immortal dragons, trapping him firmly within. What a powerful wind! This isn't the wind of this world. It has a sense of superiority. This man isn't simple. He really has the body of an immortal soul. He has inherited the will of a high immortal. This storm is too powerful. As long as the northern and southern dynasties are willing, they can kill him instantly in this storm. Huang Yilu was terrified. The northern and southern dynasties were merely first-grade minor saints, but they could kill him instantly after unleashing their powerful storm. Such a person was too scary. Such a person could really rule a few big domains. This is the reincarnation of an immortal soul. He is incomparably powerful. Having a divine beast following him is an auspicious sign. It seems like this is the fate of my Huang family. However, following this man might give us some benefits. Since we have no other choice, we might as well submit to him. Let's see if he can really rule the 4 big domains. Chapter 761. Huang Yilu, do you want to die? While Huang Yilu was still in a state of shock, the voices of the northern and southern dynasties sounded again. The storm formed by the eternal immortal wind suddenly became agitated, as if it was going to tear Huang Yilu apart. Trapped by the eternal immortal wind, Huang Yilu's facial expression changed dramatically. He knew that he had delayed for too long. Nanbei Chao's patience was limited. If he didn't surrender now, the eternal immortal wind would tear him into pieces, and the entire Huang family would suffer a great calamity. Stop, Prince Nanbei. My Huang family is willing to submit to you. Huang Yilu didn't dare to show any signs of neglect. He immediately shouted. Voila! Under the control of the northern and southern dynasties, the eternal immortal wind returned to his body like a tide. Then, the chi of the northern and southern dynasties decreased, returning to the first-grade minor saint. Huang Yilu wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. His admiration for the northern and southern dynasties increased even more. There were techniques that could increase one's combat power for a short period of time in this world, but these were all forbidden techniques that were extremely rare. However, the cultivator would have to pay a certain price after using these forbidden techniques. After the technique ended, the cultivator would enter a period of weakness. However, the northern and southern dynasties in front of him had increased by 2 grades. Now their cultivation grade had returned to the first-grade minor saint, but their chi didn't change at all. They didn't seem tired at all. This was too shocking. Perhaps, only the powerful immortal soul could do this. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your Huang family will receive great benefits by following me. You are undoubtedly lucky to be able to witness the path of domination. All the minor saints of your Huang family should be prepared. Tomorrow we will attack the other major powers of this domain. If they don't submit, we will kill them all. All the wealth and treasures will belong to your Huang family. The northern and southern dynasties said loudly. A great power that dominated a region, a terrifying overlord, a great family, and yet they had so easily conquered it. Perhaps only the northern and southern dynasties could do this. The members of the Huang family had ugly expressions on their faces, but they had clearly seen the battle just now. There was no need to talk about the white tiger, but this young man was too powerful. Even the patriarch wasn't a match for him. The Huang family didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Since their patriarch had already submitted, what reason did they have to not submit? Furthermore, looking at the other party's ambitions, they definitely wouldn't stop at just dealing with the Huang family. Tomorrow they would go and deal with the other major powers of the Earth domain. Thinking of this, the Huang family felt much more at ease in their hearts. However, it wasn't hard to imagine that the Earth domain would be in chaos from today onwards. Such a huge domain would soon be conquered by the northern and southern dynasties. Not only the Earth domain, but the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow domains would also be in chaos. The emergence of the northern and southern dynasties was bound to stir up the world. The northern and southern dynasties had already begun their path of hegemony, starting from the Earth domain. At this time, the seemingly peaceful Xuanyu was actually surging with undercurrents. The Xiaoyao Palace had already begun their preparations. Freedom King had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint not long ago. Now, all that was left was to wait for the return of the northern and southern dynasties. Under the arrangement of Jiang Chen, Nebula Kid and Wu Emo had formed an alliance. The Nebula sect and the Maoyin cult had become very close. Han Yen had already told Wu Emo about the northern and southern dynasties. Wu Emo wasn't an idiot. He naturally knew the severity of the situation. In addition to his relationship with Jiang Chen, Wu Emo was very willing to form an alliance with the Nebula sect. Furthermore, the current Nebula Kid had already become a 5th grade minor saint. Wu Emo was still at the peak of 4th grade minor saint, but he seemed to have half a foot into the 5th grade minor saint. Perhaps, he would break through at any time. This was the only time in the history of Xuanyu where the devil cult and the righteous sects had formed an alliance. The devil cult had always been independent. They had always been at odds with the righteous sections. Only people like Jiang Chen and Han Yen could make them form an alliance. At this time, Jiang Chen and Yi Sha had already entered the 3rd level of the devil world. Hoo-hoo! The devil wind rustled, blowing with all its might. The entire 3rd level was filled with black devil wind. Even the ground was black. Everything had been demonized. If humans or demonic beasts stayed here for too long, they would be demonized by the devil chi and fall into a state of chi deviation. The demonic chi here was simply too dense. There were figures of demons everywhere, and their roars could be heard everywhere. This was a true demonic world. Anyone who walked here would feel their blood vessels solidifying. This place was too terrifying, even more terrifying than hell. Isha, don't waste any more time. Go and find the minor devil saint and kill him. Take out the devil soul for me. Jiang Chen ordered. Yes, master. I can sense a 1st grade minor devil saint and a 2nd grade minor devil saint 1,000 miles ahead. I will go and kill them for master now. Isha clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and disappeared in a flash. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He still needed 1,400 dragon marks to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. If he had the devil soul of a 2nd grade minor devil saint and a 1st grade minor devil saint, he would be able to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. Swoosh! When Jiang Chen was still thinking, Isha had returned with 2 black devil souls in his hand. His speed was too fast, but it wasn't a big deal. Isha was now a 3rd grade minor devil saint. Killing a 1st grade and a 2nd grade minor devil saint was a piece of cake for him. Haha, good. Isha, good job. Protect me now. I want to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The edifying light was too perfect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move an inch in the 3rd level of the devil realm. Now that he had Isha's help, he was like a fish in the water. He didn't need to do anything himself. All the benefits would be reaped. Isha's help wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups of the devil race. Yes, master. Isha obeyed Jiang Chen's orders without any delay. Jiang Chen didn't care where he was. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed. With the protection of Isha, he didn't need to worry about any devil disturbing him. Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation art and began to absorb the devil souls. About 10 minutes later, the 2 devil souls were completely refined by Jiang Chen. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 55,900. It was a pity that he hadn't advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, but he was almost there. He was only left with 100 dragon marks. The amount of energy required is too huge. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Even though he was mentally prepared, the amount of energy required to advance from the 8th grade to the 9th grade still made him speechless. Fortunately, the dragon transformation art could refine and absorb everything, or else, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate the 9th grade combat emperor. Yi Sha, from now on, only kill 2nd grade minor devil saints. Kill as many as you can. Jiang Chen said to Yi Sha, Master, with my current strength, we can only mingle in the periphery of the 3rd level. If we enter, there will be even more powerful minor devil sages appearing. Even I am not their match. If a powerful expert discovers Master's human, it will be troublesome. Yi Sha said. Then we will roam around the periphery. Let's go. Jiang Chen said. In the following time, Jiang Chen and Yi Sha were like 2 specters, shuttling around the periphery of the 3rd level, looking for powerful prey. An hour later, Yi Sha found another 2nd grade minor devil saint. He killed it on the spot and gave the devil soul to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't delay and refined the devil soul, absorbing the energy within. Ka Cha, the bottleneck of the 9th grade combat emperor, was broken through in an instant. Countless of heaven elixir was absorbed by Jiang Chen as if it was free. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally broke through to the 9th grade combat emperor, standing at the peak of the combat emperor realm. 56,000 dragon marks was the limit of the 9th grade combat emperor, but the current Jiang Chen's dragon marks had already exceeded 56,000, and there were still 200 more dragon marks. This is great. I have finally advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, but if I want to advance to the 1st grade minor saint, I will need an even greater amount of energy. I need 60,000 dragon marks and I need to condense another 4,000 dragon marks, but I can't rely on this method to advance anymore. If I use force to advance to the 1st grade minor saint, it will have a great impact on my foundation. In order to advance to the minor saint realm, I will have to rely on real methods. However, my foundation is still very strong. At least I can use this method to condense another 1,800 dragon marks, reaching the peak of the 9th grade combat emperor. After that, I will leave the devil world and return to Xuanyu. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He was the clearest about his own situation. It was already very good for him to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor in the devil world. This was also his goal. He didn't want to rely on this method to advance to the minor saint realm. Killing a minor devil saint for no reason would attract the attention of the higher-ups, even if it was Yi Sha who did it himself. Therefore, Jiang Chen and Yi Sha had to be very careful in the following days. They didn't dare to go on a killing spree anymore. Another half a month later, Jiang Chen continued to absorb the essence of the devil souls. His body had finally condensed 58,000 dragon marks. He still needed another 2,000 dragon marks to advance to the 1st grade minor saint realm. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had reaped a great harvest in this half a month. Other than reaching the peak of the 9th grade combat emperor, he had edified 3 3rd grade minor devil saints with the edifying light. Including Yi Sha, there was a total of 4 3rd grade minor devil saints. Such a tremendous combat strength was simply shocking. Given Jiang Chen's combat strength, killing a 2nd grade minor saint was as easy as flipping his hand. Killing a 3rd grade minor saint wasn't impossible for him. If he joined forces with Yi Sha and the others, even an ordinary 4th grade minor saint would die. Chapter 762. Jiang Chen's trip to the devil world was a fruitful one. His cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade combat emperor, and his next step was to break through to the minor saint realm. He had also subdued 4 powerful 3rd grade minor saints. This was a very powerful force. Devils had a strong physique. It was hard for humans to gain the upper hand in a battle of the same grade. Jiang Chen kept Yi Sha and the others into his spatial ring, then disappeared from the 3rd level of the devil world. It had been a month since he came to the devil world. It was time for him to return. Jiang Chen had a feeling that the chaos of Xuanyu was coming. This was his intuition. Jiang Chen's intuition had always been accurate. In Xuanyu, the Nebula sect gathered together. Wu Emo and a few other minor saints of the marine cult were present. Their faces were grim because the thing that Jiang Chen had predicted had finally happened. The storm was coming and it came so fast. Motherfucker! What the hell are these northern and southern dynasties? How could they be so powerful? An elder of the Moyin cult couldn't help but curse. He was feeling very gloomy. Nebula Kid smiled. He finally understood that Jiang Chen's evaluation of Nan Bei Chao wasn't exaggerated at all. He didn't put it in his heart at first, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen's prediction would come true so soon. I think everyone has heard the news. Half a month ago, Nan Bei Chao emerged as a new force. Starting from Earth Domain, he used only half a month to destroy all the major powers in Earth Domain, Heaven Domain, and Yellow Domain. All of them submitted to him. The House of Shadow Blight of Yellow Domain was the first to resist. They were experts in using poison, so no one dared to provoke them. But in the hands of Nan Bei Chao, the House of Shadow Blight didn't last more than half an hour before they were completely annihilated. Not even the fowls and dogs were spared. Blood flowed like a river. As far as I know, the master of the House of Shadow Blight had advanced to 5th grade minor saint not long ago. Nebula Kid said. This news was about the major events that had happened in the past half a month. It was an unprecedented event in the entire divine continent. Even an ordinary person would have heard of such shocking news, let alone the people present. However, Nebula Kid still repeated it. Nowadays, the reputation of the northern and southern dynasties had spread across the 4 major domains. Just mentioning the name of the northern and southern dynasties would certainly make people tremble in fear. The northern and southern dynasties have declared that they want to subdue the 4 major domains. Now, Heaven Domain, Yellow Domain and Earth Domain have all been subdued. Next is our Xuanyu. It's not hard to imagine our fate. Wu Emo frowned. As a peerless devil lord, this was the first time he felt that the situation was very tricky. The northern and southern dynasties have already subdued a lot of major powers. There are too many experts under them. Even if our Nebula sect and Marine cult unite, it won't be of any help. Nebula sect couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, they couldn't do anything but sigh. Everyone, don't worry. Before Jiang Chen left, he specifically asked me to unite our 2 major powers first. When he comes back, he will deal with the chaos in Xuanyu. So, we don't need to worry. Just wait for Jiang Chen to come back. Nebula Kid said. The opponent was too strong. Even if he was very confident in Jiang Chen, his heart was still beating like a drum. When Jiang Chen left, he was only a 7th grade combat emperor. It had only been a month. Even if he was strong, how strong could he be? How could he deal with the northern and southern dynasties that were at the peak of their power? Judging from the current situation, other than Jiang Chen, there was no one else who could save the situation. Nebula Kid knew the real identity of Jiang Chen, so he still had a glimmer of expectation. Master Nebula Kid, although that Jiang Chen is a rare genius, his cultivation grade is still too low. He's just a combat emperor. The gap between him and the 2 major powers is too big. How could he deal with such a situation? Yes, the northern and southern dynasties are too strong. They have gathered all the major powers in the 3 domains. The Tan family and Sky Hill School are no exception. Xiaoyao Palace and the northern and southern dynasties are on the same side. When the time comes, it will be equivalent to 2 major powers joining hands to deal with all the other major powers in the 4 domains. Even without the northern and southern dynasties and the White Tiger, we are still not enough. It's too difficult. I'm afraid that our fate won't be any better than the other major powers. Even if Jiang Chen is a genius, he won't be able to deal with the chaos in Xuanyu. The elders of the Moyin cult and some of the elders of the Nebula sect were in despair. The opponent was too strong. They had no way to deal with it. Some of them even had the thought of surrendering. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong. They couldn't deal with them at all. Haha, look at how scared you all are. No matter how strong the northern and southern dynasties are, they are still defeated by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen can defeat them twice, he can kill them for the 3rd time. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. He wasn't worried at all about the upcoming chaos in Xuanyu. Instead, he was extremely excited. For this guy who craved for the world to be in chaos, the more chaotic the situation was, the more he liked it. Although the opponent was very strong, Jiang Chen was never weak. De Huang Dog had followed Jiang Chen for the longest time. Jiang Chen had created countless miracles.
Even if the whole world believed that Jiang Chen couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, only the Huang Dog believed that no matter how strong the northern and southern dynasties were, they would still be defeated by Jiang Chen. He was destined to be a stepping stone for Jiang Chen. Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me. At this moment, Han Yen stood up. As the young master of the Maoyin cult, his prestige was much higher than the Huang Dog's, and he was one of the people who had the right to speak. You don't understand the northern and southern dynasties, but we do. The current situation is very similar to what happened in the Qi province. Back in the Qi province, the northern and southern dynasties wanted to rule the entire Qi province. This guy is cultivating the monarch heaven skill, and he is walking on the path of hegemony. No matter where he goes, he wants to rule. Only by doing this can he go further on his path as an emperor. Back in the Qi province, the black sect was on the brink of destruction. In the end, it was Jiang Chen who showed up at the critical moment and turned the tide, destroying half of the northern and southern dynasties. However, this guy has the body of an immortal, so he managed to escape. But let me tell you, from the eastern continent to here, Jiang Chen has created countless miracles. Even in this chaotic situation, it can't stop him. If there is anyone in this world who can deal with the northern and southern dynasties, it would be Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is the nemesis of the northern and southern dynasties. Han Yen said. Now that Jiang Chen wasn't here, the most important thing to do now was to calm the people's hearts. If the people's hearts were broken, they would be finished. As soon as Han Yan's words faded, the entire palace fell into silence. Everyone was frowning. No one knew what they were thinking. Before Jiang Chen left, he said that only he can solve the chaos in Xuanyu. So, it's useless for us to worry here. Why don't we take a good rest and wait for Jiang Chen to come back? Based on the current situation, we are no longer a match for the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen is the only variable. Whether we can succeed or not, we have to wait for Jiang Chen to come back. Nebula Kid said. Everyone nodded. Nebula Kid was right. No matter how worried they wouldn't be able to come up with a solution just by sitting here. It was better to take a good rest and wait for Jiang Chen to come back. Even though they didn't have much hope for Jiang Chen, but as Nebula Kid and Han Yen had said, Jiang Chen was still a variable. It seems like the northern and southern dynasties are going to attack Xuanyu tomorrow. I wonder when Jiang Chen will come back? Someone sighed. That bastard. He went out alone without bringing Master Dog with him. This is outrageous. De Huang Dog felt very depressed during this 1 month. Even though he was a powerful 9th-grade demon emperor, he was still very angry that Jiang Chen left him behind and went to the devil world alone. At the same time in the Chen family, the higher-ups of the Chen family also gathered together. The atmosphere was much more solemn than that of the Nebula sect and the Maoyin cult. The patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Zhentian, was sitting on the main seat with a gloomy face. Below him were the higher-ups of the Chen family. Everyone knows what happened in the 3 big domains. I'm afraid our Chen family won't be able to escape. Chen Zhentian said in a deep voice. Who are these northern and southern dynasties? Where did they come from? I've never heard of them before. Sigh, this person is too powerful. He has already taken control of the 3 big domains. We are no match for him. I'm afraid it won't be long before they attack Xuanyu. Our Chen family has such a great foundation. Are we going to give it up to them? What else can we do? The sect of Shadowblight is more powerful than our Chen family. If we resist, we will be annihilated. If we resist, the result will be the same. The northern and southern dynasties are really ruthless people. The people of the Chen family felt helpless. They had no idea what to do about the upcoming chaos. Patriarch, what do you think we should do? Everyone looked at Chen Zhentian. Sigh. What will come will come. Chen Zhentian sighed helplessly. Then, he stood up and walked out of the main hall. Seeing him like this, the rest of the people had a sad look on their faces. The Tianshan sect was also in the same situation. Although the higher-ups of the Tianshan sect had gathered together to discuss a solution, they couldn't come up with a solution. They were very clear that as long as the northern and southern dynasties attacked, any solution would be useless. They could only surrender. There were many forces in the heaven domain that were stronger than them, but they still surrendered. Chapter 763. After leaving the 3rd level, Jiang Chen's mood was inexplicably stirred.
It was as if he had seen a blood-boiling scene. That scene intoxicated him. He could already foresee that the chaos of Xuanyu was about to begin. The fated battle between him and the northern and southern dynasties was about to begin. This time, he wouldn't give any chance to the northern and southern dynasties. Hung Long. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from the depths of the second level. Jiang Chen was very familiar with this sound. It was the fluctuation of a battle. Jiang Chen focused his attention and saw a golden light drifting in the distance. The golden light was filled with the taste of light. It was the pure Buddha light. There are people of Buddha sect here. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's body swayed, turning into a ray of light and flew over. His speed was extremely fast. Very soon, he arrived at the location of the battle. In front of him, he saw a majestic first-grade minor devil saint kneeling in front of a monk, kowtowing piously. The monk was shaking his head. The smile on his face was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Fighting with your grandpa, monk? There's still a long way to go. Tyrant said proudly to the first-grade minor devil saint. Yes, master. There's still a long way to go. The first-grade minor devil saint said hastily, fearing that his master would be angry. Don't call me master. Call me grandpa, monk. Tyrant glared at him. The first-grade minor devil saint didn't dare to show any neglect and called him grandpa, monk. This scene almost made Jiang Chen faint. This bastard was still as shameless as ever. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing a kasaya and had no hair on his head, no one would associate him with Buddha sect. However, Jiang Chen was very happy to see Tyrant here. Moreover, Tyrant's current cultivation had already reached the terrifying first-grade minor saint, which was even more powerful than him. It seemed like he had completely obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. That was why he could have such earth-shattering progress. Who is it? Tyrant suddenly turned his head and shouted at Jiang Chen's direction. One had to admit that this bastard's perception was very sharp. What do you think? Jiang Chen swaggered over. Seeing that it was Jiang Chen, Tyrant was pleasantly surprised. He strode over to Jiang Chen and gave him a bear hug without saying a word. Grandpa missed me so much. Tyrant patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. Jiang Chen immediately frowned. What did he mean by missing his grandfather so much? These words made him want to vomit blood. Fuck off. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen kicked the monk to the ground. He had no interest in men, let alone a monk. I heard from my master that you have come to the devil world, so I came here to see if I could help you. Now, it seems like you don't need my help anymore. 9th grade combat emperor. Your advancement is as fast as flying. I thought that I could finally suppress you with my current cultivation grade, but it seems like I have thought too much. Tyrant said gloomily. Although he was a first-grade minor saint and Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade combat emperor, he still knew his own strength. He knew very well how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even if Jiang Chen was a 9th grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. You are not bad either. You are already a first-grade minor saint. It seems like you have obtained great benefits from the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Naturally, he was very happy to see his brother's growth. That's right. Ancestor's inheritance contained the 3 supreme Dharma seals of Buddha sect and an ancient Buddhist scripture. It allowed me to have such a great transformation, and my future achievements will be limitless. Tyrant said. Great Master Ranfeng is really a rare person. He had the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus in his hand, but he didn't use it for cultivation. He wanted to leave it to you after so many years. He knew that his talent wasn't as good as yours, so he didn't want to let the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus to be unable to flourish in his hands. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Great Master Ranfeng was a true eminent monk of the Buddhist League, and he was many times stronger than those people from the Great Lei Temple. He had so many supreme Buddhist scriptures in his possession, but he had never been tempted by any of them. Just this temperament alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. Master is the closest person to me. He raised me and gave me such good conditions. There is no way for me to repay his kindness. The only thing I can do is not to disappoint Master and flourish the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. Tyrant showed a rare solemn expression. Although he had an eccentric temperament, he was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He was a true man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become good brothers with Jiang Chen. All right, let's not talk too much. Now that you have advanced to the minor saint realm, you can help me. I'm afraid that the chaos in Xuanyu is about to break out. I can feel that the northern and southern dynasties are going to make a big move. We have to rush back to Xuanyu immediately to deal with this chaos. Jiang Chen said. All right. If I don't participate in such a big event, wouldn't it be less than perfect? Tyrant's interest was immediately piqued. He had heard a lot about the northern and southern dynasties from Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog. He also wanted to meet this amazing person. More importantly, it was an exciting thing to be able to fight side by side with Jiang Chen. Both of them left quickly, heading towards the exit of the Devil Realm. Tyrant had already ended his seclusion. Great Master Ran Feng didn't want him to stay on Green Lotus Mountain. Instead, he allowed him to roam the world and pursue a higher realm. At the edge of the second level of the Devil Realm, Jiang Chen and Tyrant flashed past like two beams of light. At this time, an old man happened to see the two beams of light. Unknowingly, he felt that these two chi were very familiar. It's them. It's Jiang Chen and that monk. Jiang Chen hasn't died yet. I really don't know what the Dark Shadow is doing. However, it's great that this guy dares to appear in the Western Domain again. I'm afraid that monk has already reached the minor saint realm. I'm going to use the talisman to send a message to Tianyi Gate. They will send some experts to stop them and kill Jiang Chen. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of maliciousness. If Jiang Chen and Tyrant were here, they would certainly recognize this old man as the original elder of Tianyi Gate who had stopped them outside the Devil Realm. Back then, Jiang Chen had killed Chi Child in the Devil Realm, attracting the experts of Tianyi Gate to hunt him down. In the end, it was Great Master Ran Feng who had intervened and dealt with them. Elder Yuan took out a talisman and sent his divine sense into the talisman. After that, the talisman disappeared. It was a very high-grade talisman. As long as the talisman didn't leave the Western Domain, it could be transmitted to any place in an instant. Outside the Devil Realm, Jiang Chen and Tyrant appeared at lightning speed, preparing to fly towards the direction of Xuanyu. With their current speed, it would take them at most a day to reach the Western Domain. Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen hadn't flown far when two incomparably powerful chi suddenly appeared in front of them, completely blocking their way. Even this part of the void was sealed. It seemed like they weren't going to give them a chance to escape. There are actually people who dare to stop the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in the Western Domain. They must be courting death. Tyrant sneered. They are the people of Tianyi Gate. Their target is me, not you. I have been very careful in coming to the Devil Realm this time. I didn't expect that I would still be exposed. Jiang Chen shook his head. It was easy to guess their identity. He had only offended Tianyi Gate in the Western Domain. It wasn't surprising that Tianyi Gate wanted to kill him. It was highly possible that the Dark Shadow Assassin organization was recruited by Tianyi Gate. Two gray-robed elders were standing in the sky in front of them. Each of them was emitting a strong saint's chi. One of them was a second-grade minor saint while the other was a powerful third-grade minor saint. Such a formation made Jiang Chen speechless. It seemed like Tianyi Gate really wanted to kill him. If it was before, Jiang Chen could only run away when facing a third-grade minor saint. But now, he didn't care about that at all. People of Tianyi Gate, have you forgotten the punishment my master gave you? Tyrant yelled at the two of them. Little monk, this matter has nothing to do with you. We won't kill you. Our target is Jiang Chen. The elder said. Tyrant wanted to say something more, but Jiang Chen took a step forward with an overbearing face. This matter has nothing to do with Tyrant, but I'm afraid that it won't be easy for you to kill me. I advise you to leave now. Perhaps you can still keep your lives. Otherwise, I won't be merciful. Jiang Chen said loudly. Little Chenzi, that's a third-grade minor saint. Can you deal with him? Tyrant whispered worriedly. Watch carefully. If they really provoke me, there will only be one ending for them. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Haha, boasting shamelessly. I have never seen such an arrogant young man before. Elder Lu, this kid is merely a 9th-grade combat emperor. Sending the two of us here is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. You just stand here and watch the show. I will kill this arrogant kid in seconds. The second-grade minor Saint Elder laughed heartily. He felt that a 9th-grade combat emperor was just like a clown in front of him. A young man should be a little arrogant, but it wouldn't be good if he was overly arrogant. And you go. Elder Lu nodded.
He felt that there was no need for him to deal with a 9th-grade combat emperor. "Kid, accept your death,"
the elder shouted. In the blink of an eye, he appeared not far away from Jiang Chen. His frighteningly huge hand grabbed toward Jiang Chen's. A wave of qi burst out from Jiang Chen's body. The true dragon palm was cast out. The terrifying dragon claw destroyed the elder's attack. Jiang Chen then grabbed the elder's shoulder. The true dragon palm exerted force and a chi-lop sound was heard. The elder's arm was ripped off neatly. Blood gushed out, revealing the white bones. The bloody scene made people's hair stand on end. Chapter 764.
Arg! A blood-curdling scream came out from the old man's mouth.
At this moment, the old man no longer had the arrogance he had before, only panic and fear remained. Without fighting Jiang Chen personally, one would never understand how frightening Jiang Chen was. However, it was useless to scream. The moment he attacked Jiang Chen, his death was already foreshadowed. The true dragon palm moved again. The dragon claw turned into a huge cage that fell from the sky, trapping the elder inside.
"Stop!"
Elder Lu's facial expression changed drastically. He yelled immediately. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. He could kill a 2nd-grade minor saint with ease with a 9th-grade combat emperor. This was too shocking. Elder Lu acted immediately. He was afraid that the 2nd-grade minor saint would die in Jiang Chen's hands if he was late. A 2nd-grade minor saint was extremely precious to the Tianyi Gate. It would be a great loss if they lost him.
Haha!
Jiang Chen laughed loudly. He didn't even look at Elder Lu. The true dragon palm exerted force and crushed the 2nd-grade minor saint elder into pieces, killing him on the spot.
Bastard!
Elder Lu was infuriated. In this western domain, although Tianyi Gate wasn't as powerful as the Great Lightning Tune Temple, it was still considered as one of the major powers. No one had ever dared to kill their minor saint. One should know that cultivating a minor saint required a lot of resources. Now that he was killed by Jiang Chen, it was a great loss to the Tianyi Gate. Tyrant couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that Jiang Chen was too strong. Even if he was only a 9th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Even a 2nd-grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single blow from him and was instantly killed. However, Tyrant was already used to Jiang Chen's strength. However, Elder Lu was a 3rd-grade minor saint now. He had no idea how Jiang Chen was going to deal with him. He was merely a 1st-grade minor saint now. He could easily deal with a 2nd-grade minor saint, but it was impossible for him to deal with a 3rd-grade minor saint. Even if he used the edifying light to subdue 3 1st-grade minor devil saints, he still wouldn't be able to deal with a 3rd-grade minor saint. However, what happened next made Tyrant realize that his worries were completely unnecessary. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground.
Isha attack!
In the face of the powerful Elder Lu, Jiang Chen yelled and released Isha and the other 3 3rd-grade minor devil saints. Initially, Jiang Chen wanted to fight with all his might to test his combat strength, but now he didn't want to waste any more time. After all, this was the western region, the territory of the Tianyi Gate. If he was delayed for too long, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, Jiang Chen wanted to end the battle quickly and return to Xuanyu as soon as possible. The matter there was the most important and urgent matter at hand. The devils were extremely ferocious, let alone the 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints that appeared at the same time. Elder Lu was dumbfounded. The entire sky was instantly covered by devil qi. The 4 minor devil saints had trapped Elder Lu.
What?
Elder Lu's face turned pale with fright.
A strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart.
It was the feeling of death. He couldn't even deal with one of these 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints, let alone 4 of them at the same time.
Kill him,
Jiang Chen ordered decisively. The 4 minor devil saints kept roaring. Endless devil waves turned into a dense cage, suppressing Elder Lu to the point that he couldn't move. Then, the 4 minor devil saints stretched out their devil claws and grabbed Elder Lu. A chila sound was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Elder Lu was instantly torn into pieces.
Oh my God!
Tyrant widened his eyes, thinking that there was something wrong with his eyes. The scene was too shocking. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He was a 1st-grade minor saint that cultivated the edifying light. It would already be considered good if he could edify a 2nd-grade minor devil saint,
But Jiang Chen, who was only a 9th grade combat emperor, had edified 4 3rd grade minor devil saints. This was the gap between them. Tyrant couldn't help but call Jiang Chen a monster. No matter what kind of cultivation method or combat technique Jiang Chen cultivated, it was always at his fingertips. Now, even the edifying light of Buddha sect was the same. This made Tyrant feel that Jiang Chen was more suitable to be a monk than him. Rah, rah. The 4 3rd grade minor devil saints roared at the sky. Their hands were holding the broken limbs of Elder Lu. The smell of blood intoxicated them. That was the greatest enjoyment of devils. Little Chenzi, quickly keep them. The minor devil saints have appeared in the western domain. If the great lightning tune temple sense their qi, we will be finished. Tyrant quickly reminded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was shocked. He had forgotten about this. The reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple existed in the Western Domain was to suppress the devil race. Now that he had brought these 4 devils out, once it attracted the attention of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they would immediately send out their experts to kill them. His loss would outweigh his gain. Come back! Jiang Chen shouted. Yi Sha and the other 3 didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately withdrew their qi and returned to Jiang Chen's spatial ring. Let's go. Jiang Chen gave Tyrant a meaningful glance. Both of them vanished in a blink. This time, they had crossed the void and traveled 10,000 miles in an instant. Little Chenzi, why is your edifying light so powerful? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. Don't be ridiculous. When I subdued Yi Sha, he was only a 2nd grade minor saint. He advanced to the 3rd grade after that. I have obtained the brilliant mirror of Nebula sect. This mirror has infinite power and is the bane of all devils. It can reflect the devil's attack twice as much. I used it to subdue Yi Sha. After he advanced to the 3rd grade minor devil saint, the 2 of us worked together to subdue the other 3rd grade minor devil saints. It's that simple. Jiang Chen shrugged. As a matter of fact, his ability was enough to subdue a 3rd grade minor devil saint, but he didn't want to give Tyrant too much of a blow. What kind of mirror could be so powerful? Tyrant's eyes sparkled. It could reflect the devil's attack twice as much. Such a treasure was simply heaven-defying. The greatest treasure of the Nebula sect, a minor saint weapon, has been obtained by me. However, this treasure is a vampire. Even with my current yuan power, I can only use it once before my energy is depleted. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. This was the only shortcoming of the brilliant mirror. It would absorb different yuan force according to the strength of the reflected attack. That's already an incredible treasure. Tyrant said enviously. All right, let's hurry up and return to Xuanyu as soon as possible. After saying that, Jiang Chen's speed increased again. Both of them were like 2 meteors flying in the sky. They disappeared from sight from time to time, and when they reappeared, they were already thousands of miles away. Not long after Jiang Chen and Tyrant disappeared, a few incomparably powerful silhouettes appeared at the place where the battle took place. All of them were powerful minor saints. Their faces were filled with endless anger when they saw the tragic scene of the battle, and the 2 minor saints who were brutally killed. That damn Jiang Chen! How dare he kill 2 minor saints like us? Damn it! This brat is growing too fast. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. The loss of our Tianyi Gate is too great this time. We must not let him go. And Ying is really disappointing. He hasn't been killed after such a long time. It seems like we have to do it ourselves. Those who appeared were the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate. All of them were supreme minor saint experts. After today's incident, the grudge between them and Jiang Chen would be even more impossible to resolve. Then they released a fire and burned Elder Lu's body before disappearing. This time, Jiang Chen had completely offended Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate would never let this matter go. They had lost 2 minor saints. This debt must be settled. The next day, the Northern and Southern dynasties led all the minor saints of Heaven Domain, Earth Domain and Yellow Domain to enter Xuanyu. Together with the experts of Xiaoyao Palace, the strength of the Northern and Southern dynasties had reached an unimaginable level. There were a total of 14 major powers including Xiaoyao Palace in the 3 domains. In total, there were more than 100 minor saints. Anyone who saw such a huge force would vomit blood. After the Northern and Southern dynasties entered Xuanyu, they didn't waste any time. They immediately went to deal with Sky Hill School and Tan family. Facing such a situation, Sky Hill School and Tan family didn't dare to resist.
They surrendered on the spot. Putting aside the Northern and Southern dynasties and White Tiger, they had 5 fifth-grade minor saints. If they didn't surrender, the two major powers would be annihilated. Although Nebula Sect and Ma'in cult had joined forces, they were still in fear and trepidation. Even if they joined forces again, it would be useless. The gap between them was as wide as heaven and earth. There was no way to make up for it. While Nebula Sect and Ma'in cult were distressed, the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't immediately deal with them after conquering Sky Hill School and Tan family. The Northern and Southern dynasties actually stopped their actions. But not long after that, a piece of news was sent to them. The Northern and Southern dynasties had announced that they would give the Ma'in cult and Nebula Sect 3 days to go to Xiaoyao Palace, kneel down in front of the Northern and Southern dynasties and kowtow 9 times. As long as Jiang Chen could do it, they would let go of the Nebula Sect and Ma'in cult. If Jiang Chen didn't kowtow, the Northern and Southern dynasties wouldn't give the two major powers any chance to surrender. They wouldn't even give them the chance to surrender. Every single one of them would be annihilated. When the news came out, the people of Nebula Sect and Ma'in cult were in an uproar. It was too cruel and overbearing. They didn't even have the chance to turn the situation around. The Northern and Southern dynasties were going to annihilate them. They wouldn't give them the chance to surrender. At this time, Jiang Chen had become the most important person. Jiang Chen hadn't returned yet. The people of the two major powers couldn't sit still any longer. What should we do? There are only 3 days left. If Jiang Chen doesn't return, we will be finished. The Northern and Southern dynasties are too powerful. We can't go against them. Even if Jiang Chen returns, he will never kneel down in front of the Northern and Southern dynasties. No matter what, let's wait for Jiang Chen to return first. I wonder if he can create another miracle and save us from this chaos. Chapter 765. The sky above the Nebula Sect was covered with a layer of haze. Everyone's mood was incomparably heavy. Everyone felt that doomsday was coming. Such a scene could be said to be unprecedented. They had reason to believe that even if Jiang Chen came back at this time, he would not be a match for the Northern and Southern dynasties. He would not be able to turn the situation around. The disciples of the Nebula Sect were slightly better. They all knew of Jiang Chen's prestige and ability. They still had some confidence in Jiang Chen. They felt that he was a genius who could create miracles, although they did not know what methods Jiang Chen would use to create this miracle. But the disciples of the Ma'in cult were completely different. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was just a friend of their young master. They did not have much confidence in Jiang Chen, because many of them did not even know Jiang Chen. They only heard about his deeds. But for the disciples of the Ma'in cult, no matter whether they had confidence in Jiang Chen or not, the result could not be changed. They could only pray that Jiang Chen could create a miracle. Some people even suspected that Jiang Chen did not dare to come back. After receiving the news here, he might have already escaped. But no one dared to say this, because someone had said this before. The result was too tragic. He was beaten to death by Jiang Chen's fans. This kind of words was a kind of humiliation to Jiang Chen. Now, all the disciples of the Ma'in cult had come to the Nebula Sect. The Ma'in cult had become an empty nest. If the two great forces united, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, they could only wait for destruction. In a courtyard of the Nebula Sect, several people gathered together. Their faces were somewhat solemn. De Huang Dog, Han Yen, Nangong Wentian, Guo Xiaofei, Mo Sang, Zueling Tan Lang, Tan Jihao. They were all Jiang Chen's relatives and friends. Why hasn't Big Brother come back yet? There's not much time left. Zuelinger pouted. Jiang Chen had already been gone for a month. Now that Xuanyu was in chaos, Jiang Chen should be back by now. I don't know where junior brother Jiang went to train. He's been gone for more than a month. Now that Xuanyu has fallen into unprecedented chaos, I don't know if he'll be able to return. Guo Xiaofei sighed. Don't worry. He will definitely come back. Han Yen said firmly. Young master, I'm not trying to be discouraging, but the Northern and Southern dynasties have more than 100 minor saints. Even if Jiang Chen comes back, how can we fight against the Northern and Southern dynasties with our current strength? Mo said. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jiang Chen, but his opponent was just too powerful. Anyone in his position would have the same concerns. I don't know what he will do, but he must have a way. Han Yen said confidently. His trust in Jiang Chen had surpassed his own. That's right. There's nothing that little Chunzi can't do if he wants to do it. The martial Saint dynasty was so powerful in the past, but it was still destroyed by him. Although the current situation is very dangerous, he must have a way to deal with it. Nangong Wentian nodded and said. They were all from the eastern continent, so they knew Jiang Chen too well. Because of this they believed in him. This bastard! He didn't even call me when he went out. De Huang Dog was still feeling gloomy. As for whether Jiang Chen could come back and turn the situation around, he had no doubt that the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be defeated by Jiang Chen. Once, twice and thrice. Just as De Huang Dog's voice faded, two extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky above the nebula sect. One was a young man in snow-white clothes, and the other was a monk in a kasaya. They were Jiang Chen and Tyrant. Look, Big Brother is back. Xueling Air shouted. Everyone's face was filled with pleasant surprise. Jiang Chen had finally returned. Haha! Tyrant has broken through to the minor saint realm. How exciting! Nangong Wentian laughed. At this time, everyone in the Nebula sect saw Jiang Chen. Many of them began to cheer. Brother Jiang is back. He is finally back. That's great. As long as he kneels down and kowtows to the northern and southern dynasties, we will be saved. Fuck you. You are the one who kowtows to the northern and southern dynasties. How dare you humiliate Brother Jiang? Brothers, beat him up. The Nebula sect that had been silent for a long time suddenly became lively again. The northern and southern dynasties had set a deadline of 3 days. The only thing they needed to wait for now was Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen came back, they would have their backbone. At this time, Nebula Kid and Wu Emo wouldn't be able to do anything. Swoosh swoosh under the lead of Nebula Kid and Wu Emo, the higher-ups of the two major powers rushed out and approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are finally back. Looking at your chi, you should be a 9th grade combat emperor now, right? Nebula Kid asked. That's right. I have advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen nodded. AI, a mere 9th grade combat emperor. How could he create a miracle? Yes, he is too weak. Compared to the northern and southern dynasties, he isn't even at the same level. We are finished this time. What a pity, what a pity. I thought that he could create a miracle, but it seems like he is still finished. The minor saints of the Maoyin cult could see through Jiang Chen's cultivation. Their joyful mood instantly sank. Although Jiang Chen had improved very fast, a 9th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to survive in the upcoming chaos of Xuanyu, let alone turning the tide. It was a joke. Huala Jiang Chen glanced at those minor saints and opened the gap of his spatial ring. Yi Sha and the other 3 3rd-grade minor devil saints rushed out. For a moment, devil chi soared up to the sky, covering the entire sky. The mighty aura of a devil saint swept across the area. Countless people were shocked. What? These are all powerful devils. Each of them is a 3rd-grade minor devil saint. Someone exclaimed. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Emo were shocked. They didn't know where did Jiang Chen get so many devils from. One should know that what they lacked the most now was a minor saint. Master. Yi Sha and the other 3 bowed to Jiang Chen in unison. Their attitude was incomparably respectful. This scene stunned everyone. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Emo had their mouths wide open in shock. My God, what is going on? According to the legends, each and every one of them is arrogant and untamed. They are much scarier than our devil cult. These are 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints, but they are bowing to Jiang Chen like slaves. Jiang Chen has subdued these minor devil saints. My God, how did he do it? He is only a 9th-grade combat emperor. This kid is really powerful. He is only a 9th-grade combat emperor, but he is able to subdue powerful 3rd-grade minor devil saints. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. No one wasn't surprised. Those minor saints of Maoyin cult who were disappointed in Jiang Chen before had a drastic change in their attitude towards Jiang Chen. Putting other things aside, the fact that he was able to subdue 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints was already heaven-defying. This was a miracle. Perhaps he could really create other miracles. Did you all see that? Even a 3rd-grade minor devil saint has to bow to senior brother Jiang. Who else in this world could achieve such a feat? Senior brother Jiang is indeed a peerless genius. Perhaps he can really change the situation. That's right. It's too shocking. He's a third-grade minor devil saint. He's even scarier than a third-grade minor saint of the human race. But he was subdued by Jiang Chen just like that. This alone makes me admire Jiang Chen from the bottom of my heart. At this moment, all the disciples of Nebula sect and Marine cult were cheered up. The haze in their hearts seemed to have vanished. They saw hope in Jiang Chen. Did you see that? This is Jiang Chen. This is Jiang Chen's ability. He didn't say a word, but he could instantly boost our morale. Only he could do that. Han Yen said with a smile. Mo Sang and Gua Xiaofei also smiled. They had completely lost their temper with Jiang Chen. The existence of this man was to defeat the geniuses of this world. Big brother is awesome. Xueling Air cheered. Nebula Kid and Wu Emo looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Chen's return only took one action to boost their morale. He had solved the problem that they had always wanted to solve. They were afraid that only Jiang Chen had such ability. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Emo couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen. Putting aside whether Jiang Chen could deal with the northern and southern dynasties, at least he had given all the elders and disciples a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen, you should have heard about what happened in the northern and southern dynasties, right? Nebula Kid asked. That's right. I have heard about it. The northern and southern dynasties made such a big move and grew so fast. It was beyond my expectation. But it's not a big deal. As long as I am here, nothing will be a problem. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Before he arrived at Xuanyu, he already knew what the northern and southern dynasties had been doing. It was undeniable that the northern and southern dynasties had made such a big move. It was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. He initially thought that the northern and southern dynasties would only deal with Xuanyu. He didn't expect that they would also deal with the other three big regions in such a short period of time. Moreover, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties had reached a terrifying level. The situation they were facing now was much more serious than what Jiang Chen had expected. However, although the northern and southern dynasties were powerful, Jiang Chen wouldn't retreat. He was not a person who would retreat. The stronger the enemy, the more it would stimulate his fighting spirit. At the same time, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties was also greatly beneficial to him. Jiang Chen wanted to obtain great benefits from this chaos. Chapter 766. Jiang Chen's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. It seemed to have some kind of magical power that was injected into everyone's ears. For some unknown reason, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, everyone's fighting spirit was aroused. It was as if they wouldn't be afraid even if the enemy had thousands of soldiers and horses. As long as Jiang Chen was here, they would be safe and sound. Don't even think about touching a flower or a grass here. The Nebula sect and the Marine cult wanted to rule the 4 big domains. These words were too domineering. It was so cool and made people look forward to it. Ruling the 4 big domains? This was something unimaginable, but when it came from Jiang Chen's mouth, it seemed like everything was going to happen. This was a situation that was hard to understand. There were some people who had such an influence. Just a word, a gesture, or a look from him could calm people down and give them endless hope. Jiang Chen was such a person. He was standing there, a role model, a hope that everyone could place their hope on. Jiang Chen, since you're back, let's go to the main hall and talk. Nebula Kid said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and followed Nebula Kid to the central hall of the Nebula sect. The others also followed behind Jiang Chen. Crack. Ouch. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain coming from his butt. He didn't need to think to know what was going on. Without hesitation, he slapped the dog's head. Damn dog, what are you doing? Biting my butt again. Jiang Chen was speechless. His mighty image had been destroyed by this dog with a single bite. Little brat, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You went out alone and didn't bring me along. De Huang dog gritted his teeth. He had been holding a grudge against Jiang Chen for a month. This incident happened too suddenly, so I didn't bring you along. I will bring you next time. Jiang Chen quickly admitted his mistake. He knew that this dog was hard to deal with. If he didn't admit his mistake, this dog would continue to cause trouble. Moreover, this time, it was Jiang Chen's fault. He had expected that De Huang would be angry, so he was mentally prepared for it. Big Yellow mumbled again, but he knew when to stop. He knew that the current situation was very serious, otherwise, he would definitely give Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. In the main hall, Jiang Chen was sitting on the main seat. Nebula Kid and Wu Emo were sitting on both sides of him. Although Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade combat emperor, he was the backbone of the entire Nebula sect and Mayin cult. 3 days later, it all depended on Jiang Chen to deal with the situation. Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties have already ruled all the major powers in the 4 domains except for us. There are more than 100 minor saints under them. There is also a white tiger that not even a 6th grade minor saint could fight against. This force is too strong. We can't fight against it. I wonder if you have any solution? Wu Emo asked. That Nanbei Chao specifically asked you to kneel before him. He could have killed us directly, but he gave us 3 days to do so. Obviously, he is targeting you. Nebula Kid said. He had heard from Han Yen that the northern and southern dynasties had been defeated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was his biggest enemy. So, he could understand why the northern and southern dynasties wanted to target Jiang Chen. In fact, without Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties would still rule the 4 domains, and they wouldn't give them 3 days. By this time, the Nebula sect and Mayin cult would have already become the captives of the northern and southern dynasties, just like the other major powers. The northern and southern dynasties have always been arrogant and conceited. They want me to kneel before them because they want to humiliate me and erase the shadow that I have left in their hearts. This is ridiculous. If this arrogant bastard attacks us directly, I'm afraid that we won't even have the chance to prepare. We will be eliminated immediately. Since they have given us 3 days, we should prepare well. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The situation this time was indeed much more serious than he had imagined. However, the more serious it was, the more excited Jiang Chen was. What kind of solution do you have? Nebula Kid was very curious. Everyone was curious about Jiang Chen's solution. Looking at Jiang Chen's confident look, he must have a very powerful solution. So, they couldn't wait to know what kind of powerful solution Jiang Chen had to deal with this catastrophe. I know a great formation called 5 Elemental Tajura Formation. This formation uses the spirits of the 5 elements as the foundation, and uses the power of the 5 elements to set it up. Once it succeeds, its power will be boundless. As the name suggests, the 5 Elemental Tajura Formation is like an inescapable net. However, we won't be using it to trap them. There are too many minor saints on the enemy's side. We won't be able to trap them all. There are 2 uses for this formation. One is to protect our people and the other is to attack. Jiang Chen paused for a while and continued. The 5 Elemental Tajura Formation will combine the power of everyone in the Nebula sect. I will combine this formation with the Brilliant Mirror. At that time, no matter how strong the enemy is, we won't be afraid because the Brilliant Mirror can resist everything. This was Jiang Chen's preparation. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to set up this formation, because it was too difficult to search for the 5 elemental spirits. It was almost impossible. Therefore, the legendary 5 Elemental Tajura Formation could only be used by Jiang Chen. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, but the spirits of the 5 elements are very precious. They are almost legendary. It's impossible to find them. That's right. The spirits of the 5 elements are too rare. It's already very lucky to find one. It's impossible to collect all 5 of them. I'm afraid it's impossible to set up the 5 Elemental Tajura Formation. Everyone was discussing among themselves. They all felt that although the 5 Elemental Tajura Formation was powerful, it was an impossible task. It was as good as not saying anything. If this was the solution that Jiang Chen thought of, it was no different from having no solution at all. I won't hide it from you guys. I've already collected 4 of the spirits of the 5 elements. I'm only missing the last one, the metal spirit. But you don't have to worry about it. The white tiger beside the northern and southern dynasties is one of the 5 divine beasts. The demon spirit of the white tiger is enough to be used as the metal spirit. Jiang Chen said that the demon spirit of the white tiger had always been in his heart. Hearing this, everyone was shocked once again. The spirits of the 5 elements were very precious. Jiang Chen was actually able to collect 4 of them. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen was indeed a person with great luck. Otherwise, how could he have collected 4 of the spirits of the 5 elements?
However, even if Jiang Chen had 4 of them, he was still missing one. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to obtain the demon spirit of the white tiger. But, that white tiger is a powerful 5th-grade minor demon saint. Not even a 6th-grade minor saint is a match for it. It's basically impossible for you to obtain its demon spirit. Wu Emo shook his head. Not only him, everyone present thought that Jiang Chen was joking. How could it be possible to kill the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit? Haha. I have already prepared for this. The white tiger is dead for sure. As long as the northern and southern dynasties attack us, the first thing I will do is to eliminate the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit. I will arrange the 5 elemental Tajura formation later. When the war begins, I will kill the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit, perfecting the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Jiang Chen laughed. Although the white tiger was very powerful, Jiang Chen didn't care about it. He had been keeping the source of combat strength talisman that was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. He had never been willing to use it because he was waiting for this day. To put it bluntly, the source of combat strength talisman was prepared for the white tiger. As long as the white tiger was killed, it would be equivalent to cutting off the right arm of the northern and southern dynasties. The source of combat strength talisman was a one-time consumable item. It could only unleash a single attack of a 9th-grade minor saint. It was undoubtedly impossible to use it to kill all the enemies, but it wouldn't be a problem to kill the white tiger. Hiss! Everyone gasped. They didn't know what kind of method Jiang Chen would use to deal with the white tiger, but judging from Jiang Chen's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Jiang Chen was very confident, which made them feel relieved. However, they were still worried. Even if the 5 elemental Tajura formation could be perfectly arranged like what Jiang Chen said, even if Jiang Chen had the means to kill the white tiger, there were still more than 100 minor saints on the other side. They wouldn't be able to deal with them. Could it be that they had to rely on the grand formation to keep the battle going? This didn't seem to be a good idea. It was a good idea. Everyone, don't worry. Just leave everything to me. All you need to do is to maintain the grand formation and leave the rest to me. This time, I will make sure that the northern and southern dynasties won't be able to leave this place alive. At that time, the 4 domains will no longer belong to the northern and southern dynasties, but to us. All the resources will belong to us. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Everything was going according to his plan. Killing the white tiger would not only complete the 5 elemental Tajura formation, but also complete the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Under the stimulation of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, his dragon transformation skill would undergo another transformation. At that time, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to the 1st-grade minor saint. His strength would increase tremendously, and the dragon transformation skill would most likely give Jiang Chen the ability to transform into a dragon. At that time, Jiang Chen was confident that he would be able to conquer the world. Jiang Chen's confidence affected everyone's mood. Although they didn't know where Jiang Chen got his confidence from, it at least gave them a glimmer of hope in their hearts. A glimmer of hope that they could really fight against the northern and southern dynasties. As for ruling the 4 domains, it was something that they had never even dreamt about. They didn't dare to think about it. What we lack now is a minor saint expert, a high-level minor saint. The 5 elemental Tajura formation needs a lot of energy to support it, especially with the addition of the brilliant mirror. Master, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Danyuan City and ask Dan King to come and help us. Dan King is a peak 5th-grade minor saint. He might be a 6th-grade minor saint now. Chapter 767. Alright, I will go now. Nebula Kid nodded. King of Dawn was a powerful expert. Many people knew about this. Now that Xuanyu was in chaos, King of Dawn was supposed to stay out of it. However, if Jiang Chen wanted to invite King of Dawn, he would definitely be able to do so. Jiang Chen was now King of Dawn godson. Jiang Chen nodded. The reason why he asked Nebula Kid to go was because Nebula Kid's cultivation was strong and his speed was fast. From here to Danyuan City and back, it would only take him half a day at most. As for the northern and southern dynasties, he was not worried at all during these 3 days. He knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. They were extremely arrogant people. Their words would never change. He would wait for Jiang Chen to kneel before him. In these 3 days, he would never touch a hair of Nebula sect. After Nebula Kid left, Jiang Chen began to arrange the formation.
Wu Emo followed beside Jiang Chen to understand the essence of the five-elemental Tajura formation. The higher-ups of Nebula sect and Maoyin cult had already left to arrange the disciples. No one would be able to escape from this battle. The five-elemental Tajura formation required too much energy. Thousands of people from both major forces had to join in and inject their energy into the formation. Only in this way could the formation reach its strongest state and resist the enemy. In the sky above Nebula sect, Jiang Chen and the others were standing in the air, checking the situation of the entire mountain range. The five elemental spirits must be arranged in the most suitable place. De Huang Dog was a formation master, so he quickly found the best place. Jiang Chen's body contained the five elemental spirits. Although he had already refined them, the essence could still be extracted and used to arrange the formation. Metal is in the west, wood is in the east, water is in the north, fire is in the south, and earth is in the middle. I have already found the most suitable place to arrange the five elemental spirits. Little Chenzi, the rest is up to you. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. According to the coordinates provided by De Huang Dog, he extracted the five elemental spirits and placed them separately on the coordinates. Only the west side was empty. He had not obtained the metal spirit yet, so he could only wait until he killed the white tiger. The four types of five elemental spirits were placed neatly, emitting four different colors. For a moment, the entire mountain range was filled with spiritual energy, giving people an indescribable sense of comfort. It was the first time that four types of five elemental spirits were gathered at the same place. To put it bluntly, if all five types of five elemental spirits were gathered, this place would become a sacred mountain in 1,000 years. Such rich five elemental chi. What a rare treasure. Wu Emo couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chen was actually able to gather four types of five elements together. This was simply heaven-defying. I'm afraid that the spirits of five elements alone won't be enough. Tyrant, do you still have your stone tablet? Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant. He remembered very clearly that Tyrant's stone tablet played a huge role in the Death Mountain. The grand formation laid down by Tyrant could even stop a minor saint. If Tyrant's stone tablet and the spirits of five elements were united, the power of the five elemental Tajura formation would reach an extremely terrifying level. There was no doubt about this. Of course. Tyrant nodded. Good. Tyrant, you are very useful now. Take out the stone tablet and fuse it with the chi of five elements. It will certainly make the power of the grand formation more tyrannical and stable. Jiang Chen said. No problem. Tyrant didn't hesitate. He turned his palm and the stone tablet appeared. It was a huge blood-red stone tablet. It carried a strong murderous chi and an ancient chi, indicating that this stone tablet had existed for a very long time. As soon as the monument appeared, there was an aura of superiority. It was an aura of independence, looking down on all heroes, not putting anything in its eyes, not even the heavens in its eyes. It was as if Tyrant was the only one who could control it. This stone tablet is extremely mystical. Back then in the Death Mountain, if it wasn't for this stone tablet, all of us would be dead. Guo Xiaofei said, sighing. That's right. With the help of this stone tablet, our grand formation will be more secure. Han Yen nodded. They were all people who had experienced the catastrophe in the Death Mountain. They knew the power of this stone tablet. Back then, this stone tablet had turned the tide and held on until the appearance of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for this stone tablet, they might not be able to stand here. Tyrant shouted. A divine sense penetrated into the stone tablet, trying to fuse the chi of five elements with the chi of five elements. However, the stone tablet trembled violently, as if it was rejecting the fusion of the chi of others. It was a high and mighty chi, as if nothing in this heaven and earth was qualified to fuse with it. However, very quickly, the stone tablet calmed down. This was because the stone tablet had sensed the aura of the five elements. The five elements were products from the beginning of the world. They were supreme sacred objects. Even the arrogant stone tablet had to acknowledge them. Rays of light overflowed from the stone tablet. Very quickly, it completed the fusion with the four chi of five elements. Little Chenzi, the stone tablet has completely fused with the chi of five elements. What should we do next? Tyrant asked. Tyrant, when the grand formation is activated, you will be in charge of controlling the stone tablet and activating its power. You don't have to worry about anything else. Jiang Chen arranged. Tyrant's role was undoubtedly very important. In the entire Nebula sect and Moin cult, only Tyrant could control the stone tablet. No one else could. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Tyrant patted his chest and guaranteed. It will take a long time to complete the 5 elemental Tajura formation. I'm afraid it will take 1 day and 1 night. Don't disturb us for the next period of time. I and De Huang will complete the 5 elemental Tajura formation. As long as this grand formation succeeds, 3 days later, the northern and southern dynasties will be in big trouble. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. Xuanyu was in a mess. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Wu Emo and the others retreated, but they didn't stay idle. On one side, they were guarding Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, lest they were disturbed. At the same time, they were observing the layout of the 5 elements Tajura formation. They wanted to memorize this grand formation so that they would be able to coordinate with it when the time comes. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog cooperated perfectly. They constantly roamed the sky above the Nebula sect. Both of their hands were constantly moving, striking out complicated runes. After these runes appeared, they fused with the chi of 5 elements before disappearing into the void, fusing with the space above the Nebula sect. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Quickly look, that's senior brother Jiang arranging the grand formation. Previously, the elder said that the grand formation senior brother Jiang is arranging is called the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Do you know what it is? No, I don't know either. But I'm sure it's very powerful. Nonsense, of course it's powerful. Senior brother Jiang had fused the chi of 5 elements to arrange this formation. And that stone tablet of Tyrant. Do you still remember that stone tablet? Back then in the Death Mountain, if it wasn't for that stone tablet, all of us would have died. None of us would be able to walk out alive. That's right. Just now, the elder has already arranged for senior brother Jiang to have the means to resist everything. This time we have to participate. Everyone has to use their Yuan force to support this grand formation. No matter what, we have to contribute. Fighting side by side with senior brother Jiang is truly a refreshing thing. We have to believe in senior brother Jiang. The people above have already said that Sect Master has gone to invite Dan King. With the help of Dan King, our strength will increase once again. Haha, let us follow senior brother Jiang and create a miracle. Don't talk, just watch carefully. Although we can't understand it, we still have to watch carefully. When the time comes, we will be able to coordinate with the grand formation. Countless of disciples of Nebula sect and Moin cult widened their eyes, looking at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog who had turned into 2 beams of light in the sky. The whole sky was filled with their afterimages. They knew that this grand formation was their only reliance and also their greatest means to resist the enemy. They had great confidence in Jiang Chen. Many of them couldn't understand the technique of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog because of their low strength, but it didn't matter. When the time comes, there would naturally be someone who would teach them how to coordinate with the grand formation. What they needed to do now was to watch attentively. Half a day later, Nebula Kid returned with Dan King. The current Dan King had received the help of Jiang Chen's 9 Yang less Rond pill. He was already half a step into the 6th grade minor saint, but unfortunately, he was still 1 step away. Even so, it would be hard for him to find an opponent among the 5th grade minor saints. Furthermore, Dan King had brought a few minor saints from Dan King County with him. With the addition of such a force, the foundation of Nebula sect and Moin cult had been strengthened. Many of them cheered excitedly as they finally saw hope. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were still working on the grand formation. Talisman after talisman appeared in the void. Dan King and Nebula Kid didn't disturb them. The reason why they came to help was because they trusted Jiang Chen. In the central hall of Xiaoyao Palace, the northern and southern dynasties were sitting on their thrones like real emperors. At this time, a silhouette appeared in the hall and knelt down on 1 knee in front of the northern and southern dynasties. Master, that Jiang Chen has returned, but judging from his behavior, he doesn't seem to have the intention of kowtowing to you. The black silhouette said. Of course, he won't come and kowtow to me. If he comes, he won't be Jiang Chen. The northern and southern dynasties smiled and didn't seem to mind. I have no idea what is that Jiang Chen doing right now. It seems like he has deployed a grand formation in the sky above the entire Nebula sect. It seems like he is preparing to fight us 3 days later. Also, Dan King of Dan Yuan City has gone to help. That Dan King is a peak 5th grade minor saint. The black silhouette said again. Humph. I can eat a puny 5th grade minor saint in one bite. Chapter 768. Countless minor saints didn't say anything about White Tiger's arrogance, because White Tiger did have the right to be arrogant. In their point of view, the Nebula sect and Moin cult were just putting up a desperate struggle. They didn't stand a chance against the northern and southern dynasties. That Dan King was also an idiot. He knew that he was going to die, but he still came here. He must be tired of living. Master, since that Jiang Chen isn't willing to kowtow to us, I think we should attack him directly. We will destroy the Nebula sect and Moin cult completely. We won't give them any chance to breathe. The man in black said. You dare question my words? 2 bright lights shot out from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties. The man in black immediately felt like he had fallen into hell. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his face. He kept kowtowing and said, I don't dare, I don't dare. The man in black was terrified. He knew very well what kind of people the northern and southern dynasties were. This man was extremely arrogant and self-centered. No one was allowed to defy or question his words. Since the northern and southern dynasties said that they would give the Nebula sect 3 days, they wouldn't attack in advance. In the hands of our northern and southern dynasties, all methods are useless. Isn't Jiang Chen constructing the formation? I will wait for him to finish before attacking. I gave the black sect 3 days. And I will give them 3 days today as well. 3 days later, I would like to see what method Jiang Chen is going to use to stop me. What happened in the past will never happen again. This time, I will make Jiang Chen kneel in front of me until he dies. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly. He would never forget the scene in the past. It was the first time he wanted to rule a region, but he failed in the end and almost lost his life. All of this was because of Jiang Chen. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties wanted to get rid of the shadow of the past and give Jiang Chen the heaviest blow. More importantly, the northern and southern dynasties were too confident. Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade combat emperor. He really couldn't think of what method Jiang Chen would use to fight him. He could crush Jiang Chen to death with just a finger. He would like to see what kind of formation Jiang Chen was going to use. He hoped that Jiang Chen would come up with some tricks. If that was the case, it would be interesting. Otherwise, it wouldn't be challenging at all. My lord is mighty. Everyone in the palace said in unison. They were all the overlords of a region. Although they didn't feel good about submitting to the northern and southern dynasties, they had to admit that the northern and southern dynasties had a peerless genius. No wonder he was the reincarnation of a powerful immortal soul. Jiang Chen must be an outstanding figure. Being able to follow such a person could be considered as witnessing a miracle in history. The next day, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog spent a day and a night to finally complete the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. The entire sky above the Nebula sect was covered by a layer of faint light. Once this light received the infusion of Yuan force, it would become incomparably bright. The Grand Formation had a total of 5 centers. Each center was supported by the 5 elemental spirits. However, the spiritual chi in the west was lacking, so the light was relatively dimmer. That place lacked the metal spirit, which made the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation imperfect and unstable. Regardless, the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was completed. This was the painstaking effort of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. 2 days later, they would have to rely on this Grand Formation to defend against the powerful enemies. After the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was completed, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog looked a little weak. Such a powerful and mysterious Grand Formation would not only consume Yuan force, but also one's mental energy. This was the kind of formation that would make people feel tired easily. When Jiang Chen saw Dan King, he immediately went up to him and said, Father, I didn't expect that you would really come to help us. This time, the chaos in Xuanyu is a muddy water. If it's not handled well, you might have to pay with your life. If you regret now, it's not too late. I won't blame you. Dan King's arrival was within Jiang Chen's expectation. Dan King was a man who valued friendship. This could be seen from the way Dan King treated Wu Ningzhu. However, there were some words that he still had to say. After all, this muddy water was not easy to wade. Chen, what kind of person do you take Godfather for? Your problems are my problems. Now that you're in trouble, how could I not help you? Furthermore, I'm willing to participate in such a huge event. Dan King said with a serious face. That's right. Young Master's matter is our matter. If we can see young Master create a miracle with our own eyes, it will be our honor. Elder Liu of Dan King County also came. He admired this young master very much. Back when they were in Dan King County, he had already prostrated himself in admiration. All right, father, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Just follow me and fight with all your might. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He never fought a battle that he was not confident of winning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss and invited Dan King to participate in this muddy water. He, Jiang Chen, would never do something that would throw away his life. Sect Leader Wu, De Huang and I want to take a rest. You two go ahead and arrange for everyone to get used to the grand formation. I will ask Yi Sha and the others to stay behind to familiarize themselves with the formation. When the war begins, their Yuan Qi will be able to coordinate well and the grand formation will be able to unleash its strongest power. Jiang Chen said to Nebula Kid and Wu Emo. He didn't need to worry about these things anymore. What he needed to do now was to rest and reorganize. He and De Huang Dog were a little tired. They needed to rest and reorganize before the war. Jiang Chen needed to adjust his condition to the best to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. After that, the entire Nebula sect became busy. Under the guidance of the higher-ups, all the disciples and elders began to familiarize themselves with the 5 elemental Tajura formation. From the top to the bottom, they were arranged layer by layer so that every disciple could completely familiarize themselves with the formation. 2 days passed by quickly. Early in the morning, the Nebula sect was filled with a tense atmosphere. Tens of thousands of disciples from the Nebula sect and the Mayin cult, ranging from the minor saint elders to the combat soul outer circle disciples, all of them were standing in formation with solemn expressions on their faces. Each of them occupied a different position, the position that could support the formation the most. If one were to take a closer look, they would be able to see that the number of people occupying the positions of the 5 elements was almost the same, and there was a balance between their levels. This was the result of the fusion of the 2 heavens. The northern and southern dynasties are going to start their war soon. This is a battle of life and death. Do you think we have a chance of winning? Let's leave it to fate. Right now, we can only trust in Jiang Chen. There's no other way. Don't be too disheartened. Senior disciple Jiang will definitely be able to defend against these powerful enemies. Everyone just need to work hard to activate the formation. The disciples of the 2 great forces were whispering to each other. The most tense moment was about to come. It would be a lie to say that they were not nervous at all. The enemy was too powerful. They were now staking everything on one throw, cutting off all means of retreat. Dan King, Nebula Kid, Wu Emo, and other minor saints. Together with the devils that were subdued by Jiang Chen and Tyrant, there were more than 30 minor saints on Jiang Chen's side. Although there was a huge difference between their strength and the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, with so many minor saints, supporting the 5 elemental Tajura formation wouldn't be a problem. The strong wind whistled. Jiang Chen, who was wearing a white robe, was floating in the sky like a sharp sword. Beside him, Tyrant was sitting cross-legged on the stone tablet like a peerless Buddha. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. The atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. No one was talking. On such a huge mountain range, it was hard to even feel the breathing. Only Jiang Chen's face was calm. He squinted his eyes, as if his expression wouldn't change even if the sky collapsed. Even Dan King and Wu Emo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Such calmness was definitely not an act, and it couldn't be faked. Nebula Kid's expression was very normal. He knew the real identity of Jiang Chen. He was the dignified greatest saint in the world. What had he not experienced? Perhaps in the eyes of others, today's battle might be a big event, but in the eyes of Jiang Chen, it was nothing. Hoo-hoo! All of a sudden, the wind became even more violent. Waves of tyrannical qi appeared in the sky. The qi condensed into a golden cloud with a circumference of 100 miles. It's here! Someone cried out in alarm. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. He looked at the golden cloud in the distance. The huge golden cloud quickly appeared in the sky above the Nebula sect. An incomparably huge pressure poured down from the golden cloud. This pressure was so strong that it almost materialized. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Many disciples of the Nebula sect felt incomparably uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the 5-elemental Tajura formation, it was unknown how many of them would have died under this pressure. Everyone fixed their eyes on the golden cloud. With a wallop sound, the golden cloud disappeared like flowing water. A large group of tyrannical experts appeared. There weren't many people who came, but their camp was incomparably strong. Each of them was a powerful minor saint. There wasn't even a combat emperor among them. There were more than 150 minor saints. With such a strong camp, one's soul would be suffocated just by looking at it, let alone resisting it. They were too strong. There was no way to resist them. If so many experts attacked at full force, the entire Nebula sect would be wiped out in an instant. The man in the front was wearing a golden robe. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His whole body was surrounded by the dragon-shaped chi of an emperor. The pressure that he emitted made people want to worship him. This man with golden hair and golden robe was from the northern and southern dynasties. Beside him stood a 10 meters tall majestic white tiger. The white tiger didn't have any impurities on its body, but it was emitting a pure golden light. The white tiger raised its head proudly. The word king in between its eyebrows was very eye-catching. Chapter 769. White Tiger was too powerful. He was only a 5th-grade minor demon saint. It was a piece of cake for him to deal with an ordinary 6th-grade minor saint. On the side of Nebula sect and Maureen cult, there wasn't a single 6th-grade minor saint. There were only 2 5th-grade minor saints, Dan King and Nebula Kid. On the side of Northern and Southern dynasties, excluding White Tiger and Northern and Southern dynasties, there were 5 5th-grade minor saints. There were also countless 3rd and 4th-grade minor saints. Such a huge gap was like a chasm that couldn't be made up for. The elders and disciples of Nebula sect and Maureen cult felt incomparably heavy. Even Wu Emo and Nebula Kid didn't look good. Knowing it was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was another thing. They already knew how powerful the Northern and Southern dynasties were, but they felt an irresistible pressure when facing them. At this time, a lot of eyes were looking at Jiang Chen, who was floating in the sky. Seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent and calm expression, their mood became slightly better. No matter what, they could see a trace of confidence from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, we meet again. Nanbei Chao looked down from above. His tone was like a monarch questioning his subjects. I didn't manage to kill you in Qi province and you managed to escape from the Death Mountain. Today, you won't have such a good chance. Jiang Chen said. The pressure from the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't affect him at all. He was the dignified greatest saint under the heavens. His status was higher than those of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen, how dare you talk to our master like that? You must be tired of living. Jiang Chen, you are just a puny combat emperor. What qualifications do you have to talk to our master like that? You have killed the genius of our family in Danyuan City. Today, I will settle the score with you. Jiang Chen, you will definitely die today. We will settle all the grievances between us today. Jiang Chen, you've killed so many people and offended countless forces. Today, even if you had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. One by one, powerful experts began to roar at Jiang Chen. Instantly, Jiang Chen became the target of public criticism. All the major powers present wanted to kill Jiang Chen, including Xiaoyao Palace, Tianshan School and Tan family. Even the major powers of Heaven Domain, Earth Domain and Yellow Domain. Back in Danyuan City, Jiang Chen had killed a lot of people and offended many major powers. Now that they had been subdued by the Northern and Southern dynasties, they had been suppressing their anger. Today, they wanted to vent their anger on Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, looks like you're not doing very well. Tyrant grinned at Jiang Chen. It doesn't matter if the whole world is my enemy. I don't put them in my eyes. Today, many people are destined to die. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent. He didn't put those experts in his eyes at all. In his eyes, there was only the Northern and Southern dynasties and the White Tiger. The Northern and Southern dynasties raised their hands. He said, Jiang Chen, I have to say that you have really disappointed me. I thought that you could at least break through to the minor saint realm, and we might have a chance to fight. I didn't expect that you are still lingering in the combat emperor realm. Killing you is an incomparably easy task. I can kill you with a single breath. I want you to understand that you are still an ant in front of me. I will give you one more chance now. As long as you come here and kowtow to me, I will let everyone here go today. Their fate will be in your hands." Jiang Chen's eyes were like two sharp swords as he looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, I have to say that you have really disappointed me. I thought that you could at least break through to the minor saint realm." The northern and southern dynasties were too confident and arrogant. They were extremely arrogant people. Northern and southern dynasties, you're too confident, but this confidence of yours is really stupid. Can't you see that I've already set up a grand formation here? If you have the ability, then break my grand formation. If you don't have the ability, then get the hell out of here." Jiang Chen sneered. "Haha, you want to use a broken formation to resist us? What a joke. I can completely shatter your formation with a single strike." The white tiger laughed loudly. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. "You little kitty is also as stupid as the northern and southern dynasties. I can see that you're strong on the outside but weak on the inside. You don't have any ability at all. My formation is a unique grand formation. Even if I give you 10 days and 10 nights, you won't be able to break a single crack in it." Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. He pointed his finger at the white tiger. Today's battle was unavoidable. What Jiang Chen needed to do was to lure the white tiger as much as possible. He must let the white tiger be the first one to attack. Only by killing the white tiger would he have a chance to carry out the rest of the plan. Therefore, he had to provoke the white tiger. He knew that a proud existence like the white tiger would be easily provoked. Roar! Sure enough, Jiang Chen's words instantly angered the white tiger. The white tiger roared on the spot. He was the king of all beasts, a noble and powerful existence. How dare Jiang Chen call him a little kitty? This was a serious humiliation. Only by twisting Jiang Chen's head off would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Damned bastard! How dare you disrespect me? You're courting death. Do you know that? I will personally attack and tear your grand formation into pieces. Today, everyone here will die. I will kill every single one of you." The white tiger's chi shook the sky. The aura of a king filled the air. His body emitted a golden light that was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The aura of a 5th-grade minor demon saint was released. To the others, the existence of the white tiger was equivalent to the arrival of the end of the world. "All right. White tiger, I will let you attack first. Destroy his ridiculous grand formation first, then kill everyone here." The northern and southern dynasties had given the order to the white tiger. He and the white tiger were the same kind of people. They would not allow anyone to disrespect and blaspheme them. Dong! The white tiger moved. He dragged his majestic body and took a step forward. The void under his feet was shattered. The white tiger's divine aura was matchless. He arrived above Jiang Chen in a blink of an eye. He was ready to launch a terrifying attack on the 5-elemental Tajura formation. At this moment, everyone from the Nebula sect and the Moin cult felt that their mouths were dry. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Mo's faces were pale. The white tiger was too powerful. They couldn't think of any method that Jiang Chen could use to kill the white tiger. If Jiang Chen was just boasting, it would be too much. Jiang Chen stared at the white tiger without blinking. Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. A golden talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. "Here's my chance, white tiger. Since you have delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and crushed the source of combat strength talisman. With a loud bang, a huge hole was created in the sky, and the source of combat strength talisman turned into an old monk. The old monk's body was very faint, but it carried an endless amount of power. Under this kind of power, the whole world seemed to have quieted down. The old monk's body was emitting a pure Buddha's light, like a living Buddha. "What?" The white tiger immediately cried out. He felt an unprecedented pressure from the illusory old monk. There was also an aura of death. The white tiger was not an idiot. On the contrary, he was very smart. At this moment, how could he not know that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap? He wanted to escape, but he found that his body had been imprisoned by the illusory old monk. His body was trapped in a firm cage, unable to move. What a powerful chi! That's the source of combat strength talisman. Jiang Chen actually has such a powerful source of combat strength talisman. Haha, no wonder he is so confident. Judging from the chi of that old monk,
I'm afraid that he is a ninth-grade minor saint.
Such an expert is too shocking. That white tiger is finished. Not even the gods can save him.
Haha.
I never thought that Jiang Chen has such a powerful trump card.
The source of combat strength talisman of a ninth-grade minor saint can easily destroy the world.
Wu Emo and Nebula Kid laughed. Many people from Nebula sect and Maoyin cult were cheering. The white tiger had been trapped by Jiang Chen.
As long as the white tiger was eliminated, it was equal to cutting off the right arm of the northern and southern dynasties.
What's going on? How could Jiang Chen have such a powerful source of combat strength talisman? It's over. This source of combat strength talisman is concocted by a ninth-grade minor saint. White tiger won't be able to resist it. What should we do now? Should we help him?
No, the damage of a ninth-grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman is too great.
We will still die if we go against it. The reason why Jiang Chen hasn't killed the white tiger yet is because he is waiting for us to save him. He knows that the talisman can only be used once, so he wants to kill as many as he can.
The northern and southern dynasties were in a state of agitation and panic. None of them had thought that they would fall into a disadvantageous position the moment they arrived. The white tiger was the strongest existence on their side, but he was trapped just like that.
Jiang Chen, release the white tiger.
The northern and southern dynasties shouted. His eyes were about to shoot out fire.
The white tiger was too important to him.
If the white tiger died, it would be an irreparable loss to him. However, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to step forward. If he did, he would die together with the white tiger.
Release him? If you have what it takes, come and save him yourself. If you don't have what it takes, just watch him die.
Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth.
He didn't waste any more time.
With a thought, the power of the source of combat strength talisman burst out. He knew that the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't come to save him. The situation where the source of combat strength talisman could kill as many people as he wanted wouldn't happen anymore.
It was enough to kill the white tiger. Roar. Chapter 770.
Jiang Chen, today, you will die no matter where you go. The death of the white tiger made the northern and southern dynasties feel like a snake whose tail was stepped on.
Anger burst out from their chests.
He shouted at the 150 minor saints.
Kill them all. Destroy this place completely. Let the blood flow like a river. Leave no one alive.
Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, monstrous waves of air rose up, directly covering the sun in the sky. The huge energy was like a vast ocean. The entire sky was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking everyone to the point that their souls trembled. Swoosh! After Jiang Chen got the white tiger's demon soul, he immediately flew to the coordinates of the metal spirit in the west. He swallowed the white tiger's demon soul and sat on the coordinates. An enormous amount of metal chi surged out from his body. The incomplete 5-elemental Tajura formation was repaired in a blink of an eye. The colorful energy illuminated the entire nebula sect like a safety barrier, protecting everyone. Everyone, support the formation and use the brilliant mirror to counterattack. I would like to see how many people will die today.
Jiang Chen's voice rumbled like thunder. He was like a dominator, controlling everything.
The entire situation was under his control. Everyone, inject your Yuan force into the formation.
Nebula Kid shouted.
Now, there were more than 100 minor saints attacking at the same time. The formation was too strong. They had to go all out. They knew very well that it would be hard to stop the attack of so many minor saints with just the formation. However, they had to at least hold on until Jiang Chen advanced to the minor saint realm. Buzz buzz. The 5-elemental Tajura formation let out a loud buzzing sound. The entire formation trembled violently. Countless rays of light shot up to the sky. Tyrant was controlling the stone tablet, completely integrating it with the 5-elemental Tajura formation. Beside the stone tablet, there was a 30 meters mirror. The brilliant mirror was like a scorching sun, emitting the most dazzling light. The brilliant mirror had completely integrated with the 5-elemental Tajura formation. As long as Jiang Chen willed it, the brilliant mirror would be able to absorb enough Yuan force from the 5-elemental Tajura formation to counterattack the enemy. Rumble. The northern and southern dynasties were the first to make a move. He struck out a beam of light that looked like a pillar that could prop up the sky. The light collided with the 5-elemental grand formation,
causing an earth-shattering explosion. Unfortunately, he alone couldn't shake the 5-elemental Tajura formation. This grand formation was painstakingly set up by Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog. Now, with the support of the 5 elemental spirits, Tyrant Stone Tablet, and over 30 minor saint experts channeling their Yuan force together, it was simply impossible for the northern and southern dynasties to break it. Attack! Destroy this formation! The northern and southern dynasties gave the order. More than 100 minor saints attacked at the same time, striking the 5 elemental grand formation with their most powerful and violent attacks. Rumble! The power was too terrifying. The void had been completely destroyed. All the experts of Nebula Sect and Ma'in cult were supporting the grand formation. More than 100 minor saints attacked at the same time, causing the grand formation to shake continuously. However, the 5 elemental grand formation still didn't show any signs of being broken. The defensive power of this formation was too amazing. It was a little difficult to break it with brute force. However, there seemed to be no other way besides brute force. After the 5 elemental Tajura formation was supported by the metal spirits, it had become incomparably perfect. They couldn't find any flaws in it. Even if there were flaws, they wouldn't be able to see through it. Although there were formation masters among them, the gap between them and De Huang Dog wasn't small. With De Huang Dog guarding the formation, no one could cleverly break it. However, it wasn't easy for the experts of Nebula Sect and Ma'in cult to resist the attack. Even with the support of the 5 elemental Tajura formation, the power of the attacks of more than 100 minor saints couldn't be underestimated. Some of the weaker ones had already felt dizzy. They weren't qualified to participate in such a battle. Even the weakest outer sect disciples were struggling to hold on, because they understood that they would have a chance to survive if they continued to hold on. Once the grand formation was broken, death would be the only thing that awaited them. Tyrant was like a Buddha. He was a first-grade minor saint, which made him extremely terrifying. He was controlling the monument, allowing the monument and the chi of the grand formation to fuse together. The monument was very useful. Because of the monument, the 5 elemental Tajura formation had become much stronger. The brilliant mirror hadn't started its attack yet. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He needed time to break through to the minor saint realm. If he used the brilliant mirror, it might cause some damage to the enemy, but the enemy's camp was too big. The brilliant mirror alone wouldn't be able to change the result. Instead, the mirror would absorb too much energy, weakening the power of the formation. At this moment, Jiang Chen was sitting on the coordinates of the metal spirits with his eyes closed. He didn't care about the battle outside, but only focused on breaking through to the minor saint realm. Honglong. More than 100 minor saints attacked at the same time. Endless energy was unleashed. Every time an attack hit the formation, it would shake everyone's soul. But the 5 elemental Tajura formation was incomparably strong. Not a single crack could be seen on it until now. Motherfucker! What kind of formation is this? Why is it so strong? I have a deep understanding of the Tao formation, but this formation is just too strong. I don't know what it's using to support it. It doesn't have a single flaw. Also, the monument of that monk must be an incomparably precious treasure. With this monument, this formation will be even harder to break. We don't have time to think too much. With our current strength, we will break it sooner or later. Did you all see that? This formation needs a lot of Yuan force to support it. When their Yuan force is depleted, this formation will collapse by itself. Many people in the northern and southern dynasties were shocked. The combined attack of more than 100 minor saints was extremely powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shattering. It was only a matter of time before the Yuan force of Nebula Sect and Ma'in cult was exhausted. The northern and southern dynasties were furious. They looked like a peerless king. Both of their eyes had turned golden. Their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. They could see through Jiang Chen's plan. After obtaining the demon soul of White Tiger, Jiang Chen was breaking through to the minor saint realm. Jiang Chen, come out and fight with me if you have the ability. Let's settle the score between us. Why are you hiding inside like a turtle? The northern and southern dynasties shouted at Jiang Chen. Northern and southern dynasties, you don't have to provoke me. Break my grand formation if you have the ability. If you don't, wait for me to break through to the minor saint realm. Then, I will come out and fight with you. Jiang Chen didn't even open his eyes. His voice spread out like waves and fell into everyone's ears. Jiang Chen's words were like a stabilizing needle, suppressing the entire Nebula sect. He was now the god in everyone's heart. Jiang Chen's confidence had given them unlimited hope. It seemed that as long as Jiang Chen was here, no matter how many minor saints there were, it would be useless. The current situation was the best explanation. The joint attack of more than 150 minor saints couldn't break the grand formation that Jiang Chen had set up. This was Jiang Chen's means. He could even kill the white tiger. What else couldn't he do? Jiang Chen sat cross-legged. The demon soul of the white tiger was being refined bit by bit. This was the demon soul of a divine beast. It was a 5th-grade minor demon saint. The enormous energy contained in it was unimaginable. However, Jiang Chen didn't need the energy. He only needed the bloodline of the white tiger. As for the demon soul, it could be given to the Huang dog. Jiang Chen only needed the bloodline of the white tiger to complete the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal's recommendation. Under the impact of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal and the recommendation of the Dragon Transformation skill, Jiang Chen would break through to the 1st-grade minor saint. Wang, the Dragon Transformation skill was circulating at high speed, and the chant of the Golden Dragon Seal was circulating automatically as well. The bloodline of the white tiger began to be absorbed by Jiang Chen bit by bit. A huge amount of gold qi began to gather in Jiang Chen's body. Dozens of minutes later, Jiang Chen had finally completely absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger. At this time, the 5 Elements Tajura formation wasn't as strong as before. All the Combat Soul and Combat King disciples were lying on the ground in exhaustion. They had completely lost their combat strength. Only the powerful combat emperors and minor saints were still struggling. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen to unleash his full power. Once the formation was broken, most of them would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered by the enemy without any chance to resist. Big brother, hurry up. Xueling Heir's face had turned pale. She was relying on the heaven elixir to support herself. Haha, look, they can't hold on any longer. Let's put in more effort. As long as we break the formation, we'll kill every single one of them. Freedom King burst into laughter. The formation was getting weaker and weaker. Many people from the Nebula sect and Moin cult couldn't hold on any longer. It wasn't long before the formation was broken. Jiang Chen, I'll wait for you to break through to the minor saint realm. At that time, we'll have a duel, and I'll kill you with my own hands. I won't give you any chance. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties were shaking the heavens, as if they were determined to kill Jiang Chen. The white tiger was killed by Jiang Chen, and it had made the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties bleed. If they didn't kill Jiang Chen today, the hatred in their hearts would never be appeased. Rumble. Right at this moment, a series of violent explosions suddenly sounded out from Jiang Chen's body. An extremely powerful qi wave spread out from his body. Right now, Jiang Chen had completely condensed the 5 elemental spirits. He had reached the great circle of the 5 elements. The qi of the 5 elements was unleashed from his body, and it directly manifested into 5 different concepts. The number of dragon marks began to condense, and each new dragon mark let out a loud roar. Jiang Chen now looked like a true dragon, filled with a mighty aura. Crack! Chapter 771. 60,000 dragon marks were formed. Jiang Chen had advanced to the 1st-grade minor saint. However, his transformation wasn't over yet. A domain suddenly shot out from his body. It was a golden world, as if it was an independent existence. Then, another domain appeared. 5 different domains appeared. They were golden, green, light blue, red and brown. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel ecstatic when he saw this. Haha, this is my domain. I can use the power of a domain after advancing to the minor saint realm. Others only have 1 domain, but I have 5. When the 5 domains are combined together, it will become a powerful 5 elemental domain. I finally know the pinnacle of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. It isn't the offensive power of the seals, but the powerful domain. Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. The 5 elemental domain was the pinnacle of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Who in this world could have a domain that contained 5 different elements? The 5 elements were the origin of the heaven and earth. Jiang Chen's domain contained the origin and essence of the 5 elements. It could evolve into a world in the future. This was simply unimaginable. The combination of the 5 elements was even more powerful. In this world,
There were a lot of people who practiced special elemental techniques. However, no matter which elemental technique they practiced, they would be restrained by Jiang Chen's domain when fighting against Jiang Chen. Moreover, the 5 elements were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. This would allow Jiang Chen's domain to form an inexhaustible life force that would never dry up. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. This was simply a heaven-defying domain. Once he unleashed the power of his domain, it would be equivalent to unleashing the 5 elements at the same time. Who could resist it? Brother Jiang has advanced to the minor saint realm. Haha. This is great. This is truly great. Brother Jiang is truly a rare genius. However, Brother Jiang is just a first-grade minor saint. I wonder if he can turn the tide. Nebula Kid and Maoyin Cult were excited when they saw the chi that burst out from Jiang Chen. At this moment, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. What a powerful domain! Chen Er's domain has actually integrated the power of the 5 elements. This is too shocking. King of Dan felt the chi of 5 elements released from Jiang Chen's realm. His facial expression changed drastically. He had never heard of such a powerful realm before, let alone seen it. He didn't even dare to think about it. Perhaps only someone as powerful as Jiang Chen could do it. Power of the 5 elements. Fuse. Jiang Chen coldly shouted, and the 5 different elemental intents immediately fused together. There was no rejection at all during the fusion process, as the 5 elemental spirits had already been completely refined by him. With just a thought, he could control them at will. Voila, the 5 elemental domain had completely fused together. The powerful power of the 5 elements evolved into a 5 elemental storm, overflowing from Jiang Chen's body. One could feel the 5 different types of power from Jiang Chen's domain. The sharp golden waves were like sharp swords that could cut through anything. The rolling green chi was releasing endless vitality. The cold tide could freeze everything. The glaring and blazing flame could even burn the heaven and earth. The brown sand chi was like a huge mountain, giving people a great pressure. This was the power of the 5 elements. Hoo-hoo! Chi waves whistled again. After Jiang Chen's 5 elemental spirits were completely condensed, the grand completion of the 5 elemental energies brought great benefits to Jiang Chen. New dragon marks were formed one after another. Only after 1,000 dragon marks were formed did it stop. In other words, Jiang Chen had not only advanced to the first-grade minor saint, but he had also reached the peak of the first-grade minor saint. Swoosh, the domain was kept by Jiang Chen. His eyes shot out 2 rays of sharp light, cutting the void. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood up slowly. The entire heaven and earth changed along with his chi. He was like a peerless king that had descended to the world. His body was covered with dazzling light that blinded people's eyes. He was like a god that no one dared to look directly at. At this moment, Jiang Chen could feel the chi of the heavenly tribulation. Ever since he had condensed the battle spirit, every advancement would be accompanied by a powerful heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen had already gotten used to it. However, the heavenly tribulation could still be controlled by him. As long as he hadn't advanced to the second-grade minor saint, the heavenly tribulation could descend at any time. Of course, the current intense battle wasn't a suitable time to trigger the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation of a minor saint was equivalent to a saint tribulation. Its power was countless times stronger than before. If he were to undergo the heavenly tribulation here, the entire Nebula sect would be razed to the ground. Brothers, it's time to strike back. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated through the air. The brilliant mirror suddenly turned around and aimed at a spot where the attacks were concentrated. In an instant, it absorbed all the attacks, and in the next moment, a huge amount of energy was bounced back. What's going on? What kind of treasure is that mirror? It can reflect our energy attack. Get out of the way quickly. This attack is the combination of at least 10 of our strength. We won't be able to withstand it. The group of minor saints panicked and fled in all directions. The power of the brilliant mirror's reflection was too strong. It was the sum of their previous attack power. If this attack landed on one person, the result would be unimaginable. Haha! Hung Long. The enormous energy exploded. The void was instantly destroyed. That was a force that could destroy everything. A first-grade minor saint let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was vaporized and died on the spot. Not only that, there were at least 3 minor saints who suffered from either light or heavy injuries. This was the power of the brilliant mirror. Motherfucker! Awesome. Wu Emo jumped up on the spot. He no longer cared about his image as a sect master. Just now, he had been suppressed by the brilliant mirror. Now, the brilliant mirror had counterattacked, instantly disrupting the enemy's formation and killing a minor saint. This scene was undoubtedly a great boost to the morale of the entire Nebula sect and Ma'in cult. This brilliant mirror is really powerful. It's just that its absorption of Yuan Qi is too fierce. Dan King wiped off his sweat. This is the treasure of our Nebula sect, the pinnacle of minor saint weapons. For so many years, no one has been able to use it. Finally, it can be brought to life in the hands of Jiang Chen. Nebula Kid's face was filled with excitement. He was very happy to see the power of the brilliant mirror with his own eyes. Haha, did you see that? He killed a minor saint. That's the treasure of our Nebula sect, the brilliant mirror. It has shown its power in the hands of Brother Jiang. Great! This is so satisfying. Not only did he kill a minor saint, but he also destroyed their formation. Senior Brother Jiang is truly a heaven-defying figure. I seem to see the hope of our victory. With Senior Brother Jiang here, nothing is impossible. Many of them were excited. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. All of these were the arrangements of Jiang Chen. Everyone, be careful of the brilliant mirror. Its power is too strong, but it also consumes a lot of Yuan Qi. They won't be able to use it too many times. Let's spread out our attack power. Otherwise, we won't be able to withstand the rebounding power. Freedom King shouted loudly. This wasn't what he wanted to see. He knew that the Nebula sect had a brilliant mirror, but he didn't know what it could be used for. So he ignored it. He didn't expect that it could unleash such a great power. Jiang Chen, come out and fight. The Northern and Southern dynasties shouted again. Today's attack on the Nebula sect wasn't going smoothly, which made him very angry. However, this didn't affect his confidence. In his point of view, everything that Jiang Chen had done was just to resist stubbornly. The final outcome would be the same. As you wish. Jiang Chen took a step forward and appeared in the sky. Suddenly, his body trembled violently again. At this moment, under the stimulation of the 5 elemental spheres, the dragon transformation skill ushered in another transformation. Jiang Chen was excited again. He had been cultivating the dragon transformation skill for a long time. He had a deep understanding of this skill. Every time the dragon transformation skill evolved, it would bring him endless benefits. In the depths of his soul, the half-dragon and half-human shadow appeared again. It was exactly the scene that he saw during his enlightenment. It hadn't appeared since it was interrupted by someone. Today, the dragon transformation skill had evolved again. It finally appeared. A drop of dragon blood essence emerged from the depths of Jiang Chen's soul, fusing into his internal organs and limbs. Jiang Chen couldn't hold it any longer. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon transformation skill evolved again, allowing him to transform into a dragon. His body began to change continuously. Pieces of blood-red dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Ka-ka-ka. Jiang Chen's bones produced cracking sounds. His arms became incomparably thick. His palms turned into real dragon claws. The sharp claws could tear anything apart. His body doubled in size. A pair of blood-red dragon wings appeared on his back. A casual movement of the wings produced a sound of iron being struck. Other than giving Jiang Chen lightning speed, the wings were also a powerful weapon. A casual strike from it could cut a third-grade minor saint into half. Jiang Chen had completely transformed into a blood-red dragon. His body doubled in size. Only his face was still that of a human. However, his combat power had increased by 10 times in the dragon transformation state. Jiang Chen felt that he was so powerful that he could tear anything apart. He had just advanced to the 1st-grade minor saint. His combat strength was enough to kill a 4th-grade minor saint. In his dragon form, his combat strength had increased by 10-fold. Killing a 5th-grade minor saint would be a piece of cake for him. Such a powerful transformation was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Jiang Chen found out that the true Dragon Palm and Azure Dragon 5 steps were much more powerful when he was in his dragon form. Chapter 772. My God! What kind of monster is this? What a terrifying chi! This is a type of transformation technique. This is the chi of a dragon.
Jiang Chen actually has the legendary form of a dragon. This is unbelievable. This is too shocking. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. How many more unknown means does Jiang Chen have? I can feel that his combat strength has increased by at least 10 times in this form. 10 times. That's heaven-defying. That's right. Everyone was shocked. Whether it was the Nebula sect or the Maoyin cult, or the enemies, they were all shocked by Jiang Chen's transformation. The energy of this transformation was too terrifying. There were no lack of experts on the scene. They could see that Jiang Chen was already very scary when he advanced to the first-grade minor saint. His current form was at least 10 times stronger than before. Such a heaven-defying transformation technique was simply unheard of. This is too scary. I have a feeling that even with my current strength, I'm afraid that I won't be a match for Jiang Chen. Dan King's eyes widened. He was now at the peak of 5th-grade minor saint. Although Jiang Chen was just a first-grade minor saint, the combat strength that he could unleash was unimaginably terrifying. Under such circumstances, Dan King had to admit that he was no match for Jiang Chen. What happened? How did he suddenly undergo such a transformation? He directly turned into a monster. It's a very scary transformation technique. Apart from the increase in combat strength, his chi, physical strength and attack speed are many times stronger than before. This bastard is too scary. But we don't have to be afraid. As long as he dares to come out, the northern and southern dynasties will naturally deal with him. There are over 150 minor saints here. Can't we kill a mere Jiang Chen? The minor saints of the northern and southern dynasties were shocked. Many of them had a hint of fear for Jiang Chen. They had never seen such an abnormal person before. Such a person could no longer be described as a genius. The existence of Jiang Chen had subverted many people's perception. Facing the dragon-like Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties' expression turned grim. They could feel that the current Jiang Chen had the strength to fight them. However, the northern and southern dynasties didn't care too much about it. They were still confident that they could kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, come out and fight me. Show me how strong you are. The northern and southern dynasties shouted at Jiang Chen. As you wish. Jiang Chen's body swayed. His majestic dragon body flew out of the 5-elemental Tajura formation, but the formation was still maintained. The brilliant mirror became even brighter. Jiang Chen was going to fight the northern and southern dynasties, but the 5-elemental Tajura formation couldn't be removed. Given the difference in strength between both sides, the formation couldn't be fully activated yet. Otherwise, even if he could kill all the powerful enemies in the end, the Nebula sect would be annihilated. Those combat emperors, combat kings, and even combat soul disciples and elders would die tragically. In a battle between minor saints, they were just cannon fodder. You guys continue to support the formation. I will kill the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen said. As soon as he walked out of the formation, a terrifyingly sharp claw shot out and grabbed a second-grade minor saint who was closest to him. The minor saint's face was filled with panic. After being controlled by Jiang Chen, this was the first time he felt so close to death. No, the minor saint roared, but it was useless. Jiang Chen's sharp claw crushed his skull like a piece of tofu. The second-grade minor saint died on the spot. Jiang Chen halted his steps, creating a huge crack in the void. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the northern and southern dynasties. None of the remaining 100 minor saints dared to approach him. Freedom King, Chen Jintian, and Sky Hill Taoist were gnashing their teeth at Jiang Chen. They had the urge to vomit blood when they saw how powerful Jiang Chen was. There was an irreconcilable hatred between them and Jiang Chen. Once, Jiang Chen was just like an ant in front of them. They could easily crush him to death. But today, Jiang Chen's strength was something they could only look at from afar. Now, they could only hope that the northern and southern dynasties could kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise, given Jiang Chen's character, he would never let them go. Jiang Chen, it seems like I have given you another chance to grow. But do you think you still have the chance to turn defeat into victory in today's situation? Lang Lang of the northern and southern dynasties said. Let's cut the crap. The white tiger is dead. You will die too. All those who came to attack the Nebula sect must die. Today, this place is destined to be flooded with blood. Use your blood to dye the mountains of the Nebula sect. Jiang Chen's voice was cold and cruel. It was as if the god of death had descended and sentenced everyone to death. Arrogant. You killed the white tiger because you used the source of combat strength talisman. Unfortunately, you only have one. Now, you have no chance against me. You will have to pay a heavy price for killing the white tiger. Today, this place is destined to be flooded with blood, but not our blood. It will be the blood of millions of people of the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. He suddenly shouted, "Eternal celestial wind!" Crackle. For a moment, with the northern and southern dynasties as the center, the entire spatial zone was filled with crackling sounds. Powerful waves of wind were shot out from the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. These waves of wind were glowing brilliantly with a superior chi. That was the chi of immortals. Each wave of wind was like an illusory dragon or a dazzling sharp sword, cutting the spatial zone layer by layer. Under the stimulation of the eternal celestial wind, the chi of the northern and southern dynasties rose abruptly. In a blink of an eye, their cultivation had reached the third-grade minor saint. Such a strong wind. It seems to be something from the immortal world. This guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Jiang Chen's eyes were dull. The performance of the northern and southern dynasties was indeed very strong. However, Jiang Chen wasn't worried. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. He had just obtained the energy of the dragon form, and it was the perfect time to test his combat strength. The stronger the northern and southern dynasties were, the more he liked it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a challenge at all. Nanbei Chao, who was a third-grade minor saint, could already kill a fifth-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen, who was in his dragon form, could still kill a fifth-grade minor saint. One of them had the immortal soul physique while the other was a super monstrous genius. It was hard to tell who would win when the two of them collided. Let's continue to attack the Grand Formation. Master will take care of Jiang Chen. As long as we break the Grand Formation, we will be able to wipe out the Nebula sect and Moyin cult. Freedom King shouted. More than 100 minor saints attacked the 5 elemental Tajura formation again. Dan King and Nebula Kid had no choice but to continue holding on. They wanted to have a big fight with the minor saints outside, but if the formation was broken, thousands of disciples would die. The good thing was that with the deterrence of the brilliant mirror, the 150 minor saints didn't dare to concentrate their attacks on a single point. It was beneficial to the defense of the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties had created another battlefield. 2 domineering geniuses, 2 predestined enemies, had once again clashed with each other after the battle in the Black Sect. No one knew what the outcome would be this time. Jiang Chen, prepare to die. I want to wash away the humiliation you gave me last time. I will kill you once and for all. Wisdom King Fist. The chi of the northern and southern dynasties surged. They struck out a powerful Wisdom King Fist. An extremely bright and huge fist appeared out of nowhere. It was as big as a mountain. There were all kinds of complicated talismans engraved on its surface. It was filled with the aura of wisdom. It shattered the void and launched a fierce attack at Jiang Chen's. It's the Wisdom King Fist again. Is there anything new? Jiang Chen sneered. He had experienced this King of Wisdom's fist before, and it was indeed a frightening combat skill. The King of Wisdom's fist contained a hint of wisdom, and it could lock onto the opponent's movements, not giving the opponent any chance to escape. Last time, Jiang Chen had killed it with the 6 solar fingers, but this time, Jiang Chen wanted to try his dragon wings. Shwa! The huge dragon wings spread out. They were at least 3 meters wide. A casual flap of the dragon wings could create 1,000 ripples. The dragon wings were used in conjunction with the spatial shift. Jiang Chen's body instantly turned into an afterimage. With a schwa, he flew out, directly cutting off the connection between him and the Wisdom King Fist. What? Nanbei Chao's expression changed. The Wisdom King Fist had its own intelligence. Once it locked onto someone, it would be impossible for them to escape. However, Jiang Chen's speed was just too fast. That pair of terrifying dragon wings could even cut off the connection between the Wisdom King Fist and Jiang Chen's chi. Haha, true dragon palm. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. He suddenly struck out with the true dragon palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw slammed down, directly shattering the Wisdom King Fist. Jiang Chen used the true dragon combat skill in his dragon form. The might of the true dragon combat skill was even more ferocious. 3 wisdom punches. The northern and southern dynasties didn't move. They struck out with the 3 wisdom punches again. Each punch was stronger than the previous. The earth-shattering might was like a vast ocean, wanting to drown Jiang Chen completely. Humph. All attacks are like floating clouds in front of me. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. He no longer dodged and directly charged towards the 3 wisdom punches. With a wave of his arm, numerous flood dragon shadows flew out. There were a total of 9 of them. Roar, roar. The roars of the flood dragons shook the heavens and the earth. The 9 murdering flood dragons was also a terrifying innate ability. It was unleashed to its fullest potential by Jiang Chen. The 9 flood dragons surrounded the 3 wisdom punches and tore them into pieces. Too weak. Northern and Southern dynasties. These methods are useless against me. Jiang Chen was too strong. A casual punch from him could unleash an ocean-like strength. Right now, he had countless powerful abilities. Even though the Northern and Southern dynasties had the support of the eternal immortal wind, they still couldn't gain any advantage in front of him. Think about it, if they didn't have the eternal immortal wind, the Northern and Southern dynasties would already be dead men. Haha, look. The Northern and Southern dynasties can't gain any advantage against senior brother Jiang. Senior brother Jiang is too ferocious. As long as we kill the Northern and Southern dynasties, our crisis will be completely resolved. Chapter 773. Rumble. High up in the sky, Jiang Chen and the Northern and Southern dynasties were engaged in a fierce battle. In terms of combat skills, the Northern and Southern dynasties had fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, with the protection of the immortal armor, his defensive ability was extraordinarily strong. On the surface, it seemed like he was still in a stalemate with Jiang Chen. However, the hearts of the Northern and Southern dynasties weren't calm. It was as if he had seen the scene that happened in the Black Sect. When he fought with Jiang Chen, although he was only a divine core warrior, the scene was almost the same as what he was seeing now. He knew that he had once again underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had once again grown beyond his imagination. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to kill Jiang Chen. However, the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't give up. He had the powerful immortal physique. He was a true emperor. He looked down upon the world and didn't put anyone in his eyes. All living beings in the world should submit to him. He was a supreme emperor. Below them, more than 150 minor saints were still attacking the 5 elemental Tajura formation. However, this formation was just too strong. In addition, the Northern and Southern dynasties still couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. This had made many of them restless. Also, the brilliant mirror would counterattack from time to time. So far, 4 minor saints had died under the brilliant mirror, and they still hadn't broken the formation. They hadn't killed a single one of their opponents. Inside the 5 elemental Tajura formation, Nebula Kid, Wu Yimou, and Dan King were working extremely hard. Yi Sha and the others were using all their strength. In addition, the formation was being guarded by De Huang Dog, and Tyrant had fused with the stone tablet. It was simply indestructible. However, to the Nebula sect and Moyin cult, this was a huge consumption, especially the consumption of the brilliant mirror. Now, they could only hope that Jiang Chen could kill the Northern and Southern dynasties and save everything. Jiang Chen's performance was indeed incomparably strong. It had brought great hope to everyone. Monarch Heaven Art. Ultimate kill. The Northern and Southern dynasties were infuriated and used their strongest techniques. The sovereign's aura on their bodies became extremely dense, turning into a sovereign dragon that soared into the sky. A river of stars appeared in the sky. It was a heavenly river that was densely covered with runes. It was unknown how powerful the attack power of the heavenly river was. It suddenly poured down, diving towards Jiang Chen. Damn it, the Northern and Southern dynasties are insane. No wonder they are the reincarnations of immortals. I wonder if little Chenzi can withstand such a powerful attack? Nangong Wentian couldn't help but curse. This was his first time seeing the Northern and Southern dynasties. Back when the Qi province was in chaos, he didn't know Jiang Chen yet. Even with his pride, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was a monster that could rival Jiang Chen. Don't worry, I'm sure he can handle it. He did the same back in the Black Sect. Han Yen was still very confident in Jiang Chen. Roar facing the terrifying attack of the heavenly river, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He threw his head back and let out a wild roar. An icy cold water dragon suddenly rushed out from his body.
The powerful water dragon seal had become even more terrifying after the 5 elements were completed. The chi of the heavenly earth pure water froze the void. Rumble the water dragon and the heavenly river collided. The void was smashed into pieces in an instant. The color of the sky changed completely. It was a scene of doomsday. However, the heavenly river didn't disappear, but the water dragon seal was really terrifying. The icy cold heavenly earth pure water had frozen more than half of the heavenly river, forming a huge ice sculpture in the sky. It was a beautiful scene. Clang at this time, the heavenly saint's sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The body of the sword began to tremble violently. The heavenly saint's sword was no longer an emperor weapon, but a true minor saint weapon. Along with Jiang Chen's advancement, it had advanced by 1 level. Right now, the appearance of the heavenly saint's sword had completely changed. The blood-red dragon head looked extremely ferocious, and it had turned into a sword hilt. The body of the sword was covered with dragon marks, making it look like a real dragon sword. This wasn't the first time it had taken this form. Back then, Jiang Chen had transformed it using the dragon marks, but now, it was different. Under the influence of the dragon transformation skill, the heavenly saint sword had transformed into a real dragon sword just like Jiang Chen. It looked extremely frightening. Howl Jiang Chen raised the heavenly saint's sword high up in the air. The sword produced an ear-piercing howl. A bright blood-red sword light soared into the sky. The indestructible sword light stood on top of the heavenly river. The heavenly river that carried terrifying energy was slashed into half by Jiang Chen on the spot, shattering into countless pieces and falling down from the sky. Dang dang dang. The northern and southern dynasties had suffered a great shock when the monarch heaven art was destroyed by Jiang Chen. They had to take a dozen steps back before they could regain their balance. The indifference and arrogance on their faces had been replaced by shock. Haha. The northern and southern dynasties are no match for senior brother Jiang. Great. This is great. Senior brother Jiang is the real heaven-defying existence. No one can stop him. Not even the northern and southern dynasties are a match for him. As long as we kill the northern and southern dynasties, our crisis will be completely resolved. No one in the 4 big domains will be a match for senior brother Jiang. At that time, we will rule the 4 big domains. Motherfucker. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Excitement, excitement, blood boiling. That's right, blood boiling. Although it was Jiang Chen who was fighting, the people of the Nebula sect and the Mayin cult felt as if they were the ones fighting. Everyone was affected by Jiang Chen's soaring spirit. They couldn't calm down at all. The scene in front of them was something they didn't even dare to dream about. After knowing that the northern and southern dynasties had ruled the 4 big domains, their only thought was that they were finished. The best ending was to be ruled by the northern and southern dynasties. Who could have thought that Jiang Chen would bring them such a great miracle? Jiang Chen, you forced me to do this. Eternal immortal wind. Devour everything. The northern and southern dynasties roared madly. They were defeated by Jiang Chen again and again. The humiliation that had been accumulating in their hearts for so many years suddenly gushed out like spring water. If they were defeated again today, it would be an unimaginable blow to their souls. Therefore, they couldn't afford to be defeated again. They had to use the strongest method to wash away their humiliation. Therefore, they had to kill Jiang Chen no matter what. Whoosh! Endless wind and waves were blowing. The entire battlefield had a circumference of several hundred li. Within this area, terrifying tornadoes could be seen everywhere. The power of these tornadoes wasn't ordinary. They were the eternal immortal wind, representing eternity and would never be extinguished. However, the power of the eternal immortal wind itself was limitless, capable of blowing everything in the world to death. The moment the eternal immortal wind appeared, even the air itself was destroyed. And this was only because they were fighting up in the sky. If they were fighting down below, the eternal immortal wind would blow so violently that all living beings would be blown to death. Nothing would exist. Roar, roar. The roar of the tornadoes resounded throughout the world, covering the sky and covering the earth. The tornadoes were densely packed with runes, rushing towards Jiang Chen. The eternal immortal wind surrounded Jiang Chen from all directions. It seemed like it would not stop until Jiang Chen was torn into pieces. Jiang Chen, let's see how you can withstand the attack of the eternal immortal wind. No matter how strong your body is, it will still be torn into pieces by the eternal immortal wind. You are just a little mortal. You don't know the terror of the immortals. I have the body of an immortal. Fighting against me is the same as going against the heaven. The voice of the northern and southern dynasties was rolling. His body emitted the chi of an immortal, giving people a sense of superiority and an invisible pressure. Such a powerful immortal wind. It doesn't belong to this world. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties is unimaginable. I wonder if Jiang Chen can withstand it. Nebula Kid's face showed a trace of worry. The eternal immortal wind is too powerful. Even I will die if I am surrounded by this eternal immortal wind. Dan King shook his head. He deeply felt the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. Even without the help of the White Tiger, such a heaven-defying character could still sweep away everything. On the alien battlefield, Jiang Chen was completely surrounded by the endless eternal immortal wind. The eternal immortal wind seemed to have formed a formation without an exit, making Jiang Chen unable to find his way out. Countless eternal immortal wind turned into ancient beasts, opening their mouths wide, wanting to devour Jiang Chen. Realm of 5 elements. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen unleashed his domain. The domain rushed out and emitted 5-colored brilliance. The 5 elements were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. After fusing together, it became impregnable. Nothing could break through it. Not even the eternal immortal wind could break through Jiang Chen's domain. The northern and southern dynasties tried their best to combine their divine sense with the eternal immortal wind. They wanted to tear apart Jiang Chen's realm, but they found that it was extremely difficult. What eternal immortal wind? You can't stop me. I will break your eternal immortal wind. Let's see what else you can do. Jiang Chen's voice shook the sky. His chi roared. The vast yuan chi rushed into Jiang Chen's limbs and then into the heavenly saint's sword. The power of the heavenly saint's sword reached its peak. Jiang Chen operated the great soul derivation technique and quickly found the weakest spot of the eternal immortal wind. The long sword turned into a bright light and slashed at the weak barrier of the eternal immortal wind. Chi La. The eternal immortal wind could not withstand such a powerful attack. Under the attack of the heavenly saint's sword, the barrier of the eternal immortal wind was slashed and a big hole was torn open. After that, the power of the realm spread out. As the saying goes, break it with one point, break it all. Just like now, the heavenly saint's sword had unleashed the eternal immortal wind barrier. The power of the realm had directly shattered all the eternal immortal wind. Puff! The northern and southern dynasties coughed out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They were unwilling to believe what had happened in front of them. They couldn't believe that they would end up like this. They were defeated again. They were defeated by Jiang Chen once again. This was an endless humiliation. Dong! Chapter 774. Jiang Chen was like a god of war, emitting a dazzling radiance. Although the northern and southern dynasties still had the strength to fight, in front of Jiang Chen, they were like stray dogs. From the beginning of the battle until now, they hadn't been able to gain the slightest bit of advantage from Jiang Chen. Northern and southern dynasties, let me see how you will escape this time. Jiang Chen spoke. He raised the heavenly saint's sword in his hand again. This time, he wouldn't give the northern and southern dynasties any chance. The sword transformed into a true dragon and appeared before the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. Armor of Immortals. The northern and southern dynasties bellowed, hurriedly summoning the armor of immortals. The armor was covered in restrictive runes, forming an unbreakable defense. At the same time, a sword was condensed in his hand. That was the sovereign sword, enveloped by a powerful eternal celestial wind, blocking Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. Unfortunately, the northern and southern dynasties were no longer in the same state as before. The continuous setbacks had caused him to lose the confidence to fight against Jiang Chen. Not only that, his body had suffered a certain degree of damage, and it would be hard for him to unleash his peak combat strength. Clang! The two divine weapons collided. The sovereign sword of the northern and southern dynasties couldn't withstand the might of the heavenly saint's sword and was directly knocked away. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. The heavenly saint's sword rippled once more, its speed reaching an extreme. The sword light was like a beam of light, slicing a large hole in the void and landing on the armor of immortals of the northern and southern dynasties. Chi! The armor of immortals with astonishing defensive power couldn't withstand this terrifying attack from Jiang Chen. Sparks flew from the collision between the armor of immortals and the heavenly saint's sword. A hole was sliced open, and the overwhelming sword Qi pierced through the chests of the northern and southern dynasties, causing blood to gush out. You destroyed my immortal armor. Nan Bei Chao was like an enraged lion, but he was battered and exhausted. The first time, the second time, the third time. He had never found a shred of confidence in front of Jiang Chen. No matter how high and mighty he was in front of others, even if he had conquered all the major powers in the 4 domains, he was still like a clown in front of Jiang Chen.
He was just a clown. Northern and southern dynasties, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. No matter what you do, you won't be able to stop me. Today your blood will be spilled here. Jiang Chen's domineering aura soared into the sky. His eyes were incomparably bright and emotionless. In his eyes, the northern and southern dynasties were already dead. Freedom King, hurry up and attack Jiang Chen. If I die, all of you will die. The northern and southern dynasties shouted at Freedom King and the others. The situation in front of them made those minor saints have the urge to spurt out blood. They had never thought that the alliance of experts from the 4 domains couldn't even break into the mountain gate of Nebula Sect. However, they knew that the words of the northern and southern dynasties were right. If the northern and southern dynasties were killed, given Jiang Chen's means, they wouldn't have a good ending. Now, they still had a few 5th grade minor saints. If they joined forces, they could still fight Jiang Chen. Once the northern and southern dynasties were killed by Jiang Chen, the morale of the people would plummet and they would be done for. They would never have the chance to rise again. For a moment, 5 5th grade minor saints surrounded Jiang Chen. None of them dared to be careless. All of them took out their minor saint weapons. Facing the powerful Jiang Chen, they couldn't afford to be careless. Hung Long. The heaven and earth were shaking. The void was destroyed wave after wave. The sky had changed color. Destructive energy waves were everywhere. It was like an Azura battlefield. The disciples and elders of Nebula Sect and Maoyin cult were dumbfounded. There was no longer any surprise on their faces because they were already numb. Such a grand scene was something that they had never dreamt of. In their eyes, a minor saint was a high and mighty existence. They were the true superiors in their dreams. However, everything that happened today had completely subverted their thoughts. It turned out that a minor saint could be killed at will. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiang Chen was like an immemorial void dragon that had broken through the shackles of his cage. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand had completely fused with his body. His facial expression didn't change even a bit when facing the joint attack of the 5 great experts. These people were far weaker than the experts of the northern and southern dynasties. If they thought that they could deal with Jiang Chen by joining forces, it would be a joke. Kang! The dragon's sword was filled with the power of a saint. When the sword was unleashed, no ghosts or gods would be spared. Jiang Chen's sword had completely turned into a bloodthirsty sword. No one knew how much saint blood was going to stain it today. The net of sword weaved into a cage, trapping one of the 5th grade minor saint experts. Then, the sharp heavenly saint's sword fell on the top of his head. No! That expert exclaimed. Only when he was fighting with Jiang Chen did he realize how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He could feel the irresistible power that surged out from Jiang Chen's body. It was like the power of chaos. He felt like he couldn't resist the attack of the sword. Pu Qi, along with a shrill scream, a 5th grade minor saint expert, a peerless ancestor of a major power, was slashed in half by Jiang Chen. He died on the spot. Saint blood splattered all over the place. The scene looked incomparably miserable. Sect Master. A few minor saints roared from afar. They had seen their sect master being killed with their own eyes. Their sect was completely finished. The northern and southern dynasties spurted out a mouthful of blood when they saw the scene. They knew that they had failed again. Their future was ruined by Jiang Chen again. The most urgent thing to do now was to run away. Otherwise, they would really die like what Jiang Chen had said. Swoosh! The northern and southern dynasties turned into a ray of light and vanished into the void. They wanted to escape from this battlefield. They wanted to fight Jiang Chen again in the future. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen wouldn't give them the chance to escape. Jiang Chen didn't put these 5th grade minor saints in his eyes. All of his attention was on the northern and southern dynasties. This bastard was a great disaster. As long as he was given the chance to escape, he would grow stronger very quickly. He would become stronger and harder to deal with. Want to leave? Stay where you are. Jiang Chen flapped his dragon wings and turned into a ray of lightning, breaking through the encirclement of the 5th grade minor saints and vanished into the void. In the next moment, Jiang Chen reappeared.
In his hand was a man who was covered in blood.
He was from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Currently, the immortal armor of the Northern and Southern dynasties had disappeared. Jiang Chen's sharp claws had pierced through his back like a dead dog. Jiang Chen, I have the immortal soul physique. You can't kill me. The Northern and Southern dynasties were still struggling. Northern and Southern dynasties. Look at your current state. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Today, I will completely annihilate you. I will destroy your body and soul. I won't give you any chance to fight back. Jiang Chen said. His other sharp claw suddenly grabbed the heads of the Northern and Southern dynasties. A cracking sound was heard. Their heads were crushed into pieces. This wasn't the end of it. Jiang Chen released a raging fire, forming a fire cage that trapped the Northern and Southern dynasties. He wanted to burn the Northern and Southern dynasties from head to toe. Not even a trace of their divine sense could escape. During the process of burning, Jiang Chen saw a whirlpool of wind lingering in the body of the Northern and Southern dynasties. The wind was extremely powerful, as if it was going to blow away the raging fire. Eternal immortal wind. What a good thing. Jiang Chen grabbed the eternal immortal wind. It struggled violently, trying to escape from Jiang Chen's palm. The eternal immortal wind was something that belonged to the immortal world. It had its own intelligence. It wouldn't be controlled by a mortal from the lower world. That's right. However, as soon as Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation incantation, the eternal immortal wind acknowledged allegiance. The dragon transformation incantation was a powerful divine ability that surpassed immortals. It was on the level of paramount gods, and possessed the power of the primeval wilds. Even the eternal immortal wind had to acknowledge allegiance. With the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Chen had gained yet another trump card. However, in Jiang Chen's hands, the eternal immortal wind was nothing more than a means of attack. He didn't have an immortal spirit body, so he couldn't use the eternal immortal wind to advance 2 levels like the Northern and Southern dynasties. It was a pity, but Jiang Chen didn't care. With the dragon transformation incantation, he could increase his battle prowess by 10-fold, making him even stronger than the eternal immortal wind. As for the eternal immortal wind, even if it was just a means of attack, it was still extremely terrifying. Very quickly, the Northern and Southern dynasties were burned cleanly by Jiang Chen. Not even ashes were left. Jiang Chen retracted the flames and looked at the place where the Northern and Southern dynasties disappeared. He let out a long sigh. He had finally killed that guy. But at the same time, Jiang Chen felt a sense of loss in his heart. Look, the Northern and Southern dynasties are dead. They were killed by senior brother Jiang. Haha. The White Tiger is dead. The Northern and Southern dynasties are dead as well. Senior brother Jiang is an invincible existence. The others are nothing in front of him. They're finished. Senior brother Jiang is too divine. That seemingly unresolvable situation of certain death was actually turned around by him. He single-handedly created an unprecedented miracle. The death of the Northern and Southern dynasties was like a shot of adrenaline for the Nebula sect and the Mayan cult. Many of them were so excited that they couldn't believe that this was real. Jiang Chen turned his head. Next, it was time to settle the score with the others. However, he turned back to look at the place where the Northern and Southern dynasties were killed. There was no trace of the chi of the Northern and Southern dynasties left. They had completely vanished. However, for some unknown reason, Jiang Chen had an illusion that the Northern and Southern dynasties weren't dead yet. It was an absurd feeling. The Northern and Southern dynasties are dead. Let's run. Run. Jiang Chen is invincible. No one is a match for him. This man is cruel and merciless. We have offended him. If we fall into his hands, we will die for sure. Those minor saints were shouting wildly. Now that the outcome had been determined, they were completely defeated. The only thing they could do now was to run. Haha. None of you will escape today. All of you will die. I will use your saint blood to irrigate this mountain range, turning this place into a holy land. 5 elemental spheres. Seal the void for me. Chapter 775. Voila! Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere rushed out like a tidal wave. 5 different colors were like 5 bright dragons, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, sealing the entire spatial zone.
Over 100 minor saints were all shrouded by the 5 elemental sphere without exception. Not good. We have been trapped by Jiang Chen's sphere. Everyone, let's work together and unleash the power of our spheres to tear his sphere apart. Only by doing so can we survive. That's right. Not only that, if we can tear his sphere apart, it will definitely cause him a great deal of damage. At that time, we will have a chance to kill him. Otherwise, even if we can escape, our descendants won't be able to escape. Jiang Chen's means is not something we can withstand. Everyone, let's stake everything on this. Freedom King, Chen Jintian and Tian Shan Taoist roared. All the minor saints' eyes turned red. They unleashed the power of their spheres, wanting to tear Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere apart. At this time, they had no way to retreat. Every one of them had an unprecedented sense of crisis. If they didn't kill Jiang Chen, they would die. Even if they could escape, they wouldn't be able to escape. Their subordinates wouldn't be able to escape either. Especially Freedom King and Chen Zhentian. The sense of crisis they felt was even stronger. The grudge between them and Jiang Chen had been deeply rooted. There was no possibility of resolving it. As a matter of fact, apart from fear, Freedom King and the other two felt more regret. That's right, they regretted so much that their intestines were turning green. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would grow so fast and so ferociously. If they knew this would happen, they would have killed Jiang Chen at all costs to avoid future troubles. Look, all the minor saints have been shrouded by Jiang Chen's sphere. However, the combined power of over 100 minor saints is not to be underestimated. Let's enter Jiang Chen's sphere and help him kill the enemies. Dan King bellowed. All right. All the minor saints, listen up. Get out of the grand formation now and kill the enemies. Nebula Kid drew out his nebula sword. His aura was like a rainbow, showing his soaring battle intent. Beside him, Wu Yimou's devil chi was soaring. He was ready to fight. No one is allowed to attack. Protect the grand formation. Just as Dan King and the others were about to strike, Jiang Chen's voice reverberated through the air like rolling thunder, stopping them from moving. Everyone, don't panic. Jiang Chen is right. If we all attack, the formation won't be able to hold on. There are too many experts on the other side. If they break the formation, it will be a disaster for the entire Nebula sect. Nebula Kid hastily said loudly. Just now, he was affected by Jiang Chen's chi. His blood was boiling, but he didn't think about the consequences. One should know that his opponents were all minor saints. Once there was a chance, they would never let the people of Nebula sect go. At this moment, there were thousands of disciples and elders in the 5-elemental Tajura formation. Once the grand formation was broken, it would be an unimaginable disaster. No one wanted to see such an outcome. That's right. We are being impulsive. However, I don't know if he can withstand the joint attack of more than 100 minor saints. Dan King's tone sounded worried. Haha. Let me tell you, no matter how many people you have, it will be useless against Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog laughed. He knew very well how scary Jiang Chen was. In front of Jiang Chen, numbers were useless. In the sky, the 5-elemental domain was like a huge 5-colored millstone, floating in the sky. It was like a huge barrier. All the minor saints were attacking inside the domain. A bunch of fools. You don't know how scary the 5-elemental domain is. In my domain, I am the absolute ruler. All of your lives are in my hands. If I want you to die, you will die in an instant. Jiang Chen's chi shook the sky. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. He was half human and half dragon. He looked incomparably terrifying. His cold blood-red eyes made people lose their courage to look at him. Eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The violent eternal immortal wind swept across every corner of the 5-elemental domain. In Jiang Chen's hands, the eternal immortal wind wasn't any weaker than the immortal physique of the northern and southern dynasties. Hoo-hoo! Ugh! Shrill screams were heard. Some of the weaker minor saints couldn't withstand the attack of the eternal immortal wind. Their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. They died on the spot. Hualala! Large amounts of saint blood rained down from the sky, falling into every corner of the Nebula sect. The 5-elemental Tajura formation filtered the saint blood. This was the blood of a minor saint. It was the most essential thing. Now that the saint blood had fallen into every inch of the land of the Nebula sect, This place would become a true cultivation paradise.
Don't panic. Everyone, don't panic. Use all your strength to resist this wind. A 5th grade minor saint shouted. There were still 4 powerful 5th grade minor saints inside. Given their strength, they could resist the eternal immortal wind if they joined forces. However, even though they could resist the eternal immortal wind, they couldn't resist the devil god like Jiang Chen. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's body shook.
He turned into a blood-red light and rushed into the formation. His pair of iron-like wings swept across everything. Pu Chi 4 to 5 minor saints were cut in half by Jiang Chen's dragon wings. Their corpses fell from the sky with blood. For a moment, the sound of wailing could be heard. The people below were dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, looking at the corpses of the minor saints falling from the sky and the rain of blood.
All the minor saints had fallen. This was a scene that they wouldn't dare to imagine even in their dreams. Nebula Kid and Wu Emo exchanged a glance. They saw the shock and a trace of luck in each other's eyes. Especially Nebula Kid. He was glad that he had made the right decision. If he had attacked Jiang Chen when the Nebula sect had just found out about Jiang Chen's identity, he was afraid that he would end up the same as those people above. Wu Emo glanced at Han Yen beside him.
He was glad that he had accepted a good godson.
If it wasn't for Han Yen, the Moyin cult wouldn't have any connection with Jiang Chen. According to the great things that Jiang Chen had done in Xuanyu, the Moyin cult would most likely become the enemy of Jiang Chen just like what happened in Xiaoyao Palace. If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, all the disciples of Nebula sect felt proud and glorious because of their identity. Frah, frah. The entire 5 elemental sphere had turned into a bloody battlefield. Jiang Chen casted the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. 5 dragons of different colors and the 5 elemental sphere rampaged through the crowd. Although the enemy had a lot of people, they had already fallen into a state of panic. They couldn't even protect themselves, let alone cooperate with each other. All the minor saints had focused their attention on attacking the 5 elemental sphere. They wanted to break this cage and run away. Their lives were more important now. They couldn't care less about anything else. Jiang Chen was too terrifying. Most of them had lost their will to fight. However, the eternal immortal wind was still blowing. Jiang Chen's dragon wings were flapping. He was like a ghost. Wherever he appeared, there would be a disaster. In just a few minutes, dozens of minor saints had died tragically. Some turned into a mist of blood, while some still had a broken body. The people below were completely numb. Even Nebula Kid couldn't believe that a person could be so powerful. Was he still a human? My God! There are too many minor saints that have fallen. This is the combination of most of the minor saints in the 4 domains. If all of them have fallen, the result will be unimaginable. This is too scary. The 4 domains are going to change completely. This is the first time in the entire divine continent. This will be recorded in the history books. After today's battle, Jiang Chen's name will spread across the entire divine continent. Even the ancient families of the pure land of the divine continent will notice him. No one wasn't shocked. The scene in front of them was just too shocking and frightening. All the minor saints were glad that they were on Jiang Chen's side, because it was a very stupid thing to make an enemy out of someone like Jiang Chen. The 5 elemental sphere was in complete chaos. Jiang Chen's target was the 4 5th grade minor saints. So far, only they had the strength to fight. Kong the heavenly saint's sword rippled and slashed out with boundless divine power. It had fused with Jiang Chen's full force attack. In addition to the fact that this was Jiang Chen's sphere, everyone felt a slight pressure. A 5th grade minor saint was killed by Jiang Chen on the spot. Arg! The heavenly saint's sword turned and another 5th grade minor saint was killed. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In a blink, he appeared in front of another 5th grade minor saint. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Don't kill me. I surrender. I will follow you from now on. The 5th grade minor saint's legs turned soft. He had no intention to resist. Too late. Jiang Chen's attack was ruthless. His sword pierced through the 5th grade minor saint's head, killing another one. There was only one 5th grade minor saint left. Jiang Chen wouldn't let it go. A 5th grade minor saint was too scary and threatening. He couldn't let them live. As a matter of fact, he didn't plan to kill all of them because it would cause a great impact to the 4 domains. However, the leader of the group must die. He had to intimidate those who were lucky enough to survive. Arg, when the last 5th grade minor saint died in Jiang Chen's hands, the rest of them were in despair. Most of them were like walking corpses, giving up all resistance. They stood there motionlessly because they knew very well that their lives were in the hands of Jiang Chen. It was useless to resist. All the 5th grade minor saints had been killed. What else could they do? Voila! Jiang Chen swung his arm and kept the eternal immortal wind into his body. His cold eyes swept across the hundreds of minor saints in front of him. These people who used to be high and mighty were now like stray dogs. Chapter 776. His feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Freedom King sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Chen's eyes were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. A single look from Jiang Chen could send a person to hell. Freedom King knew that he was finished. No one could save him from this world. Given Jiang Chen's temper, he would never let him go. He wouldn't leave any chance for him. Now, even the northern and southern dynasties were dead. With his current strength that wasn't even a 5th grade minor saint, he could only be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit to you. Freedom King's soul was shivering when he saw Jiang Chen approaching him. He was a dignified 4th grade minor saint, the master of Xiaoyao Palace. Even his voice was trembling at this moment. He didn't have the demeanor of a superior being. No one wasn't afraid of death. This was the same for everyone. The higher one's status was, the stronger one's cultivation was, the more one would understand how difficult it was to reach where they were today. They would be more afraid of death, especially when death was about to befall them. I can give you a chance. Give me a reason why you won't die. Jiang Chen's tone was cold like the god of hell. The scene in the sky looked very exciting. A young man in his 20s was standing in front of hundreds of minor saints. All of the minor saints were trembling in fear. They didn't even dare to speak, let alone resist. The death of the half-step minor saint had given them a wake-up call. It made them understand that this young man in front of them wasn't someone they could deal with. He was a true war god. They had completely lost the chance to resist. However, judging from Jiang Chen's current performance, they could feel that they still had a chance to survive. Jiang Chen's gaze was very clear. The experts of the 3 major powers in Xuanyu City were the ones who had a grudge against them. As for the people of the other 3 domains, they were smart enough to keep quiet. As a matter of fact, they didn't even have the right to speak. Their fate was completely in the hands of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed their sect master and so many of their experts. They didn't even have the thought of revenge. Freedom King was delighted when he heard that Jiang Chen wanted him to give a reason. He felt that he still had a chance. Jiang Chen, you have killed so many people in Xiaoyao Palace. Let's forget about this. Moreover, it is the northern and southern dynasties that want to rule Xuanyu, not me. You know how powerful the northern and southern dynasties are. I can't resist them at all. As long as you don't kill me today, I will submit to you completely. From now on, the whole Xuanyu, no, the 4 major domains will be yours. Freedom King said hastily, pushing all the blame to the northern and southern dynasties. After all, the northern and southern dynasties were already dead. Pu Qi unfortunately, as soon as Freedom King's voice faded, Jiang Chen's sharp claws pierced through his body mercilessly and crushed his heart. Blood flowed down from Jiang Chen's blood-red dragon claws. The scene looked incomparably ghastly. Feeling the rapid loss of vitality, Freedom King lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He had thought that he already had a chance to live. He did not expect that Jiang Chen would kill him so decisively as soon as he finished his words. You can kill yourself hundreds of times for this reason. Compared to the northern and southern dynasties, people like you are far inferior. Although the northern and southern dynasties and I are enemies, I admire them from the bottom of my heart. They are arrogant to the core. Even if they were to die, they would not beg for mercy. Moreover, your reason is too lousy. When you wanted to kill me back then, did you ever think that this day would come? Let me ask you, if you had broken through the formation of the Nebula sect today, how much blood would have been spilled from the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult on your hands? Let me ask you, if I were to fall into your hands now, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to die so easily even if I wanted to. Therefore, I'm already being merciful by giving you a quick death now. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, a destructive force suddenly spurted out from the dragon claw, tearing Freedom King's body apart. The dignified overlord of Xuanyu had fallen just like that. This scene made the others numb. They were already used to Jiang Chen's ruthless methods. However, there were two people whose expressions changed drastically. They were Chen Jintian and Sky Mountain Taoist. They knew very well that now that Freedom King was dead, it would be their turn next. Indeed, if it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. After Jiang Chen killed Freedom King, he directly came to the two of them. "What do you two have to say?" Jiang Chen asked indifferently. The two of them looked at each other and saw the despair and helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that their fate had come to an end and there was no more chance for them to make a comeback. "Jiang Chen, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I hope that after you kill me, you will let the rest of the Chen clan go," Chen Jintian said loudly. He seemed to be a little unyielding. "Jiang Chen, I know that I'm going to die. I hope that you won't make things difficult for the disciples of Sky Hill sect and give them a good way out," Sky Mountain Taoist said. "The two of you are not bad. As a sect master, you have a bit of unyielding spirit. You still know how to think for the future generations. You are right. I won't let you go. After killing you, the Chen clan and Sky Hill sect will be devoured by the Nebula sect. I won't kill innocent people." After saying that, Jiang Chen waved his hand and killed Chen Jintian and Sky Mountain Taoist. The two of them didn't put up any resistance until they died because they knew very well that resistance was futile. Patriarch. There were still 5 minor saint elders of the Chen clan who were still alive. When they saw Jiang Chen killed Chen Jintian, they immediately roared in grief. Their eyes were filled with hatred when they looked at Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen frowned. His killing intent rose again. The Chen clan was different from sects like Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill sect. They were the power of a clan and were related by blood. Their hatred towards Jiang Chen was much deeper than the other two sections. It was absolutely ingrained in their bones. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen struck out 5 sharp beams of light, instantly killing all 5 minor saint experts. Although these minor saints didn't pose any threat to Jiang Chen, leaving them alive would be a source of trouble. Jiang Chen didn't want any accidents to happen. An enemy was an enemy. An enemy should be killed without mercy. If it was his temper in his previous life, none of them would be alive today. The remaining minor saints of Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill sect were trembling in fear when they saw this scene. In their hearts, the current Jiang Chen was like a devil king, a bloodthirsty devil. It was too scary. However, Jiang Chen just glanced at them. He didn't kill them. His image had already formed a huge shadow in their hearts. They wouldn't be able to erase it in this lifetime. They wouldn't dare to fight against him again. Furthermore, with Jiang Chen's current ability, these people wouldn't be a threat to him anymore. "All of you deserve to die. However, I won't kill all of you. From today onwards, you will return to your own sects and run your businesses well. In the future, you will listen to the orders of the Nebula sect and provide all kinds of resources to the Nebula sect." Jiang Chen retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He was a handsome young man in white. His every movement carried a trace of indescribable domineering aura. It was hard to associate his current appearance with the image of an invincible bloodthirsty god of war. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, all the minor saints couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, their lives were saved. Some of them looked at each other and sighed. There were more than 150 minor saints when they first arrived. However, more than 60 of them had been killed by Jiang Chen. Now there were less than 90 of them. This was definitely the most minor saints that had fallen in the history of the 4 big domains. The 4 big domains would suffer a great loss. All the experts were dead. No one knew how many years it would take for those big sects to recover to their peak state. Jiang Chen's words made Nebula Kid and Dan King let out a sigh of relief. If all of them were killed, it would cause an unprecedented shock in the Divine Continent. Even so, the death of more than 60 minor saints was still a historic event that would shake the entire Divine Continent. Even the big families in the Pure Land of the Divine Continent would be alarmed. All the major powers in the 4 big domains were going to decline. However, compared to the decline of these major powers, the Nebula sect had risen. This war had given the Nebula sect endless benefits. Jiang Chen had killed so many minor saints and obtained dozens of minor saint weapons. Such a harvest was truly terrifying. Moreover, from today onwards, the Nebula sect would be the overlord of Xuanyu and the entire 4 big domains.
All the major powers would have to pay tribute to the Nebula sect every year and provide all kinds of cultivation resources to the disciples of the Nebula sect. They wouldn't dare to disobey the words of the Nebula sect. After the Nebula sect had been stained with so much saint blood, the entire mountain range had changed. A faint saint chi filled the air, giving people a feeling of heaviness. From now on, the Star Cloud mountain range had become a treasure mountain. In addition to the endless cultivation resources and the terrifying cultivation techniques and combat skills that Jiang Chen had brought out from the Death Mountain, the Nebula sect had the greatest potential among all the major powers in the Saint Origin world, excluding the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. Jiang Chen was confident that one day, the Nebula sect would be like the 8 major families of the Pure Land of the Divine Continent, shaking the entire Saint Origin world and not just the overlord of the 4 big domains. Yes, young Master Jiang. In the future, we are willing to submit to the Nebula sect and follow young Master Jiang's lead. A minor saint expert said loudly. He was the first one to express his attitude. Chapter 777. Jiang Chen stood there like a peerless king overlooking the world. Everyone had to submit to him. Every pair of eyes that looked at him were filled with awe and respect. The northern and southern dynasties had worked so hard for so long, but in the end, it was all for Jiang Chen. The northern and southern dynasties wanted to rule the world and become the emperor of the 4 big domains, but in the end, they died tragically, and the emperor became Jiang Chen. It was imaginable that if the northern and southern dynasties didn't die, they would probably spurt out a dozen mouthfuls of blood on the spot when they saw the scene in front of them. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. The 5 elemental Tajura formation was removed. Nebula sect returned to its normal state. It was unknown who was the one who shouted, but the whole scene was like a dreadful flood or a ferocious beast. Thousands of disciples and elders were shouting Jiang Chen's name, especially those disciples of Nebula sect. Each and every one of them was shouting Jiang Chen's name, as if shouting these 2 names would make their blood boil. Jiang Chen's figure was lofty and sacred in their hearts. In the hearts of many young disciples, Jiang Chen didn't just represent an idol, but a god. That's right, a god. What happened today could only be done by a god. Jiang Chen was omnipotent. As long as he was here, he could change anything that couldn't be changed. He was the creator of all miracles. Nebula sect and Maoyin cult were supposed to die, but today, they were besieged by over 150 minor saints. Not only did they not lose a single outer disciple, even the weakest disciple of Nebula sect and Maoyin cult, they also suffered a great loss. Is this a dream? Did you just slap me? This must be a dream. Brother Jiang is like a god that descended from the heavens. He is omnipotent. He has saved all of our lives. He had already saved us in the Death Mountain. This is the 2nd time. He alone turned the situation around and killed more than 60 minor saints. Who else in this world could achieve such a feat? Senior brother Jiang is merely a 1st-grade minor saint. From now on, Jiang Chen will be my lifelong idol and goal to strive for. At this moment, whether it was Nebula sect or Maoyin cult, whether it was the young disciples or the old elders, all of them were conquered by Jiang Chen. Countless female disciples were looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of infatuation. No woman could resist such a man in this world. If they could become Jiang Chen's woman in this life, even if it was just to be his slave, it would be a very happy thing. After that, Jiang Chen asked those minor saints to leave. Each of them returned to their own forces, waiting for the order and dispatch of Nebula sect. Those minor saints were grateful and left like the wind. Jiang Chen's strength was too terrifying, but he was still better than the northern and southern dynasties. If it was the northern and southern dynasties, they were sure that none of them would be able to survive. At least, Jiang Chen had given them a chance to live. To them, there was nothing more important than their lives. But other than that, their hearts were filled with emotions. A few days ago, they were still the overlords of a region, high and mighty figures. But in just a few days, the world had completely changed. Such an outcome was truly unacceptable to them. The mountain range of Nebula sect was still as beautiful as before. Jiang Chen had used a technique to fuse the saint blood into the mountain range. The saint qi contained in the blood had fused with the heaven and earth yuan qi, allowing the elders and disciples to absorb it at any time. Big brother, this is great. Xueqi Air was the first to fly to Jiang Chen's side. Her doll-like face was smiling like a blooming flower. In her heart, There was no other genius who could be on par with Jiang Chen in this world. Jiang Chen patted her head, then looked down and said loudly, "Now that the matter has been resolved, from now on, our nebula sect will be the only overlord of the 4 big domains. However, this is not a big deal. As you can see, the resources of our nebula sect will be endless. This mountain range will become a treasure mountain. All of you will have the biggest space to grow. The 4 big domains are nothing. Follow me, Jiang Chen. In the future we will rule the 8 big domains. Sooner or later, Nebula Sect will become one of the strongest forces like the 8 big families of the Pure Land. We will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. This day won't be too far away." With just a few words, everyone's passion was ignited in an instant. Ruling the 8 big domains and creating a force like the 8 big families of the Pure Land of the Divine Continent? This was simply a fantasy. It was just a dream. But was it really impossible? There seemed to be nothing that was impossible for this man. At this moment, the eyes of all the elders and disciples sparkled. Their breathing became somewhat rapid. They dared not believe that Nebula Sect could really become a force like the 8 big families one day. However, they believed in Jiang Chen unconditionally. If one day, a 9th major force emerged in the Saint Origin world, it would be a historic event. The Moyin cult will always be our Nebula Sect's biggest ally. We will share our resources with you. Jiang Chen looked at the people of the Moyin cult and said loudly again. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Moyin cult became excited. The Nebula Sect had obtained too many resources this time. Not to mention sharing. Just giving some benefits to the Moyin cult would bring them endless benefits. Moreover, as long as Jiang Chen was present, anyone could see the potential of the Nebula Sect. Befriending Jiang Chen was absolutely beneficial. Moreover, the lives of the elders and disciples of the Moyin cult were all saved by Jiang Chen. Wu Emo burst into laughter and said loudly to the people of the Moyin cult, "All the people of the Moyin cult, listen up. Return to the Moyin cult immediately. Everything will return to normal. I want to stay here and have a chat with nephew Jiang Chen." "Yes, Patriarch." The great elder of the Moyin cult cupped his fists at Wu Emo. Then, he led a large group of the Moyin cult away. After all, this was the territory of the Nebula Sect. Now that the crisis had been resolved, they wanted to return to their own place. 3 people of the Moyin cult stayed behind. They were Wu Emo, Han Yen and Mose. Of course, the 2 of them would stay behind. They were young and had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Now that the earth-shattering event was over, they could finally relax. Naturally, they would stay behind and have a few cups of wine. Jiang Chen descended from the sky and came to the front of Nebula Kid and Dan King. "Chen, you've really opened my eyes." Dan King laughed heartily. He couldn't believe how powerful Jiang Chen was. What made him even more shocked was Jiang Chen's achievements in the future. Such a peerless genius was destined to have unimaginable achievements in the future. "Thank you, Father, for coming to help." Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Dan King. This time, Dan King had indeed helped a lot. If it wasn't for the help of Dan King and the other minor saints, the 5 elemental Tajura formation wouldn't have lasted for such a long time. "Jiang Chen, what you have done today will be remembered in the history. Your contribution to the Nebula Sect has surpassed everything. I will ask someone to build a statue of you in the Nebula Sect so that the disciples can share their encouragement." Nebula Kid was incomparably excited. What Jiang Chen had done for the Nebula Sect today was something that no one else could compare with. "Master, although the war has ended, too many minor saints have died in the 4 big domains. All the major powers still need to be ruled. You should go and handle this matter," Jiang Chen said to Nebula Kid. The major powers in the 4 big domains were basically like a group of dragons without a leader. Now that he had taken control of them, he must choose a new leader. The choice of a new leader was very important. The leader must have absolute loyalty to the Nebula Sect. "Don't worry. I will personally handle this matter later." Nebula Kid nodded. "And these combat soldiers, take them and distribute them among yourselves." Jiang Chen gave all the combat soldiers he got from killing the minor saints to Nebula Kid. After that, he gave a large number of devil souls and some devil weapons he got from the devil world to Wu Emo. Seeing so many devil souls, Wu Emo was very excited. These devil souls weren't of much use to him, but to the disciples and elders of the Moyin cult, they were rare treasures. After refining these devil souls, their devil cultivation would reach a new level. The rest of the matters weren't for Jiang Chen to consider. He believed that Nebula Kid would be able to handle the 4 big domains well. He brought De Huang Dog back to his residence. The others also left one after another. In the courtyard, a group of people had gathered. Jiang Chen casually threw a shiny object to De Huang Dog. Seeing this, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up and he swallowed it in one gulp. "You have a conscience, kid." De Huang Dog praised Jiang Chen and disappeared in a flash. "Little Chenzi, what did you give him?" Nangong Wentian asked. "The demon soul of the white tiger." Jiang Chen said. "Didn't you refine the demon soul of the white tiger?" Han Yan asked. "I only absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger. This demon soul will have a better effect on De Huang. De Huang has the bloodline of a divine beast and the white tiger also has the bloodline of a divine beast. Moreover, the white tiger is a powerful 5th-grade minor demon saint. The energy contained in the demon soul is extremely terrifying. If De Huang refines it, he will be able to completely absorb it without any waste. At that time, he will have an extremely terrifying improvement." Jiang Chen said. He could guess that if De Huang Dog refined the demon soul of the white tiger, his cultivation would probably rise to the 2nd-grade minor demon saint. This was a conservative estimate. After all, the white tiger was a powerful 5th-grade minor demon saint. The energy and essence it contained were extremely terrifying. Chapter 778. Little Chenzi, why didn't you tell us earlier that you have a 9th-grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman? You made us worry for nothing. That white tiger's death was really undeserved. A dignified divine beast was killed in an instant. Haha, this is really satisfying. Everyone was gathered around a huge crystal table. The best wine of Nebula sect was placed on top of it. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. He and Jiang Chen had experienced many battles, but this was definitely the most exciting one. The source of combat strength talisman was given to me by Great Master Ran Feng. He is an eminent monk of the Western Domain and also the Master of Tyrant. You all will meet him in the future. Jiang Chen said. Tyrant, I never thought that you have such a powerful master. Does that mean no one in the Western Domain dares to provoke you? Nangong Wentian looked at Tyrant. Everyone was shocked as well. They all knew that Tyrant was from the Western region, but they didn't know that he had such a formidable backer. Tan Lang, who was standing beside Nangong Wentian, had a bitter smile on his face. Back in the chaotic ocean, the Azura Palace had schemed to kill Tyrant. They were simply courting death. That's true, but the reason why no one dares to provoke me is because of my charisma and strength. It has nothing to do with my master. I have always been very confident in my charisma. Tyrant said in a serious manner. Everyone quickly turned their heads away and stopped talking to Tyrant. This guy's narcissism had already surpassed De Huang Dog. He had formed his own unique narcissistic style that no one could match. However, the biggest reward of this battle is the death of the Northern and Southern dynasties. This guy is the reincarnation of an immortal soul. He is too powerful. If we don't kill him, he will be a great disaster, said Han Yan. Only he knew about the Northern and Southern dynasties. They were the #1 genius of the Qi province, the archenemy of Jiang Chen. As long as they were still alive, they would never be peaceful. The death of the Northern and Southern dynasties does mean that we have gotten rid of a powerful enemy. However, I feel that something is wrong. Jiang Chen frowned. Could it be that the Northern and Southern dynasties are still alive? Tyrant was taken aback. No, in my field of 5 elements, his body and soul have indeed been completely destroyed. He died a miserable death. I can be sure of this. As for what exactly is wrong, I can't tell. Well, if you can't tell me, then don't say it. I, Jiang Chen, have nothing to fear. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. He was sure that he had killed the Northern and Southern dynasties, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, as if the Northern and Southern dynasties were still alive. This feeling was absurd, but it was real. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to think about the matter of the Northern and Southern dynasties anymore. This page was temporarily turned over. There was still a long way to go. Jiang Chen still had a lot of things to do. Sooner or later, he would visit the ancient people. Wu Ningzhu was one of the ancient people, so he didn't know how she was doing. For the next 2 days, Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion. He turned a deaf ear to the changes in the 4 domains. He had gained boundless benefits from advancing to the minor saint realm.
He needed time to stabilize his cultivation base. He now had 61,000 dragon marks. His foundation was too strong. The dragon transformation had increased his combat strength by 10 times. It was unimaginable. It had increased Jiang Chen's power by a lot. Now, not even a 5th grade minor saint was a match for him. He could even fight a 6th grade minor saint. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to prepare for another heavenly tribulation. He could feel the existence of the heavenly tribulation all the time. As long as he wanted to, he could summon the heavenly tribulation at any time. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He needed to be fully prepared. The strongest heavenly tribulation he had experienced in his previous life was the 9 major heavenly tribulation. Now that he had passed the 9 major heavenly tribulations, he didn't even dare to guess what kind of powerful tribulation he would face this time. Therefore, he needed to be prepared. Han Yen, Nangong Wentian and Tyrant also chose to go into seclusion to break through to a higher realm. Jiang Chen had given them too much pressure. They had to work 10 times harder to make sure that the gap between them and Jiang Chen wouldn't be too big. Not only Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog would also experience a tremendous change after his seclusion. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 2nd grade minor saint realm. In these 2 days, the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains were in chaos. No one wasn't shocked. Countless powers, big and small, had fallen into endless shock. Nebula Sect was only famous in Xuanyu at the beginning. Its presence in the other domains wasn't that strong. Now, it had emerged as a new force that no one didn't know. Killing more than 60 minor saints in one battle was something that had never happened before. Compared to the fame of Nebula Sect, Jiang Chen's personal fame was the strongest. I can't believe such an outcome. I thought that the northern and southern dynasties with the immortal soul physique would dominate the 4 domains. Who would have thought that they would be killed by Jiang Chen at the last moment? More than 150 powerful minor saints were besieged at the same time. More than 150 powerful minor saints besieged him at the same time. How powerful was that scene? It's simply unimaginable. Jiang Chen fought all of them alone and killed more than 60 of them. I heard that those who survived had submitted to Jiang Chen, which was why Jiang Chen spared their lives. Such a figure is too scary. It's a pity that I didn't witness that scene with my own eyes. A peerless genius. This is the real peerless genius. I'm afraid that even the geniuses of the 8 major families in the Pure Land can't be compared to Jiang Chen. Not necessarily. There is a sky ranking in the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. The figures on the sky ranking are all abnormal. This sky ranking is completely different from the sky ranking of the Nebula Sect. This sky ranking is the sky ranking of the Pure Land. It's almost equivalent to the sky ranking of the entire continent. The figures on it are all monstrous. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for those sky ranking. It doesn't matter. Even if Jiang Chen isn't a match for them now, he won't be a match for them in the future. Jiang Chen's growth is just too fast. Everyone can see this with their own eyes. Plus, he has now ruled the 4 domains. The other domains are no longer a challenge to him. A figure like Jiang Chen will go to the Pure Land sooner or later. Everyone was shocked. In every corner of the 4 domains, people were talking about Jiang Chen. The things that Jiang Chen had done were too big. It was impossible for people to not talk about it. In the courtyard of the Nebula Sect, a roar resounded between the heavens and the earth. It was early in the morning. A golden chi was blooming in the sky above the Nebula Sect. An endless amount of demonic aura was released, shocking everyone. Many disciples of the Nebula Sect walked out. They raised their heads and looked at the huge chi blooming in the sky. It was like a golden cloud, and also like an enlarged sun. It made people's souls tremble. Look, what a powerful demonic aura. It's a huge sacred breath. It's De Huang Dog. De Huang must have advanced. Many people guessed that it was De Huang Dog because the direction of the chi was released was the direction where Jiang Chen lived. That chi carried an endless amount of demonic aura. Obviously, it was a great demon. In the entire Nebula Sect, only De Huang Dog could have such an existence. Another roar was heard. This roar sounded like a dragon's roar and a horse's neighing, mixed with a hint of whistling. It was sacred and inviolable. Everyone saw an incomparably majestic De Huang Dog flying up into the sky. At this moment, De Huang Dog's body was twice as big as before. His entire body was bathed in golden light,
like a huge golden cocoon. Behind him, the shadow of a dragon horse appeared. That dragon horse had 3 horns, a dragon's head, and a horse's body. It looked majestic. Even though it was just a shadow, it gave people endless pressure. Jiang Chen walked out of his house and raised his head to look at the sky. The corner of his mouth instantly revealed a trace of a smile. Good. De Huang's bloodline has been stimulated again. His combat strength is even more terrifying than before. The White Tiger's demon soul is indeed terrifying. It allowed De Huang Dog to advance to level 2 minor demon saint. No, De Huang's chi is still rising. It has already reached the peak of level 2 minor demon saint. Is he going to advance to level 3 minor demon saint? Jiang Chen was also shocked. De Huang Dog's miraculousness was more terrifying than he had expected. He thought that De Huang Dog would at most advance to level 2 minor demon saint. Now, it seemed like he had underestimated De Huang Dog. Roar! De Huang Dog's roar resounded throughout the entire mountain range. The bloodline in his body was circulating rapidly. The shadow of the dragon horse looked even more miraculous and clearer than before. Kacha! The bottleneck was broken once again. De Huang Dog successfully advanced to level 3 minor demon saint. The golden horn between his eyebrows grew a little longer. Electric sparks were flickering on the horn, causing the void to tremble. I know, De Huang has refined the White Tiger's demon soul. The White Tiger's demon soul is different from ordinary demon souls. Not only is the energy contained in it purer and more powerful, it also contains the aura of a divine beast. Even though I have extracted the bloodline from it, the characteristics of a divine beast are still there. De Huang is also a divine beast. Therefore, his bloodline has been stimulated and his potential has been excavated once again, causing his bloodline to undergo a greater transformation, allowing him to advance to level 3 minor demon saint in one go. It's really terrifying. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Although he knew everything, his understanding of divine beasts was still lacking. Therefore, he expected that De Huang Dog would only advance to level 2 minor demon saint, while De Huang Dog advanced to level 3. Wakaka, after advancing to level 3 minor demon saint, De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy carried a violent chi and wandered in the sky above the mountain range. He was really enjoying himself. Tyrant and the others sighed, but they were also happy for De Huang Dog. After advancing to level 3 minor demon saint, De Huang Dog's combat strength had reached another level. With his current combat strength, he could easily kill a 4th grade minor saint. An ordinary 5th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. This was the power of a divine beast. That's enough. Don't disturb the peace of the entire sect. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling speechless about this dog. Chapter 779. However, it was obvious that Jiang Chen's words were useless in front of De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had advanced to level 3 minor demon saint. If he didn't show off to his heart's content, he wouldn't stop. Otherwise, he wouldn't be De Huang. This guy flew for half an hour. Even those disciples who were interested in him at the beginning had turned a blind eye to him. Only then did De Huang Dog retract his aura gloomily. De Huang Dog turned into a ray of light and descended from the sky. He excitedly approached Jiang Chen and said arrogantly, "Come on, kid. Fight with Master Dog." De Huang Dog was bursting with confidence. The terrifying cultivation of level 3 minor demon saint made him extremely proud. "Are you sure you want to fight with me?" Jiang Chen clenched his fists and his joints made cracking sounds. He smiled. When De Huang Dog thought of Jiang Chen's strength after transforming into a dragon, his aura was immediately deflated. He quickly admitted defeat. "All right, I don't think I'll be able to gain any advantage if I fight with a freak like you." De Huang Dog had advanced to level 3 minor demon saint. Jiang Chen was naturally very happy. De Huang Dog was extremely mystical. He had all kinds of abnormal special abilities. The higher his cultivation, the more benefits he would get. There was no doubt about this. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation, he would be a great help to Jiang Chen. "Kid, now that the 4 domains are under your rule, the northern and southern dynasties are dead. Xuanyu is no longer a challenge for you. What's your next step?" De Huang Dog asked while wagging his thick tail. Currently, Xuanyu was not only a challenge for Jiang Chen, but also for him. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen, This guy would not be a comfortable overlord in Xuanyu. I'm definitely going to the Pure Land next. Jiang Chen didn't finish his words. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. He turned his palm, and a bronze plate appeared in his palm. The bronze plate was constantly trembling and flashing with endless brilliance. This was the bronze plate that Jiang Chen had obtained in the Island of Ice. Ever since he came to the Divine Continent, the bronze plate had been useless, and it had been very quiet. He didn't expect that it would suddenly have such a huge reaction today. That's the bronze plate that opens the gate of the Island of Ice. This place is too far away from the Island of Ice. Why would it have a reaction? De Huang Dog was also taken aback. Something must have happened at home. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had cultivated the Great Soul derivation skill, so he was very accurate when it came to premonitions. Only Yan Chenyu, who was in the Island of Ice, could make the bronze plate react at such a long distance. Yan Chenyu had obtained the inheritance of the Ice God, so she had almost become one with the Island of Ice. The bronze plate was the gate to the Island of Ice, so it had a very close connection with the Island of Ice. Only Yan Chenyu could send a message to the bronze plate. Without much time to think, Jiang Chen hurriedly sent out his will to the bronze plate. Suddenly, a message was transmitted to him through the bronze plate. Brother Chen, something happened at home. Come back quickly. A voice came from the bronze plate. It was Yan Chenyu. She sounded very anxious, as if she was in a hurry. What happened? De Huang Dog could tell from Jiang Chen's expression that something bad had happened. Something happened at home. Let's go back to the Eastern Continent immediately. Jiang Chen's expression was very cold. He knew Yan Chenyu too well. She was a very strong person. Yan Chenyu had obtained the inheritance of the Ice God, so her cultivation must have improved tremendously. If it wasn't something that even she could not solve, she would not send a message. She was far away in the Divine Continent, so she did not want Jiang Chen to worry. Now that Yan Chenyu had sent a message, it meant that something big had happened at home. Should we call Han Yan and the others? De Huang Dog asked. No need. Just the two of us will go back. After saying that, Jiang Chen's body disappeared into the void. Big Yellow hastily followed him. A man and a dog flew toward the direction of the Eastern Continent with extreme speed. Both of them were at the pinnacle of speed, but at this moment, they felt that their speed wasn't enough for them. I don't care who has hurt my family. I will make them pay an unimaginable price. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold, and a bone-piercing killing intent was unleashed from his body. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. The Eastern Continent was Jiang Chen's hometown, and the Martial Saint dynasty was his foundation. His family, lovers, brothers, and friends were all there. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt them, and anyone who dared to do so would be courting death. Jiang Chen would never show any mercy. However, Xuanyu was too far away from the Eastern Continent. Even though Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had reached the Minor Saint realm, it would take them at least 1 day and 1 night to return to the Eastern Continent from Xuanyu. This was because they had already reached the Minor Saint realm. If it was before, it would be even slower. Eastern Continent, Martial Saint dynasty. After Jiang Chen left, the Martial Saint dynasty was still the biggest power in the Eastern Continent. No one dared to oppose it. After Jiang Chen became the emperor, he took good care of Jiang Chen's family and friends, especially Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. Jiang Chen knew that as long as Jiang Chen was willing, he wouldn't be the emperor. These two people were too important to Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to let them get hurt. Therefore, even though Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun's cultivation base wasn't very high, they had a very important position in the Martial Saint dynasty. They were like the overlord of the dynasty. During the few years that Jiang Chen was away, the Martial Saint dynasty had developed rapidly. It had become very powerful and it was an invincible existence in the Eastern Continent. However, at this moment, the sky above the Martial Saint dynasty was completely covered by a layer of frost. A day ago, a dozen powerful experts suddenly appeared in the sky above the Martial Saint dynasty. Without a word they attacked. Half of the Martial Saint dynasty's buildings were turned into ruins in an instant. Countless people died on the spot and turned into meat paste. This was an unprecedented loss for the Martial Saint dynasty. Wu Jiu was now a combat emperor. A powerful first-grade combat emperor. Such a cultivation grade was unimaginable in the entire Eastern Continent. However, Wu Jiu couldn't withstand the sudden appearance of a dozen evil gods.
Any one of them could crush Wu Jiu's body with a single breath. Wu Jiu's body was crushed into pieces. The martial Saint dynasty had fallen into an unprecedented chaos. The strength of these people was terrifying. They couldn't resist them at all. If they knew that there were 5 minor saints and 9 ninth-grade combat emperors among these people, would they be scared to death on the spot? To deal with a mere martial Saint dynasty, let alone 5 minor saints, any 2nd or 3rd grade combat emperor would be enough to destroy the entire dynasty. Sending so many experts to the martial Saint dynasty was like making a mountain out of a molehill. In other words, no one had ever thought that the Eastern continent would be so weak. Chapter 780. Below the ice curtain, there was a white-clothed woman with a cold expression on her face. The aura she casually exuded had fused with the ice curtain. She was like an ice goddess, representing the coldness of the world. The woman was very beautiful. After so many years, she had already lost the youthfulness of a young girl. Her beautiful aura was now emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Her beauty was stunning and rare in the world. Her face represented perfection and impeccable beauty. At the same time, it also represented impeccable coldness. She was none other than Yan Chenyu. At this moment, Yan Chenyu was hovering in the sky. Her body was close to the ice curtain. Her beautiful eyes were looking at those powerful experts in the sky with cold killing intent. The strength of those people in the sky was far beyond the understanding of the Eastern continent. Without thinking, Yan Chenyu knew that these people came from the distant divine continent. These people must be Jiang Chen's enemies. They couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, so they came to find trouble with Jiang Chen. Below them, the higher-ups of martial Saint dynasty gathered together. Their faces darkened to the extreme. This was simply bad news. Those people were too powerful. Fortunately, Yan Chenyu suddenly appeared and killed a minor saint. Then, she created an ice screen to block the enemies. She was the only one who could do that. These people are too strong. Where did they come from? I don't think we have ever offended such powerful experts. Crown Prince Wu Lang said in a heavy tone. Ever since the martial Saint dynasty ruled the Eastern continent, they were the real emperors. Today's situation was beyond their wildest dreams. Lang Heir, do you still need to think about it? With their strength, it's impossible for any of them to appear in the Eastern continent. If I'm not mistaken, these people must come from the distant divine continent. They are Brother Jiang Chen's opponents. It seems like they couldn't defeat Brother Jiang Chen, so they came to find trouble with us. Humph. Wu Jiulanglong, who was wearing an imperial robe, said. He was smart enough to figure out the reason behind it. Damn it, these people are so shameless. They will definitely pay a heavy price for what they have done. Little Chunzi will let them know the meaning of misery. Yu Zihan was extremely angry as well. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen, these guys would definitely be finished. This was Jiang Chen's hometown, and someone dared to attack his home. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Fortunately, little Yu is here. Otherwise, we would all be finished. Jiang Zhenhai said. Little Yu's growth has truly exceeded my expectations. Yan Zhanyun looked at his daughter, who was fighting against so many strong cultivators. He was happy and proud. This was his daughter. He didn't know what Yan Chenyu's cultivation level was, but when she appeared, she killed the strongest cultivator on the enemy's side. Little Yu's combat strength should be above them, but did you all see that? Their experts are standing very far apart. This has given little Yu a lot of worry. If little Yu wants to deal with one of them, she won't be able to maintain the ice barrier, and the other experts will come to kill us. What little Yu can do now is to fight them in a stalemate. Wu Jiu's eyes were sharp enough to see the reason. What Wu Jiu said was right. Yan Chenyu had no other choice but to wait for Jiang Chen's return. I am a first-grade minor saint now, but there are 3 third-grade minor saints on the other side. I have killed one of them and there are 2 second-grade minor saints and 9 ninth-grade combat emperors. Their combat strength is too strong. With my current combat strength, I can barely kill a third-grade minor saint. It was an accident because they underestimated me. If I attack now, it will be very difficult for me to kill a third-grade minor saint. The other experts will attack the martial saint dynasty. Their target must be father-in-law, using him to threaten Brother Chen. I don't have any good way to deal with them now. I can only use the power of the island of ice to maintain this ice barrier. Yan Chenyu was very anxious. She could use the power of the island of ice to maintain a layer of defensive ice barrier, but it wouldn't last for too long. The opponents were too strong. If she was alone, she wouldn't be afraid and would go out to fight them. However, she couldn't do that now. The Martial Saint dynasty was right below her. Without her support, the energy of the ice barrier would weaken immediately. Currently, Yan Chenyu was the guardian of Martial Saint dynasty, but she could only protect them. She couldn't fight back. She could only wait for Jiang Chen to come back in time. Brother Chen, you have to be quick. Yan Chenyu was anxious. She didn't know how long she could hold on under such circumstances. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she had to protect Martial Saint dynasty. The people here were too important to Jiang Chen. Putting aside Jiang Chen Zhenhai, the others had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. If any one of them was in trouble, it would incur Jiang Chen's wrath and make Jiang Chen regret for the rest of his life. This was something that Yan Chenyu didn't want to see. In the sky, those mysterious experts who suddenly appeared were looking at the ice barrier below. Their faces were extremely unsightly. How could there be such a powerful expert in the Eastern continent? Who is this girl? An elder who looked like he was in his 50s, Lang Lang, said. Elder Lu, we have found out that this girl is Yan Chenyu, Jiang Chen's woman. I just didn't expect her to be so powerful. One of the 9th grade combat emperors said. His tone was very careful. He knew the hatred that Elder Lu had for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed his brother in the Western domain. This was a debt that he must settle. Humph. We have so many experts here. If we still can't deal with a puny Martial Saint dynasty, it will be a disgrace. Elder Lu harumphed coldly. He was a mighty 3rd grade minor saint. He thought that dealing with Martial Saint dynasty would be a piece of cake. He didn't expect that a girl would appear out of nowhere and obstruct their plan. Elder Lu, the sect has just sent news that Jiang Chen has completely grown. In the Battle of Xuanyu, he had killed nearly half of the minor saints in the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow domains. He has already conquered the 4 domains. The sect has ordered us to capture Jiang Zhenhai. The others don't matter. Another elder suddenly said. What? That bastard has grown so fast? No, we can't let him continue to grow. Otherwise, our Tiani society will be destroyed by him sooner or later, and it won't take too long. Everyone, listen up, attack the ice screen with all your might. Yan Chenyu has borrowed external power. She won't be able to hold on for long. Elder Lu's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would grow so fast. It had only been a short period of time and he had already conquered the 4 domains. If it wasn't for the news from the sect, they would never believe it. The sect is afraid that something unexpected will happen. They have sent a 4th grade minor saint here. He will arrive tomorrow. No matter how powerful Yan Chenyu is, she won't be able to stop him. She is Jiang Chen's woman. She is very important to Jiang Chen. If we can capture her, Jiang Chen won't be able to turn the situation around. He will be firmly controlled by Tiani Gate. As long as we can kill Jiang Chen, we will get rid of a big problem. Someone said, we will attack immediately without waiting for the 4th grade minor saint to arrive. Otherwise, we will lose our face. Elder Lu was infuriated. When he thought of his brother being killed by Jiang Chen, the anger in his heart flared up. It was just a small Martial Saint dynasty. If he couldn't even deal with it himself, what face would he have left? If he had to wait for the 4th grade minor saint to arrive, it would be the greatest shame of his life. Hung Long. For a moment, all the experts of Heavenly Sect unleashed their chi. There were 2 3rd grade minor saints, 2 2nd grade minor saints, and 9 9th grade combat emperors. All of them gathered their chi together and attacked the ice screen below. Jiang Chen had killed the 2 great elders of Tiani Gate in the Western domain. This had completely infuriated Tiani Gate, but the major powers in the Western domain were under the control of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. They couldn't find trouble with the major powers in other domains. Plus, the Dark Shadow Assassin organization hadn't managed to kill Jiang Chen. Now that one of their strongholds had been destroyed, they had to rest and recuperate. Therefore, Tiani Gate had locked their target on Jiang Chen's hometown. After finding out the truth, they were going to capture Jiang Chen's family to threaten them. The people of Tiani Gate weren't fools. They knew that a genius like Jiang Chen couldn't be allowed to grow. Since they couldn't befriend him, they had to kill him as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's growth was too fast. Once he grew to the point where he couldn't be controlled, the whole Tianyi Gate would be finished. They would become Jiang Chen's stepping stone. This could be seen from the fact that Jiang Chen had annihilated the major powers in the 4 domains. That was why Tianyi Gate had sent a 4th-grade minor saint to capture Jiang Chen's father. Otherwise, Tianyi Gate would become the next Xiaoyao Palace and the next Tianshan sect. Honglong. Terrifying energy waves hit the ice barrier, causing it to tremble violently. It seemed like it was going to shatter at any time. Yan Qinyu's body was also shaking. Although she could defeat a 3rd-grade minor saint, it was still hard for her to withstand the combined attack of so many experts. Plus, she had to divert part of her attention to support the ice barrier. "Yuer!" Yan Zhanyun shouted. His eyes were filled with heartache. "Dad, it's all right. I won't let anyone hurt you." Yan Qinyu's tone was firm. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty were looking at her with respect. They were incomparably angry, but they couldn't do anything to help her. They were too weak. In a battle like this, they wouldn't be of any help. "Yan Qinyu, I advise you to give up resisting. It's useless to resist. If you give up now, I promise you that I won't kill any innocent people." Elder Lu said loudly. "Humph. You can't defeat my brother Chen, so you came to bully his family. Shameless. Wait until brother Chen is back. He will make you regret it." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.